In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together. It represents all elements of the party.
It's Super Tuesday and a pivotal moment in the fight to become the Democrats' nominee for president. We're looking at Burlington, Vermont. Voters there and in 13 other states and one territory make their choice today. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Well, it's called Super Tuesday because it's the single day with the most states weighing in, the most voters going to the polls, and more than a third of delegates up for grabs. And we already have breaking news, 2 race calls to make. The Washington Post can now project that Joe Biden will win the Commonwealth of Virginia. Virginia has 99 delegates at stake tonight. Now, this call is based on early network exit polling. And the Washington Post can also project that Bernie Sanders will win Vermont, the Green Mountain state and his home state. Now, this call is also based on early network exit polling. 16 delegates at stake there tonight. It's important to note, up until this point, only 154 delegates have been decided. Tonight, a whopping 1,357 delegates are up for grabs. I want to welcome my guests this evening. Tonight, national political reporter James Hohmann, thank you for being here, and Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix. First of all, how do we get these early calls, James? Are they surprises to you?
These aren't necessarily surprises, but they are significant. You know, obviously Vermont, Senator Sanders' home state. Virginia, it's a battleground in the presidential and the general election context, and it's an important state that Democrats have to be able to win. The fact that Biden won there by apparently a large enough margin based on the network exit polls, which we subscribe to, suggests that he was able to continue the momentum from South Carolina, where he overwhelmingly ran up the score among African Americans, but also to make inroads in suburban Northern Virginia, which is the most vote-rich part of the state, as well as kind of the coastal areas like Norfolk and Virginia Beach. And that Virginia sort of fits with what the Biden coalition looks like. So good news for him, but it also kind of makes sense.
Amber, your reaction?
Yeah, well, these exit polls are basically pollsters talking to people coming out of the polling booth. It's no surprise they got people in Vermont, Bernie Sanders, so much so that as polls closed, they said there's no way anyone else could make this up. Like you point out, James, it's good news for Biden because Virginia was a slightly more open state. Those exit pollsters, particularly Edison Media Research Group at the Washington Post subscribes to, also found 2 good points of good news for Joe Biden real quickly. More than a half said they voted for someone they thought could beat President Trump. That went to Biden. More than half also made up their minds in the last few days, suggesting that what happened with this drama with South Carolina, Biden winning, a lot of the other moderates dropping out, benefited him, again, in this one state. We got a lot more to go.
And not just dropping out, but also throwing their support to him. Well, we have extensive coverage planned tonight with a team of reporters across the country covering the candidates. Let's start with Rhonda Colvin in Los Angeles.
A decisive win in South Carolina has brought Joe Biden back from the brink, and even former rivals are rallying around him. I'm Rhonda Colvin here in Los Angeles, where the former vice president is entering this Super Tuesday with a lot of momentum.
Bernie Sanders has his eyes set on California and Texas tonight, where he hopes to rack up delegates and show off the reach of his grassroots movement. I'm Joyce Coe in Essex Junction, Vermont.
Michael Bloomberg has already spent more than $500 million on his campaign, but this is the first time he's actually on the ballot. I'm Lee Powell in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Elizabeth Warren hasn't won a delegate since the Iowa caucuses, but her campaign thinks she will be competitive tonight and has signaled that she will carry on through the convention. I'm Hannah Jewell in Detroit, Michigan.
Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell. Okay, James, what states are you watching most closely tonight?
So, Libby, I think what's interesting is, this obviously, it is Super Tuesday, 14 states. The first states in the South should be good for Biden. Obviously, we heard from Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, also heavily African American. So we think that those kind of should be where he would be strong. And then the states where Senator Sanders is strongest are in the West. So we won't see those results for a couple hours. Texas and California. I think Texas, which is the second biggest prize of the night, is going to be something that in a couple hours we'll have a very good sense of. I spent the weekend there, and it is one of those states where it's a microcosm of the country, of the changing Democratic Party, and it's a test of whether Senator Sanders can bring in young Latinos who don't traditionally get involved in the political process who don't vote in primaries. In polls, they say they support Sanders. The question is, did they show up to vote today? If they did, it's going to be a very good night for Sanders, and he'll open up a significant delegate lead. If they didn't, it's a big warning sign for the rest of the country.
Amber, I want to hear your impressions of this, especially because you are very familiar with Nevada. You've reported a lot on Nevada. What did you learn from Sanders' strong performance there, and what will you be watching for tonight?
Yeah, we learned that Nevada did better with voters of color than we thought and than he had done in 2016, but he did better with voters of color who are super in tune with the party, super organized, super motivated to go vote, and that's because it was a caucus system. Even with the early voting, it took a lot more effort than just going, like in Texas, to vote for in a primary. So can he replicate that when you have a much wider pool of people? And like James said, a group of voters who don't typically make it like their mainstay to go vote, like the people in Nevada did.
So early voting has been there's been such a push. So many people have been choosing to early vote, and with so much change happening in the race in even the last 24 hours, 48 hours, Amber, how does that factor into what we're watching tonight?
Sure. Normally, parties like early voting. It gets people out. It gets them a sense of what's going to happen. It gives people more time to vote. This time, the Democratic Party stacked up the early 4 states with Super Tuesday, hoping to just like whoever was ahead, have them seal the deal. That hurt Joe Biden because he had momentum and then just within a couple of days now has to figure out how to build off of that in Super Tuesday states across the nation. In addition, there are tens of thousands of people in some states who have already cast ballots, potentially for people who have dropped out. What happens there is tricky. If those candidates, if Amy Klobuchar got 15% in Virginia, the threshold, she'd get some delegates. It would get reallocated, some of those, to the candidates who still got 15%. The rest of those would go to the convention and get to vote for whomever they want. So there's not like a clear line I can draw to say if you early voted for Klobuchar, it goes to so-and-so.
And James, you were already on the road in Oklahoma chasing Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar as they dropped out as you were trying to travel around and catch them. So not just reporters were trying to scramble here, but as Amber pointed out, voters may have already said, I support this person, and
Millions.
they might not be in it.
I think the number is going to be in the millions, and what it means is that the procrastinators, for once, have some extra leverage over the planners. In a state like Colorado, it's a mail-in ballot state. It's one of the states voting tonight. And so, you get your ballot in the mail, you have an incentive to just kind of drop it back in the mail. But the people who held on to them until Sunday, Monday, those are the people who probably are going to be more strategic about their voting, taking into account Biden's late momentum. But those ballots will also be counted after some of the people who voted early, perhaps for an Amy Klobuchar or a Pete Buttigieg.
And again, real quickly, there's evidence in these exit polls that late momentum, the procrastinators lean toward Biden, at least in Virginia.
Well, all night long as votes are tallied, we're going to bring you the latest results, and we'll dig into what they mean with the Washington Post's Election Insights team, led by our Director of Engineering, Jeremy Bowers. So, Jeremy, a big and busy night tonight with a lot of results to watch, a lot of data to crunch. What are you keeping an eye on?
Well, Libby, I'm pretty excited. We've got 14 states tonight, which is plenty for us to keep an eye on. And we have already 2 race calls in the bucket, which is a pretty big deal for us, too, because that's 2 states where we can be watching to see who comes in second place and how those delegates are going to be assigned. Now, those 2 early race calls in the state of Virginia and in the state of Vermont are not surprising to us at all, especially given some of those early exit poll numbers. Now, the thing that we will be watching to see is how well other candidates do, because it's not a winner-take-all in any of these states. It's proportional, which means we're going to have some delegates going to candidates who are further down the ballot. Now, for a little bit more on how we're going to take a look at that tonight, I'd like to introduce you to senior data scientist Lenny Bronner. Lenny, you've been working on a little bit of software for us that gives us a peek around the corner, maybe inside some of these results where we wouldn't normally have the ability to take a look. Talk to me, what is it that you're working on and how is it going to help us out tonight?
Yeah, Jeremy. So the model, as we call this piece of software, basically what it does is it takes the precinct or township or county level results from 2016 and compares them to the results that we're seeing while the night is ongoing. And using those 2 sets of results, we basically make projections for all other townships or precincts or counties that are left. And then we add that all together, and that gives us a basic overview of how the rest of the night might be going.
Now, in that early race call in Virginia, for example, where Joe Biden did very well, he's extending his victory from South Carolina. Did the model show us anything yet about how Biden has done there, or is this one of those cases where we're going to have to wait for a little more data to come in?
So we're going to have to wait for a little more data coming in. That being said, the preliminary exit poll results do suggest that Joe Biden won African-American voters and he won white voters in Virginia, which is really interesting considering that's what he managed to do in South Carolina. And that'll be interesting to see whether he's able to extend that to other states that might have high white voters.
So those are the kinds of things we're going to be keeping an eye on in the studio tonight, Libby.
Okay, so Jeremy, of course, a lot of focus on the East Coast right now, but there's going to be a lot happening out west tonight. Tell us more about that.
That's right. You know, the East Coast is fun because those polls all close really early. Between 7:30, we've got a ton of states that have interesting delegates. But the truth is the majority of the delegates are west of the Mississippi. And many of those delegates are in places like Texas or California, where we're not going to see results for possibly days. Now, the thing that is sort of interesting about the East Coast, outside of the fact that they do close early, is that some of these states are fairly representative of what the Democratic electorate looks like. Places like North Carolina and Virginia have a large number of non-white voters and non-college educated white voters that are going to be the base of the Democratic electorate going forward.
Jeremy Bowers, thank you so much. I'll take it back here to our studio. So, James, as we hear Jeremy talk about California and how we truly may not have a sense of the full picture of California by any means at the end of tonight, where might that leave us? I mean, how big of a question is California? How important is it? It's such a huge delegate haul.
Yeah, and so that's the big question is viability, and that's the key number is 15%. So are candidates able to get over 15% and get delegates? And in California, the challenge is we might be able to actually kind of know statewide who won the state. We might be able to call it for someone, but the delegates are divided by congressional district, and that could get a lot harder. If you think back to the 2018 midterms for the kind of engaged people who follow this stuff, it took weeks in some cases to get some of those congressional race calls. And so you could have a situation where the narrative looks really good for Biden in the South, in the African-American states like North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, but the states where Sanders is strong are kind of going to come in later. And that's something the Sanders campaign has been warning about, saying, they're worried that they're going to actually accrue a lot of delegates, but the whole conversation isn't going to be about the places where they're strongest. But ultimately, in 2016, Bernie Sanders got killed by his inability to make inroads with African Americans. He showed some signs of making inroads, but Biden got 6 in 10 African Americans in Virginia. It was 1 in 4 of voters, and Sanders only got 2 in 10. And with those kinds of numbers, it's very hard to win the Democratic nomination in kind of a majority-minority party, and that is something that he hasn't. He's made progress, but he hasn't been able to fix. And ultimately, that was what killed Buttigieg and Klobuchar and has really hurt Warren, is their inability to make inroads with communities of color.
We have heard on the campaign trail that Bernie Sanders had a goal of expanding the electorate. He needs to expand the electorate, but it's also something that some of his supporters have been working on for 4 years. So what are you reading from the numbers so far, and how is this goal working out?
Yeah, so far he has not expanded the electorate outside of the traditional Democratic Party umbrella. He's done a little better with voters of color than we thought he did. Like, for him, he's expanding his electorate. His campaign and his advisors talk about getting young voters up in Iowa, which they did do, but there's not, outside of the umbrella, there's not evidence that the disaffected Trump voter who doesn't like Trump anymore is going and caucusing or primarying for Bernie Sanders. And that's a problem for Sanders, because his whole electability argument is, I have this revolution that is the counter-revolution to President Trump. This is what's really going to speak to the American people, not divisiveness. I'm going to win those Trump supporters in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Florida, in Pennsylvania, in a way none of you traditional Democrats can, because you lost in 2016. So far, we're early. So far, no evidence of that.
Why is that so important, James? I mean, because so many Democratic-leaning voters who want Trump out of office say electability is key. I mean, we are hearing that so much. Still, electability is key. So if Bernie Sanders makes it to the nomination, of course, he'll be the person they'll all be looking to. Why does he need to expand his voting base now?
Hillary Clinton didn't just lose in 2016 because white working class people in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania switched from Barack Obama to Donald Trump. He lost because a lot of African American voters who turned out in the industrial Midwest, including states like Ohio, that allowed Obama to win that state twice, didn't come out for Clinton. And so if Sanders is unable to activate communities of color in the primaries, it is a warning sign for Democrats about being able to build a winning coalition in the general.
Well, let's check in with our colleague Joyce Coe, who's in Essex Junction, Vermont, where the Sanders campaign is hosting its watch party. Joyce.
Well, Libby, this room is absolutely packed with Sanders supporters, and we heard them just moments ago cheering very loudly when Sanders' results in Vermont came on the screen, and then also booing when Joe Biden's results in Virginia came on the screen. But this race could be changing for Senator Sanders after Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar both dropped out of the race and endorsed former Vice President Joe Biden just yesterday. Sanders has been all across the country in the lead up to tonight. He was in California shortly after his second place finish in South Carolina, and then he went to the East Coast, to Massachusetts and Virginia, and then just yesterday he was in Utah and Minnesota rallying for votes there. Tonight he will be back home in Vermont, and we talked to some Vermont voters today out at some polling locations, and I asked them about those two endorsements for Joe Biden and if it poses any threat to Senator Sanders. Some voters said that they were worried and that they, would have hoped that those endorsements wouldn't have gone to Joe Biden. But I did also speak to some voters and supporters of Sanders who said that they were not surprised that Sanders has built his base out of aside from the establishment, and that they weren't worried that he was going to be up against Joe Biden and that coalition. We also talked to supporters about why they are supporting him over all of the other candidates, and it's very similar to what we've heard all across the country in those early voting states. Take a listen.
The Democratic Party has moved to the right, and the Republican Party has moved further to the right. We don't have what a real Democratic Party used to be.
I haven't found anything that Bernie says, that I disagree with him. So everything that he's been saying all his life.
We need a government and an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%.
He doesn't have a message for the old people and the young people. He doesn't have a message for the black people and the white people. He doesn't have a message for the gay people and the straight people. He says the same thing to everyone. He's sincere, and he's been saying the same thing for 40 years.
Well, Joyce, you've been following the Sanders campaign over the last year, so you have seen and felt in person the high energy level that can come at his rallies. What do you get the sense that it is about his message that's resonating, especially with young people?
Well, no matter where I am in the country, the number one reason why people are voting for Sanders, whether they're young or they're old, is that Sanders' message has been consistent. They feel like they can trust him as a candidate as opposed to the other candidates because he has been talking about the same issues for almost 40 years now, starting as the mayor of this town in Burlington. So that is the number one reason that I'm hearing from voters all across the country. And I did talk to a woman in Nevada, out in Las Vegas, who was a precinct captain for Sanders after his win there, and she told me something really interesting. She said that it's not about the politician, it's more about the movement, and that sort of gives you an idea of how much larger this is, Libby, than just the candidate himself.
Great. Joyce Coe, thank you so much. She's live with the Sanders campaign in Vermont, and we'll, of course, be checking in with her throughout the night. Amber, let's talk about the other candidates tonight. There's a whole bunch we haven't even talked about yet. Okay, we've talked about Bernie Sanders. We've talked a bit about Joe Biden because he won Virginia. Okay, Michael Bloomberg. This is the first time he's going to be tested before voters. What does he have to prove tonight?
Yeah, can I pause to back up to explain why he hasn't been tested?
Absolutely.
He just decided, he got in late in November when he thought Biden was struggling with the polls and, I can be the moderate candidate. And he decided to not compete in the early states. Why get into that mess if you don't have to? He has a gazillion trillion, 60 billion is the number, but a lot of money.
It might as well be, right? It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. And so he's been spending hundreds of $millions and decided Super Tuesday is going to be his launch, his entrance into the race, because that's where a third of the delegates are being allocated on Super Tuesday. We have no idea what's going to happen because he hasn't been on the ballot. We've seen him in 2 debates. I see James wants to chime in. He has struggled to defend his past, his alleged comments about women who worked for the company that he runs, his harsh policing tactics when he was mayor of New York City. He was a Republican. But that was I don't know what he's going to do on the ballot right now.
Yeah, James, you know, his advertisements were very powerful, and I was hearing from other Democrats saying, "Oh, I wish we'd used that strategy or that line or that theme that he'd picked up in some of his ads." But what are voters weighing when they consider Michael Bloomberg as a candidate?
Yeah, so Bloomberg's never actually won a Democratic primary before. He got elected 3 times as mayor of New York as a Republican, then as an independent, and I think Bloomberg, you know, a lot of those ads, which are very effective, are anti-Trump ads, and he had the airwaves to himself. You know, here in D.C. we see Virginia TV, so he was advertising heavily in Virginia when everyone else was still focused on Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and I think a lot of people really liked him. The polls suggested that he was doing really well, but that first debate performance really hurt him a lot and took a lot of the luster off, and his whole pitch was, I'm the guy who can beat Trump, I'm the most electable, and clearly there is an appetite for electability, but I think post-South Carolina, there's sort of a sense that maybe Bloomberg, in post that debate, isn't the most electable candidate. So Bloomberg's whole sell is, I'm a competent technocrat, manager, moderate, I can beat Donald Trump, and I think Biden has made a lot of inroads into that. Last night he did a town hall on Fox News in Virginia, and he was asked which specific states he's going to win. Bloomberg was asked, what states are you going to win on Super Tuesday? And he said, well, it's not about winning any particular state. It's about getting delegates in individual congressional districts, which is, you know, not a good sign for Mike Bloomberg. And I do think, you know, a lot of the wind has come out of those sails.
Okay, Elizabeth Warren, we'll talk a lot more about her, of course, throughout the evening. But what does she need to do tonight, Amber?
Win her home state. And the fact that I'm saying that up top, that it's not a given, is an issue for her. And then she needs to come in the top 1 or 2 in a number of other states. We were together in New Hampshire when she had another disappointing finish after Iowa. And then she went on to have more disappointing finishes. And her campaign sent out a memo and said, listen, this is a long race. Our plan is to just really hit it home on Super Tuesday. Top 2, if not 1 in a number of states. So she needs to do that tonight.
Well, after Joe Biden's landslide win in South Carolina, the moderate wing of the Democratic Party has quickly closed ranks around him. In Dallas yesterday, Biden was endorsed by 3 of his former rivals for the nomination. Take a listen.
I ran for president. We made it clear that the whole idea was about rallying the country together to defeat Donald Trump and to win the era for the values that we share. And that was always a goal that was much bigger than me becoming president. And it is in the name of that very same goal that I'm delighted to endorse and support Joe Biden for president.
We need somebody who can beat Donald Trump. The man in the White House today poses an existential threat to this country, to our democracy, to free and fair elections. And we need somebody who can beat him. And in Joe Biden, we have that man. We have someone who, in fact, is the antithesis of Donald Trump.
We need to unite our party and our country, and to do it not just with our words, but with our actions. It is up to us, all of us, to put our country back together, to heal this country, and then to build something even greater. I believe we can do this together. And that is why today I am ending my campaign and endorsing Joe Biden for president.
Folks, you know, just a few days ago, the press and the pundits declared this campaign dead. But South Carolina had something to say about it. And tomorrow, Texas and Minnesota and the rest of Super Tuesday states, you're going to have a lot to say about it. And when you do, we'll be on our way to defeating Donald Trump in a second term. And my message to everyone, every person who's been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign.
So that was tape of Joe Biden savoring those endorsements he got. We are now going to go live to Elizabeth Warren. She's addressing her supporters in Detroit, Michigan.
You have to second guess yourself on this. They're playing games about prediction and strategy. You know, guess what your neighbors are up to here. But prediction has been a terrible business, and the pundits have gotten it wrong over and over. So here's my advice. I've got some advice that I want to start with tonight. So here's my advice. Cast a vote that will make you proud, just a vote from your heart and vote for the person you think will make the best president of the United States of America. Because I want you to think for a minute about this democracy. You are the ones who get to pick the person who will be the next president, and it is an awesome thing. You are going to do it right here in Michigan next week. People are doing it in California right now, and that's what it means to have a democracy. I'm in this race because I believe I will make the best president of the United States of America. Tell you why. I was not born a politician, but I was born a fighter. And I want you to know this. Is this on? Good. I want you to know this. I gotta have a loud voice here. I come by this honest. I think that maybe the reason I fought all my life is because I learned this from my mother. I want to tell you a story about me. I grew up in Oklahoma. Okay, we got a few Okies here. I grew up in Oklahoma. I am the baby. I have 3 much older brothers. They all went off and joined the military. I am what used to be called a late in life baby. My mother always just called me the surprise. Yep, my 3 brothers are all retired. They're back in Oklahoma now. To this day, they are referred to as the boys. That's to distinguish them from the surprise. Now, when I was in middle school, all 3 of the boys were gone by then, and it was just my mom and my daddy and me. And my daddy had a heart attack. He pulled through, but he couldn't work for a long, long time. And I still remember the day when we lost the family station wagon. I remember how my mother used to tuck me in at night, and she would always kiss me and give me this big smile, and I knew what was coming next. She'd leave my room, close the door, and then I'd hear her start to cry. She never wanted to cry in front of me, and I knew that. This is when I learned words like mortgage and foreclosure. And one day, I walked into my folks' bedroom, and laid out on the bed was the dress. Now, some of you in this room will know the dress. It's the one that only comes out for weddings, funerals, and graduations. And there, down by the foot of the bed, was my mother. And she had on her slip, and she was in her stocking feet, and she was pacing back and forth, and she was saying, "We will not lose this house. We will not lose this house. We will not lose this house." She was 50 years old. She had never worked outside the home, and she was terrified. So she looks up and she sees me standing in the doorway. I'm just a kid. And she looks at me, and she looks at that dress, and she looks back at me, and she walks over and she pulls that dress on, she puts on her high heels, and she walks to the Sears, where she gets a full-time minimum wage job answering phones. And that minimum wage job saved our house, and it also saved our family. And that is the first lesson my mother taught me. And that is, no matter how scared you are, no matter how hard it looks, you get out there and you fight for the people you love.
Elizabeth Warren delivering a stump speech on this Super Tuesday night. You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. Stay with us.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together. It represents all elements of the party.
A look at downtown Alexandria, Virginia, where the Washington Post is projecting a Biden win in the state with a lot of delegates on the line. This is live coverage in the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. It's now 7:30 here on the East Coast, and there's already a lot of news to catch up on this Super Tuesday. It's the first big test for Michael Bloomberg, and Senator Elizabeth Warren is trying to gain traction, including in her home state. But the big news so far are the two early race calls of the night. The Washington Post projects Joe Biden will win Virginia based on those early exit poll results. And the Washington Post is also projecting Bernie Sanders will win his home state of Vermont. Just a few moments ago, polls closed in North Carolina, where 110 delegates are up for grabs. For an early check on how the night is developing, let's go to our Election Insights team and the Post's Jeremy Bowers. So, Jeremy, things are looking good for Biden in Virginia, but maybe, Jeremy, not as good for Sanders and good for Sanders in Vermont. So get us into what that all means.
Yes, absolutely, Libby. So what we've got is that early race call for Biden in Virginia. And again, that's not super duper surprising. It's an area where he was expected to do pretty well. And you know what? He's doing it. There's this extreme urban-rural divide in the state of Virginia. We were expecting to see Sanders do really well out here in the more rural parts of Western Virginia. We're expecting to see Biden do really well here in the D.C. suburbs and maybe closer to bigger cities like Richmond and in the Virginia Beach area. But the thing I'd like to talk to you about, at least briefly, is in Vermont, where we have a little bit of surprising information. Now, based on early preliminary exit polls, we have looked and seen that Bernie Sanders, we expected to get somewhere in the 60 to 70% range of the vote. This is where he'd been polling before and roughly what his 2016 numbers would look like. We were also really thinking about whether or not any candidates would be above the delegate threshold except for Senator Sanders. And now, based on some of those really preliminary exit polls, it looks like perhaps Joe Biden is going to be above the delegate threshold, which would be surprising if true. And it looks like it's possible that Sanders might only win around 60% of the vote there, which might be something else that's really interesting. And that's a thing that we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout the night, Libby.
All right. So, Jeremy, we have our first potential surprise there of the night. Can we see what insights Vermont gives us into potentially larger trends tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one of the things about Vermont that we're seeing from those early and preliminary exit polls is that Joe Biden is doing surprisingly well among people who made a decision to vote in the last few days, maybe in the weekend heading into the race. Now, this has two really interesting effects. First, in places where there's a large election day vote, like Vermont, for example, that you're going to see Joe Biden do better than what you would expect. But there are also places where he's going to do worse as a result of this pattern. Places like California, where a substantial amount of the vote is an early vote, are places where Biden might actually well underperform his current polling numbers. And so that's, again, one of those things we're going to keep an eye on tonight, and we'll give you those insights as soon as we get them, Libby.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. Now here in our studio, national political reporter James Hohman and Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix. Elizabeth Warren, we just heard her give a speech a few moments ago. Very early in the night to be giving a speech. Often candidates are looking to build momentum, talk about their victories, what they've been able to accomplish. But, you know, Warren's supporters have been very disappointed by how the cable stations have been covering her or not covering her as they've been jockeying for, you know, do we play Biden? Do we play Warren? And, you know, I felt a lot of frustration from them saying she needs airtime too. And there's been some sort of election night analysis of that. So Warren got a little more center stage tonight, but it's very early in the evening. What is to her advantage about coming out so early. And James, the content of her speech was her stump speech that is like a throwback. It was like the old school Elizabeth Warren that you could probably recite from memory as she's telling that very personal story about her family.
Yeah, it's a moving story, Libby. And Amber said a couple minutes ago, her campaign manager, Roger Lau, has sent out a series of memos. And it's funny because each memo moves the goalposts a little bit farther. So on the eve of the Iowa caucuses, it was, we are set for Super Tuesday. We are going to be dominant on Super Tuesday. Yeah, like Iowa's not perfect, but we're going to do really well in all these states like Colorado. And now they're saying, well, it's not really about Super Tuesday. It's about, accumulating delegates. Elizabeth Warren, she'll win some tonight. She hasn't right now, but Elizabeth Warren has not won a delegate since the Iowa caucuses. She was under the viability threshold in New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina. And so, yes, she's popular in urban centers with kind of college-educated liberals, places like the Denver suburbs, but you have to win some delegates. And it's absolutely correct that she's kind of gotten less and less attention, and in some cases it does seem unfair. I think tonight she's trying to show she's still in the conversation, and I think speaking early was about showing that she's not going anywhere, so that if things don't break her way in her home state of Massachusetts, she's going to face enormous pressure to get out of the race. But now she's laid the marker that says, I'm sticking around no matter what.
How important is Massachusetts to her, Amber?
It gets so difficult to make an argument that you're going to beat Donald Trump across the entire nation if you can't win in a state that sent you to the United States Senate and that knows you. And we had this discussion in New Hampshire as well. It borders Massachusetts, but it went for Bernie Sanders, also a New Englander, and Warren did not even place in the top 3. It's just like this is her home base. This should be a layup for her, and if she can't do it, how does she make the argument to the Democratic Party that she needs to stay in and potentially keep dividing votes and maybe even delegates if she ever gets to that 15% viability threshold? Because the more candidates that stay in, the more likely there could be a contested convention in July. That's something the party does not want. So James is right. She's going to face enormous pressure tonight. I think no matter what happens, but especially if things don't go well in her home state.
So things continue to sort of crystallize for Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, and we'll see as tonight goes on how it looks for both of them. What's the territory that Elizabeth Warren wants to stake out, James? Like, what is her message? What are her supporters, but also her campaign insiders saying about how she could continue to ride things forward and perhaps gain some other ground at a contested or brokered convention?
Yeah, Libby, so in December, going in the run-up to Iowa, what the Warren strategists always were telling us was they desperately wanted a three-way race. They thought that they could win a three-way race between Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, and then Elizabeth Warren in the middle. And that was why she was eager to sideline Mike Bloomberg, because she thinks she can be sort of the liberal alternative to Sanders, who's more pragmatic, and then sort of the bridge, who's not as moderate and establishment-y as Biden. And so she was trying very hard to present herself as that bridge. That was very explicitly her strategy in New Hampshire. It didn't work. But what her team is saying right now is this actually, if this sort of becomes what the media is going to call a two-way race between Sanders and Biden, like if Warren sticks around, she can still play that bridge role, especially in some of the upcoming primaries where people might not like Biden or Sanders, and they could go with her. Now that's a bank shot. Ultimately, what they'll also acknowledge publicly, actually, but especially privately, is there's no scenario where she gets the delegates to win outright at the convention. That she can extract concessions, that she can shape the conversation if she sticks around, and if it's a muddle and no one's going to get 1,991 delegates before Milwaukee.
Yeah. Well, we've talked tonight about how this is finally the chance to see how Mike Bloomberg's financial gamble on Super Tuesday states will pay off. The New York billionaire appeared in his first debates, and his performances, as we've mentioned, were a bit shaky, so let's take a look.
I'd like to talk about who we're running against. A billionaire who calls women fat broads and horse-faced lesbians. And no, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about Mayor Bloomberg.
In the last 3 years, billionaires in this country saw an $850 billion increase in their wealth. Congratulations, Mr. Bloomberg. But the average American last year saw less than a 1% increase in his or her income. That's wrong.
Mayor Bloomberg, should you exist?
I can't speak for all billionaires. All I know is I've been very lucky, made a lot of money, and I'm giving it all away to make this country better. And a good chunk of it goes to the Democratic Party as well.
And the fact that he cannot earn the trust of the core of the Democratic Party means he is the riskiest candidate standing on this stage.
All right, Senator Warren, thank you. Mayor Bloomberg, would you like to respond? Mayor Bloomberg.
I have been training for this job since I stepped on the pile that was still smoldering on 9/11.
Well, it's notable that Bloomberg is holding his Super Tuesday rally tonight in Florida, which doesn't hold its primary for another 2 weeks. The Post's Lee Powell is at that event in West Palm Beach. So, Lee, what's the strategy?
Well, Libby, good evening from the Palm Beach County Convention Center, where the program has already started here. We have some surrogates of Bloomberg's campaign behind me on the stage, leading up to his introduction, his entrance here, which should be any moment now. Well, Libby, the strategy with Mike Bloomberg is really simple. Is with a net worth of $60 billion, he can really be everywhere. And so he's already spent about $500 million running for president. And so Florida tonight, but he's also spent some time in Super Tuesday states like Texas, where he's spending big on TV ads, getting staff and setting up offices. So is any of it making a difference? We went to the Lone Star State to find out.
Hello, Houston.
We ought to celebrate people like Mike Bloomberg, who comes from a middle-class family and became an entrepreneur and became a billionaire. We ought to celebrate entrepreneurs becoming millionaires and billionaires.
He understands the importance of working together to come to a conclusion and not just kind of making it his way or no way. And that's kind of made him the success he is today. And I want him to carry that to make our country the same success.
The most important thing in the world to be done is to stop Trump. Isn't that what you think? That's what you think too. Most important thing in the world, that's what you think, isn't it? Most important thing in the world is to get rid of Trump.
Somebody that actually cares about our immigration system, about our health care, about gun violence, and he seems to cover all of that. We had somebody that didn't really care about my people, so I would like, Mike Bloomberg to replace him.
But replacing Donald Trump will be expensive. Like Texas, Florida is a big state with pricey media markets. Think about Miami, Tampa, Orlando. Bloomberg's already spent about $45 million here in television advertising. He has 14 field offices, over 150 staff, which is the largest of any candidate running for president here in Florida. Now, it's also a state with an older population, which may be in Bloomberg's favor. That's a key group of voters for him, potentially. There's also a lot of New York transplants here, people that have retired or moved here, and they may remember his time as New York City mayor. It may be a favorable memory, and if that's the case, it could bring him votes in the primary here in Florida. Libby, we'll send it back to you in Washington, where we're awaiting Mike Bloomberg's appearance on the stage here in West Palm Beach.
Great. Thanks so much, Lee Powell with the Bloomberg campaign down there in West Palm Beach, Florida. Amber, let's talk about the voters that came out to support Joe Biden in South Carolina and where they may go in these Super Tuesday states. Does Mike Bloomberg have a shot at getting African-American voters? Does Bernie Sanders show that he's making any inroads? How are you looking at some of the crucial voting blocks for Democrats?
Yeah, well, particularly among black voters who just make up like core tenet of the Democratic Party. I'm looking at whether South Carolina, as Bloomberg likes to say, was just this anomaly for Biden, and whether him having spent months and millions of ads, hundreds of millions of ads, introducing himself to these black voters changes things. That specifically, we're going to see that tonight on the East Coast and some of these southern states that have a higher proportion of black voters. Alabama, North Carolina, to some extent Tennessee, Texas, even Virginia, which did go for Biden. I feel like Bloomberg's strategy has always been to go after Biden and his monopoly on black voters and try to undermine that. We'll see if he can do that. I mean, he's such a wild card because we've just never seen someone with an unlimited bank account just dump money.
I mean, just do some of the numbers for us, James, on how significant that infusion of cash has been.
So more than $500 million. He has 2,400 staff, 2,000 spread out across almost every state. I think he has people in 43 states. He has 400 at his headquarters in Manhattan. They're paying everyone, in many cases, double what staff on the other campaigns are getting paid. So they just kind of bought up everyone. I was in Oklahoma City yesterday, and I went to the Bloomberg field office. There was one volunteer making a phone call. They had a phone bank set up, but there were 4 paid staffers, including someone at the front desk to check volunteers in.
And there's only one volunteer.
And someone to like help the volunteer as she called through people on a campaign cell phone. Which I think shows money can buy you some love, but not, you can't necessarily win all these primaries. I think the story would be completely different if Joe Biden had lost South Carolina, if he had sort of stumbled last week and somehow Sanders had won an upset in South Carolina, all of a sudden.
And also if Michael Bloomberg had performed better in the debates. I mean, there's a twofer there. Yeah.
So important. And then to Amber's point, that Bloomberg's coalition is African Americans, and I think stop and frisk has been so, I don't want to say fatal because he's very much still running, but it's just been brutal. It has really hurt him and made it harder to appeal to a lot of the African Americans. He has a lot of establishment African Americans. Bloomberg also, because he was mayor of New York, he's invested in a lot of programs to sort of cultivate younger African American mayors. So he actually has a lot of goodwill among mayors of sort of mid-sized cities.
He has the support of Washington, D.C.'s mayor, an African American woman.
Exactly. And so he does have Black support. Our colleague Holly Bailey spent the last couple days in Memphis and wrote a piece today about sort of talking to a bunch of African Americans who were trying to decide between Biden and Bloomberg, who sort of gravitated toward Biden in the last 36 hours. But so we'll see. I think there are, the Bloomberg campaign is still counting on getting 15% and getting viability and collecting delegates in some of these southern states. In addition to the ones Amber mentioned, Arkansas is another to watch with a large African American population around Little Rock, where Bloomberg thinks he can do well.
All right, let's talk about Tom Steyer, someone who also brought a lot of money into the campaign, who was also trying to get the African-American vote. Specifically, South Carolina was where he wanted to make his stand, where he hoped to make inroads. I saw him at a campaign event late last week, and he was talking about reparations. He was talking about staying invested in South Carolina beyond the campaign, so maybe he was sensing the writing was on the wall a little bit, but really talking to voters about how he felt like he was making some genuine inroads and connections. But what did we learn about how his money translated?
It wasn't enough, right? Listen, it's tough to be a white guy, a really wealthy white guy, coming down and trying to talk to the average person, the average voter, and saying, I don't live in your state, I don't even understand the community that you go around in, but how can I communicate to you? How can I show you that I care about you as president? I have heard Democratic strategists say that Bloomberg in particular has done a good job at that, at trying to bring together coalitions, particularly among Black communities. I haven't heard as much about Latino communities, and target his advertising then to say, okay, in North Carolina, X issues matters to you. Here's the mailers you're going to get about that. That speaks to how strategic he's been, and money helps him do that. But I think your point about Tom Steyer, who tried to do something very similar, and I haven't heard anything negative about Tom Steyer the way I have heard about Pete Buttigieg trying to talk to voters of color. It wasn't enough, right? Like, you have to have time and build up, support within any community.
And African American voters, like all Democratic voters, are looking for someone who they believe can beat Donald Trump, right? I mean, that's still the core question of who can beat Donald Trump.
And they're also more moderate. I mean, so the reason Biden and Bloomberg are both so competitive with the Black community is African Americans. There's the generational gap is bigger among African Americans than whites in terms of kind of liberal moderate, but it's in African Americans over 45 tend to be much more moderate, and that has worked to Biden's advantage, and it also has worked to Bloomberg's advantage, the former Republican, as we've said.
Well, back to Elizabeth Warren. That Massachusetts senator hasn't won a single delegate since Iowa. Hannah Jewell is at that campaign rally she's holding in Detroit. So Hannah, if you can hear us over the crowds who are yelling, what does Warren hope to accomplish at this point? She just had a disappointing finish in South Carolina. Where are things at for her?
It's very loud here, so apologies if you've asked me a question that I've missed, but we're actually in the middle of a big raucous town hall here in Detroit where Elizabeth Warren is speaking behind me. You mentioned earlier that she's giving her usual stump speech. Actually, right now, someone's asking a question, so I don't want to interrupt that for the people here. I'll get some dirty looks. But Warren is really here in this big space. I want to point out that there's no TVs here. When she came out, she mentioned people are voting today, but kind of moved on pretty quickly to her usual life story. which I believe you guys heard. When you cut away, she then went right back into her usual, here's all my top 10 favorite policies. Here's a story about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. She's giving her usual speech with, I'd say, a more raucous crowd than usual. And as you mentioned earlier, too, her campaign is really pushing this message that we're in it for the long haul. We have paid staff and volunteers in every state. We raised $29 million in February. That's more than they've raised in any previous quarter, and are really making it about making it all the way to the convention. We spoke to some of her supporters here in Detroit, where they vote for Michigan next week, who are really agreeing with this message that she could keep on. I asked them earlier yesterday if they think that Warren should perhaps drop out. Here's what they said. Let's take a look.
I think it's way too soon to ask that. Not when you've got that much money. When you've got that much money, you can go. And you've got, after Super Tuesday, you have the critical swing states. And that's what people forget. That Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, they're going to determine the presidential election. Let's see how she does there before we start talking about dropping out. People will come to it once a lot of the emotions settle down, and then it's going to be like, okay, we have a centrist candidate and we have a progressive candidate. What are we going to do?
Well, I've been following Warren since she was senator in Massachusetts, and I loved her when she went after the big banks. Me and my husband had a lot of problems in the beginning with our banks as far as our financings and those balloon mortgages and things like that. And we almost lost our home. It's very important that she win because the other candidates are not for the people. I really don't feel it.
So as you just heard, Warren's most hardcore supporters here in Michigan and elsewhere around the country are in it to last. Those same two women you just heard from, I asked them how they felt about the fact that Elizabeth Warren now actually has a very large super PAC behind her. They were all for it. They said whatever makes our candidate win. So, but at a certain point, it doesn't matter how much money you have to win some races. One of the candidates that has dropped out is Senator Amy Klobuchar. My colleague Nicole Ellis is in her home state of Minnesota. Let's go over to her. Nicole?
Thanks, Hannah. I am at the Jimmy Lee Recreational Center here in St. Paul, Minnesota, where voters are casting their ballots, some of whom are former Klobuchar supporters. Klobuchar was forecasted to win her home state with Bernie Sanders right behind her, but we wanted to know who people are voting for now that she's out of the race and that she's endorsed Biden. Let's hear what people had to say.
I mean, I think I've been excited to vote for our next president since the last election. I think Amy Klobuchar is spectacular, and I think she does amazing things for Minnesota. And I was, considering her up until the end. But yeah, I went for Warren today.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that Elizabeth Warren may come off as third place right now, but I just want to support her through Super Tuesday because I think she's the best candidate to win. Joe Biden, love the guy. I'll vote blue no matter who. Wasn't really impressed with him on the debate stage.
Thank you for voting.
Thank you.
Have a great day. I'll see you in November.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I've always liked Amy Klobuchar. I really liked her as a United States Senator, but I had thought that Joe Biden was he's always been my top choice. So Amy has done a good job nationally, but I really like her as my state senator, and that's really, I want her to stay there, really.
So as you can see, voters are still trying to decide exactly where they stand. I spoke to a grandmother and grandson who voted very differently. Grandmother voted for Biden and her grandson voted for Sanders. So people are really taking this seriously here. And unsurprisingly, Minnesota is actually a really important state. It's a state that Trump lost narrowly in 2016 and that Democrats need to win in 2020 in order for the general election. So while Minnesota may not have as many delegates as, say, Texas or California, whoever wins here will give us a pretty good indication of who will win in November, or who will do well in November. So we're curious to see how things turn out here, Libby. Back to you.
Great, thanks so much. Nicole Ellis reporting from Minnesota. Well, I am live with Jeremy Bowers. Great to see you in person, Jeremy. Okay, we hear so much about momentum, and voters are asking about who has momentum, but that can be sort of a soft concept, more of a feeling. What's the data behind this?
You know, Libby, this is a really good question, and it's something we've spent a lot of time thinking about. And so this software that Lenny's been working on, it's our model that allows us to look and see where we expect there to be votes for other candidates. One of the byproducts it produces is this really fantastic chart that shows us the flow of voters between candidates in 2016 and candidates in 2020. And that's the thing I'd like to show you tonight, is a little bit about how that voter flow worked in the state of South Carolina. So take a look here. You can see this chart, and it's the 2016 candidates over here on the left, right? And so we have Hillary Clinton here in the dark blue. We've got Bernie Sanders down here in the light blue, and then we've got these non-voters here in orange. These are people who just didn't vote in the South Carolina primary in 2016 for any reason. Now, over here on the far right side, we have our 2020 candidates. We've got that tiny little bit of non-voters up at the top, and then we have Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, and of course, Elizabeth Warren down here. Now, there are some trends that are immediately apparent from this, and those trends are very interesting. If you look, Bernie Sanders is pulling a chunk of his own votes from 2016 to 2020, and that's not surprising at all. If you were going to pick one candidate who could give votes to themselves from 2016 to 2020, you'd pick Bernie Sanders. But look down here, you can see that Pete Buttigieg is stealing votes from him and Elizabeth Warren as well. And now you look at the Clinton numbers, which basically are the establishment lane of our campaign, and you can see the massive swing to Joe Biden from these. None to Pete Buttigieg, almost none to people like Amy Klobuchar. And this is one of the reasons why Joe Biden did so well here in 2020, and something that he's going to be trying to work on doing in other states tonight.
Now, of course, this is South Carolina, and we don't have Buttigieg or Klobuchar in anymore. So I'll be interested to see where those Sanders votes that from 2016 might migrate to. I want to understand better who the non-voters are, though. Who are these people?
Absolutely. So those non-voters are folks who just didn't vote in 2016. They are, maybe they were people who were in a different party, the Republican Party, for example, or maybe they moved to the state recently, or maybe they were college students who were just under the age of 18 and so couldn't vote in 2016. And that you can see they make up a pretty large chunk of voters who voted in 2020, and you can see a big chunk of them ended up going to Joe Biden. And, you know, Bernie Sanders gets his own pretty interesting group, but you can see it's almost as large as the number of voters that he got from his own 2016 group. And that's pretty astonishing to us.
Okay, so when you look at this model of South Carolina and voter flow, how do you take from that and learn about tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one of the things that we're constantly watching for is to see how the lanes in the campaign have set up, right? So I mentioned it a little bit earlier. We have this sort of establishment lane that's represented by Hillary Clinton's vote. And then we have that really progressive lane that is Bernie Sanders. So going back to the chart for a second, you know, Sanders, we're watching unable to really convert on those votes. One of the reasons why he's unable to convert on that vote, because he's giving up some of them to Pete Buttigieg and he's giving up some of them to Elizabeth Warren. The longer Elizabeth Warren stays in the campaign, the more of that Sanders vote she's going to eat. Now, with Buttigieg out, there's almost no one left to grab these centrist votes that were going to Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden is going to get almost all of them, and then he's also getting a big chunk of non-voters. And that is a pretty interesting recipe if you want to do well.
Okay, and of course we'll see how Michael Bloomberg throws a wrench into this or not. Jeremy Bowers, thank you so much.
Hey, thanks a lot, Libby. It was really good to have you up here.
Thank you.
Now, Libby's not the only person that we're talking to tonight. We also have other folks like Lenny Bronner. Lenny, you built this thing. It's really great. Now, can you tell me a little bit about what we might expect to see in other states that are a lot like Virginia? Maybe, you know, do we see this in Virginia? Do we see it in North Carolina?
Yeah, so we're actually seeing something very similar happen in Virginia than we saw in South Carolina. So, you know, we're basically going to create something that's very similar to that. To answer Libby's question from before, to see where those voters that are going from, that went from Bernie Sanders to Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar, it kind of looks like Joe Biden is getting those, which is particularly interesting. He seems to, at the moment, you know, these are preliminary estimates, but he's getting something between 7 and 8% of the vote that Bernie Sanders had gotten in 2016.
That's pretty outstanding. All right, we're approaching the top of the hour, and we are going to have more results for you as the night goes in. Now, I want you to know that as those results come in, we're going to be getting you things like vote updates, we're going to be getting you race calls, and of course, throughout the night, we're going to be getting you more stuff from our model. Places where the polls haven't even closed yet, like Alabama, North Carolina, and then later in the night, we're going to have things like Oklahoma for you, and then maybe, Lord willing, we'll have some Texas votes as well. But until then, I'd like to send you home. You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post.
I'm Lillian Cunningham. I've worked at the Post for almost a decade, and I'm the creator and host of the Presidential Podcast. As governor of Arkansas in 1988, Bill Clinton was one of the architects of this idea of Super Tuesday, when a bunch of states, particularly southern states, all decided to hold their primaries on the same day in order to influence the nominating process. It didn't exactly work in '88, but it did have a lot of success in 1992 when Bill Clinton himself was running for president. He'd performed poorly in the Iowa caucuses. He had done a lot better in the New Hampshire primary, but it was Super Tuesday when a bunch of southern states voted, when Bill Clinton really sort of emerged to lead the pack and to cement his path toward the nomination by sweeping up a ton of delegates early on from these southern states.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together, represents all elements of the party.
You're looking at downtown Houston, Texas. Polls are now closing there, and with 228 pledged delegates up for grabs, it's one of the biggest prizes of the night. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. It's now 8 o'clock here on the East Coast. More states are closing their polls, and we can make 2 more race calls. The Washington Post is projecting that Joe Biden will win North Carolina. This is based on early exit poll results. And the Washington Post is also projecting that Joe Biden will win Alabama. At this hour, in addition to Texas, polls are closing in Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. We should get more results pretty soon on quite a few of those states. Now let's take a moment to recap some of the biggest headlines so far of the night. The Washington Post projecting Joe Biden to win Virginia and the other states we mentioned, Bernie Sanders to win Vermont. Meanwhile, in Tennessee, voting was extended due to tornado damage in the area. And for the very latest on where things stand on this Super Tuesday, let's send it back to the Post. Jeremy Bowers with the Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, a good night so far for Joe Biden, and you've been digging more closely into the numbers. So what are you seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Joe Biden has been doing surprisingly well, and in places where we expected him to do well. But the things that are happening in those places where we expected him to do well is that he's building really big leads, leads that we certainly weren't expecting based on things like recent polls. We're seeing today's early exit poll numbers showing just overwhelming amounts of support for Biden in places like Virginia and in places like Alabama and in North Carolina, where we were able to call those races so early. And one of the reasons why we could do that is because those early exit polls are showing him very strong. Now, there are other places where Bernie Sanders has an opportunity to show more support tonight. It happens to be the case that a lot of these early southern states were going to be strong Biden areas, and he was already polling really well there. And so the narrative of the night right now looks like a big, strong Biden. He's doing pretty well, but there's a lot of room for Sanders to do well in places that haven't closed yet. Recent polling showed them neck and neck in the state of Texas. We have other places like Oklahoma where there are going to be more Sanders strengths. And so those are the kinds of places where we're watching for more live votes. And as we get them, we're going to bring them to you. Libby?
All right, Jeremy, thank you. Now, it's been fascinating so far, of course, to see what's happened, but what else is grabbing your attention looking forward?
One of the things that we're watching is the state of Texas. Now, it's really big, and that's not the only thing that's great about Texas. It also has a ton of delegates, and unlike California, they're going to report an awful lot of those tonight while we're watching. And so this will be a real opportunity for us to see if one or two of these strategies that have been playing out for the two candidates, Biden and Sanders, plays out really well in Texas. Now, another thing that we'll be watching is the impact of Michael Bloomberg. It hasn't really affected Biden in the southern states, but in places like Texas, the Bloomberg campaign might be siphoning some of those votes away, grabbing them from the more establishment lane. And so along with Lenny Bronner here, we're going to have our model running, and we're going to look and see as much insight as we can get you. We're going to bring it to you, Libby.
All right, great. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Well, I'd like to welcome my guests this hour, national political reporter James Hohmann and senior political reporter Aaron Blake with The Fix. Thank you so much to both of you for being here. Aaron, welcome to the set. What are your takeaways on how Joe Biden's night is going so far?
Well, obviously it's still very early, but it couldn't have started much better for him. We're still waiting for many of the results to come in from Virginia and North Carolina. Those are the two big early prizes. But the fact that they were called basically immediately after the polls closed, very early on, suggests that the margins there are going to be big. The margin matters because that means more delegates for Joe Biden. It also suggests that, we're going to have a lot of southern states creeping into this process as the night goes on. If he's doing really well in Virginia, North Carolina especially, that portends good things for him. Now, the question from there is, how much does that transfer to the rest of the country? As we get later in the night, we're going to see some states that were pretty good for Bernie Sanders in 2016. Minnesota, Colorado, Utah. California is looking like a good state for him, at least according to the most recent polls. So even if Joe Biden does build a big early delegate lead tonight, it's possible that that is going to be chipped away at the end of the night based upon the kind of states that are going to be called later on.
So basically, James, if you go to bed at 8:30 Eastern tonight, you will not have a full picture of how Super Tuesday is going.
But that's absolutely correct. The North Carolina win is a big win for Biden. That was a state Bernie Sanders thought he could win. The crowd clearly deflated at Sanders' headquarters when they found out North Carolina didn't happen. Polls had showed him ahead. He had campaigned hard there over the last 10 days. It's sort of as a state where he should have been able to cobble together a coalition.
Explain that more for us. Why were you watching this so closely?
North Carolina is one of the, it's one of the 10 largest states by population in the country, but it has a very, the research triangle in the area around Charlotte has kind of suburbs where Democrats made big gains in the 2018 midterms. It also has a sizable African-American population. It has a big coastal area. And then in the west, you kind of have Asheville, which is, liberal on the Democratic side, hippie, vote that an Asheville area was kind of should be strong for Sanders or Warren. And so this was a state that if Sanders is going to kind of expand his base and show that he's really on a path to the nomination, he needs to be more competitive than he's being right now. And so that's why I think it absolutely is important, and I think we need to keep saying the caveat. Let's see what the states in the West do. Let's see what Colorado does. But North Carolina, a big win for Joe Biden.
Another key point on that, I mentioned North Carolina and Virginia being called very early and apparently showing very big margins for Joe Biden right now. Just a couple of weeks ago, Bernie Sanders was knocking at the door in both of these states. There was a poll after New Hampshire that showed Sanders tied, another one that showed him up 9 in Virginia. North Carolina, after the New Hampshire primary, 7 of the next 8 polls in North Carolina had Bernie Sanders either tied or with a small lead in North Carolina. So these were looking like states that might suddenly put Bernie Sanders over the top and suddenly give him this, we were talking about an insurmountable delegate lead possible for him after Super Tuesday and some of these next couple of weeks here. The fact that these now have apparently swung extremely hard for Joe Biden, even harder than some of the polls that we saw, just like in South Carolina, suggests that there has been a very significant shift in this race just in the last few days here.
We were talking earlier about early voters and whether or not they would impact a lot of these states that might see some momentum, might see some movement at the very last minute, especially with Buttigieg and Klobuchar dropping out, that moderate lane.
Yeah, and that's something that will undoubtedly help Sanders to some degree. At the same time, about half of voters, I think in Virginia, said that they decided in the last few days here. That's a similar number to what we saw in New Hampshire, but in New Hampshire, those last-minute voters clearly swung in Bernie Sanders' favor. To the extent that people were deciding in the last few days of this race, that is going to swing in Joe Biden's favor because he is the one that was coming on kind of late in this race, whereas Sanders was the established frontrunner at one point. So keep an eye on those late deciders, and if they keep showing up big in some of these states, that's big for Biden.
We were talking about momentum with Jeremy, and it's so interesting to watch and track how momentum looks from a data perspective, but how does momentum look from an on-the-ground perspective?
You feel it. You really feel it, and you feel it in the rallies, but you also feel it when you're talking to voters. People are paying attention to this stuff, and there were a lot of people who, the number of voters in a state like Texas, second biggest prize of the night, where it really could go either way. the number of voters in the NBC poll that came out on Sunday who were undecided was more than 1 in 4. And most of those 1 in 4, it's not because they weren't studying the issues, it was because they, in many cases, weren't comfortable with Sanders but didn't know who was best to stop Sanders after Biden did so poorly in the first couple states. Maybe they like Elizabeth Warren, but they don't know if Elizabeth Warren's viable. And so all of a sudden, I think a lot of those people, and our exit polls show this, the late deciders, of which there were many, breaking toward Biden. And it's, I talked to a woman at a Warren rally in Houston on Saturday who was saying that she was texting all day with her friends, all over the country about what they should do. And Biden was not her first choice, but she was worried about Sanders because she's a physician and she opposes Medicare for all, and she's a Democrat. And so she was kind of like, okay, I think maybe I have to vote for Biden. So that's how momentum kind of works.
You know, so frustrating to Elizabeth Warren and her supporters. As we saw her speech tonight, we were diving into it just as she was saying, if you vote for me and your sister votes for me and your neighbor, don't keep taking the temperature of everybody else. Right. Vote with your heart. Vote for the person you actually want to see move forward. But there has been a lot of temperature taking of people around you.
Yeah, and she's always had a tough time kind of getting out of that third place mode in this race. There was a time early on when she really caught on and had some good debates and seemed to be on people's radars, and then she kind of fell off, hasn't been able to kind of recapture that magic. One thing that I think is interesting from the exit polls, the national exit polls that take in all these Super Tuesday states today, about half of people said that they thought Joe Biden is the most electable in the general election versus only about 2 in 10 for Bernie Sanders. That number is what we saw early in this race when Joe Biden was the front runner in this race. People said overwhelmingly, a majority of people, generally speaking, said Joe Biden is the one that can beat Donald Trump in this race. And as he fell off, that number shrunk along with his total vote share. People started to warm to the idea that Bernie Sanders could potentially be electable. Maybe some of these other candidates were electable. The fact that he had such a big advantage on that measure in these exit polls suggests, one, that he is going to get a lot of those votes, but also that this notion of electability may have changed pretty significantly in the last few days here.
Well, let's head out to the West Coast to check in with the Post's Rhonda Colvin, who's covering the Biden campaign in Los Angeles. Rhonda, so good to see you. Tell us about things there.
Good to see you too, Libby, or hear from you rather. We are here in LA and at a recreation center. And fun fact, it is off Obama Highway here in LA. Right now, things have not started. They're just doing mic checks. There are a few people in line who will be entering soon to start this party. So things are only just beginning here in California for Joe Biden. And the fact that he chose California, that's been an interesting choice to spend his Super Tuesday night. He has not done a lot of campaigning here in the last few months. In fact, he only has one field office here in East Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Bernie Sanders has about 22 to cover the state. So he hasn't really had a major presence here. But that momentum that we've been talking about has been felt. We talked to voters this morning at polling sites. Many of them said in the last few days they decided to go with him. So I want to play a clip right now of 2 voters we spoke to. One was a lifelong Democrat. She said that she has always been a Democrat. The other person we spoke to was a man who said he formerly was a Republican, but this time around he wants to vote Democrat. So listen to what they have to say.
When I look at Biden, some of the things that he is saying I'm more in line with than some of the other candidates. I was interested in one of the candidates that bowed out, but he just didn't have the votes, the following. But when I look at who the other choices out there, Biden is more aligned in what I'm looking for. I was never really a huge Obama fan with some of his policies, but I think Biden's policies I'm more interested in, and given the way the U.S. is going and the world and all that, I want someone who I feel is honest and not really lying to us.
I'm not a big Bernie supporter. I think Trump has ruined so many things in the country that it's going to take time to fix all of that. So how do we become a socialist country and everything is free for everybody? I just think we have to focus on getting back to where we were before Trump came in.
Were you always a Biden supporter, or have recently changed your mind?
It came upon me about 4 days ago, and I just felt comfortable.
So that last woman we spoke to, she told us she was getting very emotional actually when she spoke to us, and she said this election is so important to her. And that's what we've heard from a lot of California voters this morning, that they know their role in Super Tuesday. They know that this is the state with the most delegates and the most at stake right now. So a lot of them impressed that upon us. And among the topics and the issues that a lot of people told us they care about is, of course, health care. And we know that Vice President Biden has a background with the ACA. Also, his handling of foreign affairs, his capability to handle trade and a China deal. A lot of people were thinking about that as well today. So that's what we're hearing here on the ground in California.
Yeah, Rhonda, you also cover Capitol Hill back here in D.C. So what can you tell us about Biden's congressional endorsements and what they might signal?
Yeah, that's right. Biden has about 60 in total House and Senate members who have come out and endorsed him. Just last week, when I was on the Hill for a little bit and I talked to some sources in the House, they said a lot of House Democrats don't want to endorse anyone right now. They want to see what happens in the next few weeks. But in the last 48 hours, several more House members and senators have come out for Vice President Biden. And I spoke with Majority Whip Jim Clyburn today. He told me the reason he thinks that is because everyone has history with Joe Biden. His name is on a lot of significant legislation, and they feel very comfortable with him. Meanwhile, Bernie Sanders, who is a sitting member of the Senate, he only has less than 10 endorsements from Congress. So that's pretty important. That also may play a role if we ever get to a contested or brokered convention. Members of Congress will serve as those superdelegates, those undeclared superdelegates. So they've had briefings on the Hill last week. Speaker Pelosi called one to discuss their role. So seeing all of them coalesce around Biden may turn out to be very, very important. Libby?
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. Rhonda's with the Biden campaign out in sunny Los Angeles. Thank you. Let's talk about that Clyburn endorsement. James, how powerful was that? I mean, I think the conventional wisdom has been that endorsements don't go as far as one might hope if you've got some endorsements lined up.
Yeah. And we asked in our exit polling how important was the Clyburn endorsement. More than half of South Carolina voters said it was very important to their decision, which is stunning.
Huge, yeah.
You know, there was an old political science term that said the party decides, and for the first couple weeks it seemed like the party was not in control of this process, and you know there was a collective action problem. Many were very uncomfortable with Bernie Sanders, but couldn't agree on who to stop him, especially after Biden stumbled. But I think the story of the last 72 hours is the party still can decide an awful lot. And you asked about kind of the feeling of momentum. At the voter level we talked about, it also applies at the politician level. There's a lot of elected leaders, members of Congress. You know, they're buddies. They hang out in the cloakroom with each other. State legislators, mayors, they're all in touch. They kind of are run in the same circles. And so there's always in these elections historically kind of a bandwagon effect where you want to jump on the bandwagon. You don't want to be late to the party. We saw that a little bit yesterday when you saw Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg seemingly racing in the air to fly to Dallas to endorse Joe Biden first. You know, even someone like in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, Congresswoman, former CIA officer, defeated a Republican, Dave Bratt, the old Eric Cantor seat in the suburbs of Richmond. She has kind of spoken critically of Sanders, but has been careful not to antagonize his supporters. She's going to face a really tough race. It's a district President Trump actually won by double digits in 2016. So she tweeted yesterday after Klobuchar dropped out that she had voted early for Klobuchar. And then tonight, after Virginia was called for Biden, she put out a press release endorsing Biden. And I think, you know, that's what momentum feels like. You know, and Abigail Spanberger would deny that she's part of the party establishment. She would say, I never held elected office before 2018. But, you know, that's the kind of the crowd of people that are kind of see Biden as their hope. And, you know, the kind of people who are going to be on the ballot themselves, who don't want to campaign with Bernie Sanders this fall or have to avoid him.
I will be interested to see if the Clyburn endorsement resonates in North Carolina as well, if voters outside of South Carolina also felt the weight of that.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it delivered, or at least helped deliver a very important state that gave at least the appearance of momentum, if not actual momentum in this race. I don't know how many voters in North Carolina know who Jim Clyburn is necessarily, but They saw probably what happened on Saturday night in South Carolina. They've seen the news coverage that says Joe Biden, once left for dead, is suddenly back in this race. And maybe they suddenly say, I kind of liked that guy before, and now he's kind of the guy who could really win the race. He's not Bernie Sanders if I don't necessarily like Bernie Sanders. And then you see some of these other candidates getting out of the race that maybe are more in the mold of potential Biden voters.
Something else that happened in South Carolina was that Joe Biden sounded more focused, he sounded more intentional, he sounded more fierce. It felt like it was coming together in a way that it just had not been prior to that. Give us your take on that,
Joe
Aaron.
Biden is pretty good on the stump. He's better, even than that, at town halls in situations where he can emote and kind of, feel your pain, the old Bill Clinton expression. The more he can kind of craft his message and be who he is, the better. Debates do not generally suit Joe Biden very well, and he's probably lucky that the next one isn't for another couple of weeks here, because that could be something that maybe would give people some pause about exactly what's happening right now. So I think he has been better on the stump. Still had some stumbles, certainly. They're going to keep happening because they've always happened with Joe Biden. I think there is a real premium now, though, on keeping that going and really avoiding one of those really bad moments.
But you just compared that with Bernie Sanders, who is so consistent with his message. And we heard from Joyce Koh earlier that was something that supporters she's talking to really like, that consistency, that sort of that solid track record of standing by his word. He has, of course, had controversial remarks that have raised some eyebrows of his own in the past couple of weeks, but very different styles as they look to the next steps.
Yeah, they're very different kinds of politicians who have very different views of what politics is about. And Biden has tried to make that more explicit. Joe Biden wants this to be a Sanders-Biden race. He would, I think both sides are kind of girding for that. And, the line that Biden has taken to saying in every rally now is, people don't want a revolution. People want, evolution. People want things to get better, but they're not looking for a revolution. And Sanders does want a revolution. That's what he's calling for.
Well, let's hear more about that from Joyce Koh, who is with the Sanders campaign. Joyce.
Hey, Libby, back here at the Sanders Watch Party. I'm here with Sean Sullivan, who's a political reporter for us. He's been covering Sanders since day one. Sean, you've been traveling around with Sanders a lot. What is the significance of him being here home in Vermont today?
Well, this is where his political career began. In fact, I think it was 39 years ago tonight, exactly, that he won as an underdog in a race for mayor. So he's coming back to the state where he built his political career, built his profile. We've already seen a call here in Vermont. He's won the state according to these projections. The question for him is, how is he doing elsewhere across the country? I think he wanted to come here tonight and project confidence and, from his perspective, have some big victories. But it looks so far like we have a lot of races left to go, and Joe Biden looks like he has the early advantage, at least in the early states that we've seen so far tonight.
We saw a lot of momentum for Sanders going into the primaries in South Carolina. How has anything changed for him in terms of his campaign after that second place finish, a pretty steep second place finish to Joe Biden?
Yeah, it was a pretty big victory for Joe Biden. Going into that, he was favored to win, at least according to some polls, but I don't think anybody really saw that margin that he carried. Of course, Sanders had momentum coming out of Nevada. He won across a bunch of different demographic groups. He was not able to translate to that in South Carolina. He was not able to do well among African American voters. I was with Sanders in South Carolina. His audiences were very, very white. He was not attracting non-white voters. He was not really attracting African American voters. And now we're seeing some of that momentum, at least in some other southern states, continue for Joe Biden. So the question from here is, what does Sanders do to try to win non-white voters? What does he do to try to win African American voters?
What have things been like after the Klobuchar and Buttigieg endorsement of Joe Biden? What was the campaign? Did they give any reaction to that afterwards?
Yeah, it was interesting. His last event last night in Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar's home state, you heard Senator Sanders say, I welcome the supporters of Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg into my campaign. But then right after that, you heard him criticize Joe Biden, who, of course, is the candidate that Klobuchar and Buttigieg endorsed. So he's sort of trying to balance those two things. We'll see tonight how many voters from the Klobuchar camps, from the Buttigieg camps, ended up going to candidates who were not Joe Biden because they endorsed them. But Sanders clearly tried to make an effort to try to win some of their supporters. We'll see how much luck he had.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Sean. We will continue to bring you updates here from the Sanders headquarter watch party. And right now there's a very loud band playing, so I will send it back to you in the studio, Libby.
Great, thanks so much, Joyce. So music and energy are a hallmark of the Sanders rallies. I mean, he's gathering thousands of people together, but there is the issue of just who's turning out, especially in the recent weeks. Let's talk about this coalition that Bernie Sanders has been working so hard to build, James.
Yeah, so he really has made an effort to make inroads with African Americans, and he has made progress, but not enough. So in South Carolina, there was a time when Biden was stumbling after Iowa and New Hampshire, where the Sanders campaign, suddenly they were very careful about saying it, but they were kind of like, maybe we could win South Carolina, which would have been huge. If Bernie got the most votes in the first 4 states, he would have been unstoppable. Or it would have been very different tonight. Biden would sort of have probably had to drop out if he didn't win South Carolina. And so he has made progress with African Americans, but not enough. That and this bedeviled him in 2016. Hillary Clinton on Super Tuesday in 2016, we called it the SEC primary, like the Southeastern Conference in football, because the primaries 4 years ago were all concentrated in the South, and so heavily African American electorates, and those all worked to Clinton's advantage, and he just couldn't, he lost by 50 points in South Carolina. He just couldn't make inroads, and so it wasn't as bad. We spent the last couple months talking about Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren and how they haven't been able to appeal to African Americans. But the fact that Sanders can't get more than 2 in 10 black voters in some of these states just shows how hard it is for him to expand his coalition. And he's also, especially among older African Americans, he's just getting demolished in the exit polls in South Carolina and again tonight.
Yeah, and to that point, if you looked at if you charted the black population of each state as it voted in 2016, you would basically be able to predict the results of those primaries, Clinton versus Sanders. The other key demographic that I want to spotlight here, according to the exit polls right now, only about 1 in 8 voters right now are between the ages of 18 and 29 years old. About 2/3, almost 2/3, according to preliminary exit polls, are 45 plus. About 3 in 10 are 65 plus. This is a significantly old electorate. It is not the kind of electorate that Bernie Sanders wants to see. It's not really the kind of electorate that he promised. This is him talking about getting young people into the process. So it's kind of a double blow here to the extent that this keeps on going in Biden's direction, because not only is Bernie Sanders apparently going to lose many of these states tonight, according to what we're seeing right now, but he's not. The central message here that he can expand the Democratic electorate and bring out new voters really just isn't happening according to these exit polls.
How important were the endorsements that Joe Biden got yesterday from the rivals, right? From Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg, who you couldn't really imagine having a kumbaya moment over just about anything, but there they were, both supporting the same guy. Also Beto O'Rourke, going out to dinner with Beto O'Rourke afterwards for a burger. I mean, what does that say both in terms of the Democratic Party, but also how does it translate to voters?
So Klobuchar didn't have a huge slice of the national polls. So the idea that her endorsement is necessarily going to help in many of these states, we'll see. Obviously, Minnesota is one state where that could really be the case. Bernie Sanders was threatening to beat her in Minnesota. If Biden can somehow leapfrog Sanders and win Minnesota, which is a state that Bernie Sanders won 4 years ago, that would be big. I'm not sure how much Beto O'Rourke's endorsement means to voters of Texas. He was obviously a very popular Senate candidate for Democrats there a number of years ago. But if Biden somehow has a really good night in Texas, if he can win the state, which Sanders has led in the most polls there, I'm sure Beto O'Rourke would be happy to claim some credit for that, and maybe he is entitled to that. So, these things might matter on the margins, but otherwise, I think we're generally just seeing kind of the shifting momentum of this race right now.
All right, Aaron, James, thank you so much. Stick with us. Live coverage of Super Tuesday from the newsroom of The Washington Post continues in just a moment.
Hi, I'm David Byler. I'm a political columnist and data analyst at the Post Opinion section. Let's talk about the path forward after Super Tuesday. Unless Bernie Sanders scores a truly shockingly large win tonight, some of his competitors are likely to trudge on and try to keep him from getting the nomination, or maybe even pull him to the delegate lead and win the nomination themselves. So there are two major primary days left in the month of March. The first is March 10th. On that day, Michigan and a smattering of other states will vote, and a total of 352 delegates are going to be allotted. On March 17th, there are some powerhouse states that are voting: Ohio, Illinois, Arizona, and Florida. Those are the two big ones, aside from Super Tuesday, that will test whether campaigns can scale up, whether they can build a large operation, build a large coalition of voters, and end up accruing the delegates they need. By the end of March, candidates will have competed in a wide array of states across the country, and over 2,500 delegates will have been divvied up between the various candidates. That's a huge number. There's less than 4,000 total delegates in this entire primary. So if a candidate builds up a big lead in March, it's going to be very hard for any other candidate to catch up with them and get a plurality or even a majority of delegates. The next big day on the calendar is April 28th, the Acela primary. On that day, Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, New York, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania will all vote. There's sort of a mix of states that vote before and after that. Most notably, New Jersey votes on June the 2nd. But the Acela primary is the last day that candidates have a real chance to accrue a lot of delegates at once and catch the leader or build a majority themselves before the convention in Milwaukee in July.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together, represents all elements of the party.
Welcome back to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Mike Bloomberg is speaking now in West Palm Beach, so let's go there.
Enthusiasm they don't lack. All across America, I've been talking with voters, and my message is simple. I am running to beat Donald Trump. And to start rebuilding our country and to start getting things done. And I mean big, important things like stopping gun violence and fighting climate change and finally achieving affordable health coverage for all Americans. This is a campaign for change, a campaign for sanity, for honesty, a campaign for inclusion, compassion, competence, and a campaign for human decency. And this is a campaign to bring our country back together and put the United back in the United States of America. That's the message I've been delivering not only to Democrats, but also to swing voters who will actually decide who will be our next president. And tonight we proved something very important. We proved we can win the voters who will decide the general election. And isn't that what this is all about? Now, while my fellow candidates spent a whole year focusing on the first 4 states, I was out campaigning against Donald Trump in the states where the election will actually be decided, like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pittsburgh and Ohio and North Carolina and, of course, Florida. President Obama proved that a Democrat can win all of those states, but in 2016, we lost them all. Well, I'm running to win them back. And together, we're going to get it done. Now, we all know Trump's strategy: attack Democrats, make their plans look unrealistic, unaffordable, and undoable. That won't work against us. Our plans are sensible, workable, and achievable, and we have the record and the resources to defeat Trump in swing states the Democrats lost in 2016, like Florida. I know we can do it, and you know who else knows it? Donald Trump. And that's why he keeps attacking us on Twitter. Today, he sent a tweet out urging people not to vote for us. Gee, I wonder why. Clearly, Trump is scared stiff of facing us, and for good reason. In every campaign I ran for mayor, we built a broad coalition that brought Democrats and independents and moderate Republicans together. Donald Trump the other day called me short. I said, Donald, where I come from, we measure people from the neck up. That's how we're going to beat Donald Trump. I believe we need a leader who is ready to be commander-in-chief, not college debater-in-chief. So if you want someone who talks turkey and who has a record of accomplishment on all the big issues facing our country and who has the resources to beat Trump, I'm your guy. And while Trump tweets, I follow facts, respect data, and tell the truth. My whole career, I have been a doer. And I believe we need less talk, less partisanship, less division, less tweeting. In fact, how about no tweeting from the Oval Office ever again? Now, you've all heard our campaign slogan, Mike will get it done. Well, let me tell you what the it is. It means winning this November and sending Donald Trump back to Mar-a-Lago permanently. But that's just the beginning, because getting it done means finally providing health insurance to every American who lacks it. Getting it done means passing common sense gun safety laws that protect our children and communities. Getting it done means making America a global leader in the fight against climate change. Getting it done means creating good jobs with higher wages. Getting it done means addressing discrimination and inequality. Getting it done means creating a path to citizenship and finally fixing our broken immigration system. And getting it done means protecting a woman's right to choose. Our campaign is a fight for America's ideals and values. It's a fight to build a better future for everyone, not to bring back a past that left so many out. It's a fight we cannot afford to lose. So I need your help and I need your vote. And when you talk to your friends and families, thank you, just tell them. If you want quality health insurance for everyone, not just empty promises, if you want to combat inequality with fairer taxes and better jobs, if you support my commitment to public education, no matter what zip code you live in, if you share my belief for opportunity for all and not just for a few, if you are ready to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, and if you are ready to clean out the Oval Office and get things done, then welcome to Bloomberg 2020. Thank you.
All right, Michael Bloomberg addressing supporters in Florida. Well, it's after 8:30 here on the East Coast. There's a lot of news happening on this Super Tuesday, including a number of states we've already projected winners for. Let's run through what we know right now. We project that Joe Biden will win North Carolina with 110 delegates at stake. Our call is based on exit poll results. We can also project that Joe Biden will win Alabama with 52 delegates at stake. That's another call based on exit poll results. Earlier tonight, we projected Joe Biden winning Virginia with 99 delegates at stake. Bernie Sanders is doing well in his home state of Vermont tonight, where he is projected to win, and Vermont has 16 delegates at stake. Well, at this hour, polls in Arkansas are closed. That state has 31 pledged delegates up for grabs, and polls in Colorado and Minnesota will close in under a half hour. Let's check in now with our Election Insights team, led by the Post's Jeremy Bowers. So, Jeremy, busy couple days leading up to this Super Tuesday. So how could the latest campaign dropouts and movement impact tonight?
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. You know, we're seeing that there have been a lot of really interesting things happening on this board tonight, and it's a very blue board, which means it's a pretty good night for Joe Biden so far. But the question you asked specifically was, what about dropouts? And that's a really good question. Now, you're going to see that in the delegate count. If we're just looking at raw delegates, there are still folks that are out there who are out of the race, but who are third place in delegates. That's Pete Buttigieg here in the green. He's not going to show up anywhere on this map except in Iowa, but he's still on he's one of our delegate leaders. He's got 6 of them, and that puts him squarely in third place. It won't be until later tonight that we're able to move him down and out. Now, it's also possible that folks like Buttigieg or Klobuchar are going to win votes in places like California or Minnesota, where there was an early vote and people could have voted before they had a chance to drop out of the race. But that's one of the things we'll be keeping an eye on. But look at this. We have an awful lot of real results to show you tonight. Now, the first thing I want to say is we're seeing results in places like Maine, right? And Joe Biden is doing well here, which is really surprising to us. This is Northeast state where we expected to see Bernie Sanders do well. You can see here Biden in the blue is winning in several of these areas that we expected to see Sanders do particularly well, though this race is still very close. Now, we're watching and seeing that Bloomberg and Warren are below our delegate threshold, so these are places where we're not going to see folks pick up additional delegates. Also, I'd like to be able to talk to you a little bit about Arkansas. Now, this is one of those southern states where we expected Joe Biden to do well, and he is doing well, although there's only 10 votes in this state. You know, this is one of the places where we're going to watch and see how well Biden does in some of the larger areas, places like Fort Smith, where maybe we expect Bernie Sanders to do a little bit better. Throughout the night, we're going to have more of those. Other things we're going to have for you throughout the night, insights from the Post's Lenny Bronner. Now, Lenny, you've been watching our model and giving us little bits of updates about what's going on under the hood. Anything in North Carolina or Virginia that's hopping out to you now that we have enough votes for the model to begin doing its work?
Yeah, so one of the things about Virginia, which seems really interesting, is that turnout there just seems a lot higher than it was in 2016. In fact, especially if you look at like some suburban counties, it looks like Joe Biden is getting as many votes in some of these suburban counties as Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders got together in 2016, which is quite amazing. North Carolina, it's still quite early. The model has run. We have some predictions, but I wouldn't really put too much stock in them at the moment. That being said, from these early results, North Carolina does look quite similar to Virginia in terms of how it'll play out for the rest of the night.
This is a fascinating development for us because, again, while we expected Biden to do well in these states, we maybe didn't expect him to do quite as well as he is. And remember, the Democratic races, these are proportional representation, which is to say the more votes that someone can pick up in these states, the more delegates that they can take home. And in places where they can deny their competitors getting above that 15% threshold, then that's a place where a competitor doesn't take a delegate, and then we get to split that delegate into a much smaller pool of people. Anyhow, those are the kinds of updates we have for you tonight, Libby.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Appreciate it. I'd like to welcome my guests at this hour, national political reporters James Hohmann and Dave Weigel. Thank you so much. Dave, what are you watching tonight? What's standing out to you so far?
Well, the one candidate in this race we have a baseline for is Bernie Sanders, and for a long time, if you pointed out Bernie's not getting the numbers he got in 2016, people would say, of course he's not, there are more candidates. And what we've seen tonight is that he's not adding anything as moderate candidates drop out, as other candidates drop out of the race. They have all moved to other candidates. I've seen some people complaining online, well, he'd be doing better if Elizabeth Warren wasn't in the race. Biden arguably would be doing a lot better if Bloomberg wasn't in the race. So it's not clear. What is clear is that the Sanders coalition at this point in 2016 was a lot of liberal active voters who liked him, some people who agreed with him but wanted to send a message, and some people who just hated Hillary Clinton. And all the people who hate Hillary Clinton, if they didn't already leave the party, they're voting for somebody else right now. So watching that, and in terms of the delegate count, watching Warren hit it in some affluent areas, but nowhere else, having trouble in Massachusetts. It's really that race at the top. I think the Sanders people were so focused on California, and so, I think, unwilling to believe that Biden could put together Hillary-style numbers of black voters, that they might fall into literally the same trap they did in 2016, except worse, because a lot of people who hated Hillary Clinton do not hate Joe Biden.
I want you to reflect on that, James.
Dave's brilliant.
Yes,
that's absolutely correct, and it is. He's not. The young people aren't showing up. The electorate's older. He hit a brick wall in 2016 with black voters. He's hitting that brick wall again. The establishment is striking back. To Dave's point, I just came back from Oklahoma. That's going to be an interesting state where those are the people who, Bernie Sanders won Oklahoma by 10 points because a lot of those Democrats hated Hillary Clinton, not because they loved Bernie Sanders. And so where are they going to go now? Are they going to go to Joe Biden, who they see as more palatable? Is Mike Bloomberg going to make inroads with that group? And I do think that the Sanders campaign was focused on the two big prizes. They've invested so much in Texas and California, and that could end up paying off. They've been kind of very strategic about it. Bernie, because he had enough fundraising, was able to afford charters to, every time he would go to Nevada, he was able to tack on an event in California in sort of a targeted area in ways Biden wasn't. He maybe locked in a lot of early votes. This could still end up, the narrative could shift a little bit if Sanders does well in Texas and California. Minnesota is another one where we're going to be able to get a sense of just what you're talking about. But the fact that just Sanders doesn't sell well in the South is a problem for him. The Democratic Party over the last few years has been evolving sort of as part of this realignment. Sanders is saying he can win in the industrial Midwest. We'll get a big test of that next week in Michigan, where he upset Clinton 4 years ago. But states in the kind of the emerging American electorate, Sanders has struggled in. One of the things we asked in our exit poll today was about socialism. Like, what's your favorable, unfavorable on socialism? The favorable numbers were pretty high in the Northeast, in Minnesota even, but in the South, way underwater. Very kind of like toxic views of democratic socialism.
With Democratic voters.
These are with Democratic primary
left-wing.
voters. These aren't, this isn't Trump supporters.
Yeah.
And so that, I think, speaks to Sanders' broader challenge of putting together a coalition that can win the Democratic nomination.
Dave, you were in South Carolina last week, and then you headed over to Arkansas. The polls just closed there a little while ago. What was your read on Arkansas?
I had a similar experience to James. Fewer candidates dropping out while I was there, but that Mike Bloomberg had by far the biggest operation. He had 3 campaign offices. He had 3 launch centers. Joe Biden had basically nothing. Elizabeth Warren was physically there and had a big rally there, but there was not much evidence that Bloomberg had converted some voters with this campaign, not evidence that he was overwhelming it. And that is a state. It's honestly the reason it was attractive to Bloomberg folks is that this is the first time it's had a competitive primary without a Clinton running. Hillary Clinton just won it outright easily in 2008 and 2016. There was no favorite this time, and Sanders seems to be doing very, very early. There's not much exit poll. There's no exit polling really, but I detected there that there wasn't any groundswell for Sanders. I point out in my story that Bloomberg had an office in downtown Little Rock, 2 stories tall, tons of merchandise. Sanders was working out of a community center a couple blocks away with a door that didn't work the day I was there. I mean, not that I was being locked out. They were trying to let me in and the door wouldn't work. So he did not have as extensive organization he had in other states, and what you're seeing tonight with Biden's strength in some very dramatic ways. There are states like Alabama where he did not visit, or he visited some over the weekend, I should say. Or like Oklahoma, he did not visit, he did not have a campaign office, did not have a history of winning there, and just all these Democratic voters we're talking about came out and said, I heard that he's the one who can win, I know him from the Obama years, fine. I'm going to vote for him.
You know, before we move on, I will point out, James, your reporting from Oklahoma showed there were a lot of Bernie Sanders volunteers getting out the vote, knocking on doors, like pounding the pavement as loyal supporters for him. So we'll see if that loyalty and momentum is big enough. Well, let's check in now with our colleague Lee Powell, who's with the Bloomberg campaign in West Palm Beach. Lee, I see you're joined there by our colleague Michael Shearer. Good to see you both. So what's the scene there like after Bloomberg spoke?
Well, good evening again, Libby, from West Palm Beach, Florida. I am here with Michael Shearer, national political reporter with the Washington Post. Michael Bloomberg has just finished speaking, left the stage. Michael has been with the campaign with Mike Bloomberg for some time now. Tell us about today, where you've been.
Well, so he came down to Florida last night from some stops in Northern Virginia. He went to Miami, to Little Havana to appeal to the Cuban community, then to Orlando and here to West Palm. The important thing about this is Florida doesn't vote for another 2 weeks. He was really trying to look ahead into the future beyond Super Tuesday. I think they saw the writing on the wall that they weren't going to perform like they wanted to tonight.
So I guess the big question in the room is where does this campaign go from here after Super Tuesday, after tonight?
Well, so what Kevin Sheekey, the campaign manager, said just about an hour ago is that after any election, they're going to look at the results and reassess where they are in the race. That's a different message from what you heard Bloomberg say on stage there and what he was saying today as he traveled around Florida. He was very determined to send the message that he was in it to win it. He was not getting out. He was not going to be cowed by other Democrats calling on him to leave the race. But he's going to face a really hard time staying in at this point. His own staff has set the bar with a memo they released a couple weeks ago, which basically laid out why it is almost impossible for moderates to prevent Bernie Sanders from getting an insurmountable delegate lead without significant consolidation. And it looks like tonight he's going to be a distant second in the moderate race to Joe Biden. The other salient fact here is from the beginning, going all the way back to the beginning of 2019 when Bloomberg decided not to run, they were saying their biggest barrier was a viable Joe Biden. And when Bloomberg decided to get in the late fall, early winter, with this sort of surprising race that he's run for 4 months now, the premise was that Joe Biden was looking terrible in Iowa and New Hampshire and that he wouldn't be able to recover. But what we've seen is, it seems, that he did terrible in Iowa and New Hampshire, and he has been able to recover, and that really leaves their whole strategy in a very difficult place.
Michael Shearer with our staff from the Washington Post giving us the lowdown on the Michael Bloomberg campaign, where it stands tonight and possibly going into the future. From West Palm Beach, Florida, Libby, back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Lee Powell. Appreciate your time. All right, let's talk about this question of Michael Bloomberg and what calculation he will make. Now, we haven't seen how the night is going to go yet, but what does he need to weigh as he thinks about next steps and how powerful his money could be if he really does want to stop President Trump?
And if he wants to stop Bernie Sanders, which is what he says. You know, what Bloomberg's whole theory of the case is, Democrats can't nominate a socialist. If we nominate Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump's going to get 4 more years. That's what he says over and over again. And so if all of a sudden you do the math and you say, okay, well, moderates aren't consolidating because you're siphoning off 10, 15% in some of these upcoming states, and the polls show Biden and Sanders neck and neck, then I think that there will be pressure. Now, when you're one of the richest men in the world, you're more impervious to pressure than other people. Someone like Pete Buttigieg, 38 years old, has a bright future in Democratic politics, is thinking about how he's perceived. Same thing with Amy Klobuchar. You know, Bloomberg wants to be well-liked, but he doesn't really care about the Democratic Party. He's not, of the party. And so I think he will be more resistant to that. It'll be interesting to see, a lot of these staffers he's brought on. The high command, these are loyalists who have been with him for years, but a lot of the people in his orbit are not from the Bloomberg wing of the Democratic Party. They're doing it for a paycheck. You hear privately from some people who work for Bloomberg who say they didn't even vote for him today. And I think that kind of dynamic and that pressure could end up mounting.
I think so, and no one says they're going to drop out until they drop out. Of
course not.
It's one of those. It's kind of one of those quotes. Is kind of you have to get it, but it doesn't mean a whole lot.
Yeah.
Buttigieg was not going to drop out. Actually, had a schedule. If he followed his schedule, he was going to be in Seattle. Maybe he dodged a bullet there in a couple days this week, and they need the cheer people up. They root for a miracle until there is no miracle. So I would be very surprised if, with no special knowledge in the campaign, looking at what his goals are, but more than what he says in public, his goal was for Bernie Sanders to not be the nominee. Given what has happened tonight, it looks less likely that would happen. It looks vanishingly unlikely for that to happen if Bloomberg were to drop out. Especially depending on what Elizabeth Warren does. There is such enmity between the two of them that I see almost the same kind of game of chicken we saw with Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar. But in terms of where they'd go forward from here, just because Bloomberg has resources, I don't think he would use them. With Warren, her problem is she does have loyal voters, people who really love her, people who gave her $29 million in February is a ton of money. I mean, she apart from Sanders, led the field even though she wasn't winning anything. But she will have resources dry up faster than he will, and neither of them has an obvious place to win.
To Dave's point, there was enmity in Bloomberg's speech. He said, we're electing a commander-in-chief, not a college debater-in-chief, which was totally a shot at Warren, who was a college debater. And there clearly is.
And use those skills to really eviscerate him on stage. So, yeah. Well, let's check in now with our colleague Rhonda Colvin, who is with the Biden campaign in Los Angeles. So, Rhonda, there's been a lot of talk about how the Biden campaign has been low on cash. So has his momentum changed significantly in the last week?
Definitely in the last week. In fact, after that CBS debate last Monday, on Tuesday, the Biden campaign said that they had their best fundraising day ever. They raised over $1 million in one day. Then South Carolina came. They raised about $5 million the next day. So they're saying that this momentum is translating into more money. That's also creating more ads. We're seeing a lot here in California, an ad that they keep running in rotation where President Obama is giving Joe Biden the Medal of Freedom. And all you hear is President Obama talking about all the different accolades that he feels about Joe Biden. So that's running in heavy rotation here in California. So things are just starting to kick off here at this watch party. People are now coming in, they're getting seated. You're hearing a lot of chanting. You might hear behind me right now, people are screaming and holding up their signs. It's a really interesting crowd as well. We're seeing a lot of diversity. We're seeing a lot of young people. That was one concern when I talked to a voter earlier. She was a senior citizen and said she hopes a lot of younger people decide on Biden instead of Bernie Sanders. A lot of people are worried about the dynamic between Bernie Sanders and Trump if it comes to that, and he's the nominee. So right now we're waiting for things to certainly start kicking off, but there is a lot of excitement here in LA.
Thanks, Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda Colvin live with the Biden campaign in California. Thank you so much. Well, let's go back to our Election Insights team and the Post, Jeremy Bowers. So, Jeremy, there is a lot more that you are putting on the board tonight. What can you tell us, Jeremy?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're seeing some interesting results tonight, and the first place I want to take us to is the state of Tennessee. Now, Tennessee had a little bit of difficulty. Overnight, there was a tornado that ripped through Nashville. It was on the ground for almost an hour, and so we're looking at some of the votes that are happening in the state, and it seems to be part of that overall narrative that's been happening early tonight, which is this has been a pretty good night for Joe Biden. And you can see it here in Tennessee, right? Bernie Sanders rounding out the delegate lead with Mike Bloomberg. Both of these folks are also going to be in the money for getting some delegates out of Tennessee tonight. But Joe Biden, a little bit ahead of everybody. Elizabeth Warren, a distant fourth place in the state. That's been, unfortunately, a bit of a theme for her. Now, one other place that I'd like to be able to show you a little bit about is the state of Vermont. Now, this is a place where Bernie Sanders did well. We've already called the race for him, right? And so this should be a thing that is like an unambiguous good thing for Bernie Sanders, except there are signs of weakness even here in Sanders' home state. With only 50% of the vote so far, Sanders actually well underperforming himself in 2016 and well underperforming his own polling heading into the state in 2020. And look at Joe Biden. At 24% of the vote, he's going to pick up delegates here, and not an insubstantial number. Now, there are other places in the states where we're getting in races and more updates, and as we get more, we'll bring them to you, Libby.
Are that it's a disappointing night for Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts. So can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so Warren in Massachusetts has been, she's been in and out. You know, we've been getting some results for her that have made it look like she's doing well, and then occasionally she will drop back down. We're currently in the state where Joe Biden is winning about 30% of the vote. We've got Bernie Sanders here with about 27 and change of the vote, and Warren right at 27% of the vote herself. Now, For a little bit more on this state, it looks like we might have some model updates from Lenny Bronner. Lenny, tell us, do we have anything from the model?
Unfortunately, not quite yet. We just hit the threshold in Massachusetts where we're able to run the model, and it does take a bit of time to run the model. Not quite as long as it does in states which have precincts, because Massachusetts has townships, but we're just not quite there yet.
This is what we get for running the model on Lenny's laptop. You know, what we should really be doing is putting this on a big honking server out on the web somewhere. If only there was a director of engineering around who could have talked to Lenny about this in advance. Now, one thing I will show you about that's happening in Massachusetts is we're seeing a really interesting split. We've got Elizabeth Warren doing well here in the northwestern Boston suburbs and in places like Lowell, but then we've got Sanders doing really well in the far west of the state. But generally, it's been a big Biden night. And again, if I'm going to leave you with any theme, it's going to be that big Biden. He's just doing really well tonight, Libby.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Jeremy Bowers joining us live. We'll be right back.
I'm Lillian Cunningham. I'm the creator and the host of the Presidential Podcast. The first real Super Tuesday was in 1988. A bunch of Southern governors got together and all decided to hold their primaries on the same day in early March because they were getting tired of the liberal Northern influence in the Democratic Party. And they thought, if we all get together and we all hold our primaries the same day, really early on in the process, we'll create a lot of momentum for a candidate who's more conservative, who's more moderate, who sort of represents our interests. Well, that doesn't happen at all. The Southern votes get fractured among Al Gore, Jesse Jackson, Dick Gephardt. The person who ends up getting the Democratic nomination that year is Michael Dukakis, a liberal Northerner who's kind of the opposite of who they were hoping to support. So it turns out that Super Tuesday did play an important role in influencing the Democratic nomination, but just not in the way that the Southern states had hoped.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together, represents all elements of the party.
As polls close in Colorado, a look at Larimer Square in downtown Denver, home to some of the city's shops and restaurants. Well, 67 delegates are up for grabs in the state tonight. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. It's now 9 p.m. here on the East Coast as the votes come in from Super Tuesday races across the country. There's a lot to catch up on, so let's go through them state by state. We can project that Joe Biden will win North Carolina with 110 delegates at stake, and that call is based on exit poll results. We can also project that Joe Biden will win Alabama with 52 delegates at stake. That's another call based on those exit polls. We're also able to project Joe Biden winning Virginia, 99 delegates at stake there. It's another sign of Southern strength for the former vice president. And Bernie Sanders is projected to win his home state of Vermont, which has 16 delegates at stake, although Joe Biden has shown some surprising strength there that we'll continue to watch. Let's go now to the Post, Jeremy Bowers, who's standing by with our Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, let's look to the South. We're getting some interesting results from Southern states.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm really interested to get to talk to us a little bit about what's happening in the state of Oklahoma. Now, Oklahoma's an interesting state. We're at less than 10% reporting, but we have a significant number of votes, enough that we can start talking about themes that we're seeing. Now, there are 37 delegates available, and the thing that you can see about Oklahoma that's so interesting, it's an absolute patchwork, right? We've got some Sanders votes, we've got some Bloomberg votes up in the Panhandle, we even have some Warren votes. She's winning a county right now, which is really intriguing because she's not doing all that well nationally speaking or in the other states that we've been talking about. But again, part of the theme of the night, it's a big night for Joe Biden. And if you blur your eyes and take a look here, you're seeing a lot of blue. Now, the news is we have an awful lot of votes left to go. Oklahoma is another one of those states where we see a pronounced early vote from the more rural areas in the state, and we're going to expect to see more votes from those urban areas later in the night. We don't have anything from places like Norman. We have very few votes in Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Those are places where we're going to see probably more support for folks like Bernie Sanders, and so we're going to look to see if that Joe Biden lead really holds. The only other place that I'm really interested to talk to you about is we've got a few votes available here in Arkansas. The state has 31 delegates available, and we're seeing, again, a lot of strong Biden in the early vote, although up here in Fayetteville, we're seeing some Sanders strengths. I expect that he's going to do pretty well in Fort Smith as well. And interestingly, rounding out third place, Michael Bloomberg, he's doing pretty well. He's even winning himself a county right now, Greene County. It's far northeast. It's not very big, but hey, he's doing well there. And that's what we've got right now, Libby.
All right, Jeremy, so let's talk about the big state of Texas. Lots of delegates up for grabs. What's happening there?
You know, Texas is a huge state, and I don't just say this because it makes up a large amount of area. It also has a ton of delegates. Now, we have very early results in Texas. We're missing a lot of the big places in the state, but there are some interesting patterns already emerging. Sanders and Biden were basically neck and neck in the state in the polls leading up to tonight. And it looks like Sanders in the early vote is doing a little bit better than Joe Biden. We're seeing him at about 30% of the vote. He's doing really well in Austin, which is not at all surprising. And he's doing well in the suburbs of Dallas. But a thing that I would like to point out here is that we got the Joe Biden strength in areas like Houston. And these are the places that if Democrats are going to retake the state of Texas, they're going to do it in places like the Houston suburbs, where there's been an influx of Latinx voters and Asian American voters who would be like the strength of a Democratic Party if it were to take a state like Texas. We haven't heard anything from the far west of the state, including places like El Paso or San Antonio. And so for the rest of the night, we're just going to have to wait until we can get some more results there. But as we get them, I will make sure we bring them to you as quickly as we get them, Libby.
Great, Jeremy. Thank you so much. I'd like to welcome my guests for this hour, national political reporter James Hohmann, reporter for The Fix, Eugene Scott. So great to see you, Eugene. And Philip Bump, national reporter. So, guys, what is standing out to you right now, Philip, as you're looking at the data that Jeremy is crunching and how the race is shaping up at this point in the evening, the standout points for you?
I mean, it's hard to talk about anything besides what happened with Joe Biden over the course of the past 72 hours. I mean, last week at this time, I think I literally wrote a piece like last Wednesday about how Bernie Sanders was poised for a good night on Super Tuesday. Then all of a sudden we have this massive result in South Carolina and this immediate shift. And you can look, I just made some graphs that show this huge shift in the polling just since the South Carolina primary, which is just Sanders going down and Biden coming up. And we're seeing that across the map. I mean, Jeremy pointed to all the blue that you see on the map. Even Vermont. I mean, Vermont in 2016 was a total blowout for Bernie Sanders. I mean, it was a gimme. We got Biden over the threshold. Biden's going to get some delegates in Vermont, which is just a staggering result. I mean, we've also continued to see softness for Bernie Sanders, especially relative to 2016, which really undercuts his value proposition to the party. He's supposedly is going to increase turnout, and that's how he's going to get things done in Washington. We're not seeing that. We haven't seen that in the past contests. We're definitely not seeing that tonight. And what we're seeing instead is Joe Biden with surprising strength.
Eugene, you reported on the South Carolina results with a piece that looked at how Bernie Sanders just wasn't able to dent the support Joe Biden has with African American voters. Why were those numbers out of South Carolina so significant in relation to black voters?
Well, one of the reasons people argue that Bernie Sanders was not able to do as well in 2016 as Hillary Clinton was because of black voters. And if Sanders wanted to remain even as competitive and especially more competitive, he was going to have to grow in that area, and he just has not. And we see that also being the case with North Carolina so far and Virginia so far. And this is a candidate who has spent the last 4 years trying to convince black voters that his socioeconomic plans and outlook actually are better than Joe Biden's team has done very significant work in trying to, hold Biden accountable for his role in the crime bill and some other issues and statements he's made that would offend black voters, but that has not led black voters to walk away significantly from Biden and towards Sanders, and that's for a few reasons. But one of them is the reality that Biden does have a longer relationship with many black voters. People are looking at electability and who they believe has the best chance of defeating Trump. And there are lots of reasons why a lot of black voters are more confident that Biden could do that than Bernie Sanders. But the gains that Bernie Sanders needed to make with black voters, he just has not been able to make. I will say what is worth noting is that he is winning young black voters, but young voters are not turning out the way that they need to. And we thought they would, because in 2018, the midterm elections, we saw quite a spike in millennial voters. Millennial voters are now the largest voting bloc, even bigger than baby boomers, but they're just not turning out beyond being very active on social media and maybe perhaps attending events, at least not so far, but that could change.
Yeah, there are some important metrics to measure support. One is fundraising and the ability that Bernie Sanders has been able to raise money from so many different people, these small dollar amounts. But his campaign was really counting on motivating and getting young people, fired up young people, out to the polls, Eugene.
They were, and that just has not happened yet. And I mean, South Carolina is a state with lots of colleges, lots of young adults in the cooler cities like Columbia and Charleston sticking around. And I went down there and spoke with young voters and did a post reports for it. And they are still largely undecided. They know they want someone other than Trump. And I think that lack of certainty has led some perhaps not to just show up at all. That could change moving forward in a general, but as of this point, you know, these competitions matter, these contests count because they determine how you'll fare in the Democratic Party nomination.
James.
Biden has really benefited now from not getting scrutiny for a couple months. He didn't even speak until 10 minutes into the last debate. The debate before in Las Vegas, everyone was focused on Mike Bloomberg, who was coming in and having his first debate. Bernie Sanders got a lot of scrutiny in this most recent debate in Charleston. And so it is interesting. You know, Bernie Sanders obviously did hope to hit Biden on the crime bill, make inroads with African Americans. But Biden's record really hasn't been getting scrutiny now for some time. I think that'll very quickly change starting tomorrow, and you'll start to see Sanders go after him more. The big takeaway for me from looking at the returns is how much Sanders is struggling in the places that powered Democratic victories in the midterm elections. So a place like Loudoun County, where Republicans lost a House seat, flipped to Democrats. Jennifer Wexton, the Congresswoman, picked it up. Biden's winning 2-1 in Loudoun County. That's sort of an exurban area in a general election context. That's really important. And Sanders just not able to make inroads with those kinds of voters. And I think we're seeing that in other suburbs where returns are starting to come in. And that's such a linchpin of the new Democratic coalition.
Well, let's go to Vermont and the Sanders campaign, where our colleague Joyce Coe is, and she's been reporting on Sanders for all these months. Let's hear how things are there, Joyce.
Well, Libby, there are thousands of people in this room, in this expo center. I think that they've had to shut down any more people from coming in because they are at capacity. People are just basically waiting for Sanders to come on stage and speak. We just saw the back bleachers behind me be filled by some of his supporters, which usually indicates that the senator will be coming out shortly here. So any minute we are waiting for him to speak. But I did want to touch on something that Jeremy mentioned during his analysis. He was saying that Vermont is a state that, you know, Sanders was expected to win, but he hasn't performed as strongly as he did here in 2016. And an interesting thing is that when we were out talking to people at the polling locations, we did obviously ask people who they voted for, and we were surprised to find a lot of people, several students, talking about voting for Biden after Buttigieg had dropped out of the race and endorsed Biden. So perhaps some of that, those numbers that we're seeing with Bernie's in Vermont, that we're seeing that he isn't winning in 2020, might have something to do with those endorsements from Buttigieg and Klobuchar, potentially. And we did ask some of those people, you know, why not Bernie? Isn't this sort of Bernie territory? How are you, what is the reception like from fellow friends and family members about not voting for Bernie? And they said that there is some pushback that they get because socially a lot of people around here do vote for Bernie. So I just found that pretty interesting and something to take into consideration as we continue to see what happens tonight here.
All right, Joyce Coe, thank you so much. And we'll keep watching where Joyce is in case Bernie Sanders does come out soon. Philip, one question that's been on our minds is what happens to the delegate counts, those delegates that have gone to candidates who've dropped out? And you dug into that today and answered some questions for me. So please explain it.
Sure. So it is like everything else that has to do with delegates, totally complicated and a mess. But the upshot is this. So we have two candidates who've now left the race. They're not actively running. It's important, that distinction between leaving the race and dropping out officially and just suspending. Both of them have suspended their campaigns. That's an important distinction, which I'll get to. But this is Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar, both of whom had earned delegates. Pete Buttigieg had earned delegates in the first 3 states, including statewide delegates, which is also an important distinction. And I'm happy to go down as many of these passes as you want to go. What do we have until like 2 a.m.? We can do this.
Yeah, we can do
anyway,
it. We can
the upshot is this. Essentially, as things stand at this moment, those delegates are going to go to the convention, and they are going to be sort of representing those candidates in name only. And in the first round of voting, they can vote for whoever they want to vote for. That's the upshot. If they actually had dropped out of the race, if Buttigieg and Klobuchar had both said, we are no longer active candidates in this race, then one of the side effects of that would have been that when Iowa actually picks the people who serve as delegates, the actual human beings who go to the convention, assuming it doesn't get coronavirused away, when they make that decision, essentially what would have happened is Iowa would have said, okay, since you two are no longer in this race, or since Buttigieg are no longer in the race, Bernie Sanders is going to get all of your delegates because of how the apportionment works. They would have reallocated those delegates to Sanders. In other words, by Buttigieg staying in the race, he is keeping Sanders from getting those delegates. And in essence, what Buttigieg can do is hope that the delegates, and he can have some say in who the delegates actually are that end up going to the convention, but what he can do is he can actually try and implore them to cast their votes for Joe Biden in the first round. So that's what happens to them over the short term. We're talking about very, very few delegates in the grand scheme of things. It's probably not going to have much of an effect. It is, however, something that's probably going to come up again.
Well, people are already looking to the convention and what might happen if there is sort of a split among the delegates. What will you be watching over the next, not just tonight, but next Tuesday when we also see a lot of states go to the polls, the following Tuesday after that? Where do things need to go for one candidate to look like they're really prevailing?
Right. So the way that the Democrats do their delegate distribution, as people are probably familiar by now, is that it is roughly proportional. So anyone who hits this 15% threshold gets some share of the delegates. The challenge with that is that it makes it very hard for someone to pull away by a wide margin. In 2016, one of the ways that Hillary Clinton was able to wrap up the race essentially by early March, even though Sanders and a lot of his supporters didn't acknowledge it until June, is that she built up a big lead, particularly in the same southern states where Joe Biden is doing well now. And there was no way for Sanders to close that gap because every time there was a contest, especially in a smaller state, if he managed to get 60% of the vote, she got 40% of the vote because it was only the two of them. And that meant that she kept moving forward as he kept moving forward as well. In this particular scenario, if you have a number of candidates who have a decent chunk of delegates, we'll see what happens tonight with Bloomberg and Warren. But if it comes out that they each get, something like 100 delegates, it makes it harder because in the same way that it's hard to close the gap or to pull away, it's hard to make big strides toward the 1991 delegates that you need if you're limited by the fact that you can only get a proportional share of the delegates. So
Right.
the math makes it sort of hard for the candidates in a lot of ways.
And of course, to get those delegates, you got to get a 15% threshold, which is why
That's
we're
right.
watching that number so closely. Let's go back to Los Angeles and check in with our colleague Rhonda Colvin, who's with the Biden campaign. So Rhonda, what have supporters there been talking to you about? It looks like you've got our colleague Cleve Woodson with you.
That's right, yeah. And what we've been hearing from supporters here, one very interesting thing is they're admitting that they're really happy that the two people who have dropped out in the last 48 hours, Mayor Buttigieg and also Amy Klobuchar, that they're out. So that sort of has freed up some support for Joe Biden. And that's something that we're hearing here at this party tonight. And yes, I am with my colleague Cleve Woodson, who follows Biden. You were at the Oakland event that he had earlier today.
Sure.
Tell us about what happened there.
Well, it was really interesting because interest in Joe Biden's campaign has surged significantly. They had this small, intimate diner, very similar to what he did in Iowa and New Hampshire. But they went there and there were a couple customers, but like 40 members of the media showed up, all trying to get a picture or get an image of Joe Biden or something like that. And so they had to end up pushing all the media out because there was so much interest. And everywhere kind of Biden has gone over the last couple of days has been like that. He was in Dallas last night. He had like 2,100 people, but I think a couple hundred got pushed, could not get into the building because it was just too small.
What do you think about this momentum question and how, last week it was a very different story than what we're seeing today? What are you seeing as you travel with Vice President Biden and how people are approaching him now?
Well, I think a couple things. First of all, I think one of the questions for Joe Biden, who's been criticized about his organization, about how he's kind of running his campaign, tonight we'll sort of see whether or not just momentum supersedes that, whether it's able to get him past that narrative, that critique. So that's really important. And the other thing is to see whether it feeds on itself. You know, Klobuchar and Buttigieg and O'Rourke endorsed relatively late in the cycle, right? And, you know, was everybody watching last night? Does that news have enough time to kind of infiltrate or seep into the general consciousness so that everybody can see it and sort of know, okay, this is where the people that I was voting for stand and how I should act?
Cleve Woodson, thank you very much. And Libby, will send things back to you in D.C.
Great. Rhonda, thank you so much. Appreciate that. You know, the energy at campaign events is important. It's important for supporters in the room to feel like they're part of a winning team, but it also does translate. It really pops off the screen. And we do see so much energy at Bernie Sanders events. What does Joe Biden need to capture tonight? I mean, what sort of lightning in the bottle energy does he need to have as the eyes of the nation are on him in a moment like this?
The energy that he had on Saturday night in Columbia, South Carolina, which was the Biden that could be the nominee and that can very plausibly be the president. He, crisp, punchy, unifying. People. They don't have, it doesn't have to be Bernie level, over the top, fish performing, which is But if he can do what he did in South Carolina, if he can, his problem is consistency.
Right.
But if he can do that, he's going to be in great shape as Michigan approaches next Tuesday.
And he performed that way in Iowa, even before all the results were in. He had this very energetic, optimistic look at things, approach to things, which was really fascinating for some of us who had been to some of his events throughout Iowa. He was pretty inconsistent. You never know what day what you're going to get on that day. But the reason why it does matter is because there are voters looking at these candidates. So much talk is happening about, quite frankly, their age and their ability to, perform the job and if they will be up for it. And when you have eyes on you on moments like this, you really need to communicate that you have this vitality that can take on Donald Trump and just all the other challenges of the world.
So what does his campaign think about James as they watch the success of his South Carolina performance at the polls, but also how crisp he was in that moment, how well he was able to speak, how focused and energetic he seemed? Yeah, there's still a long road ahead here.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. That's going to be one of the big questions, is what Biden do we see going forward? Because Biden has been among the most inaccessible candidates. He's been incredibly cloistered because he's so inconsistent and kind of all over the place, and a lot of times confuses eloquence with volume. His team has kept him away from reporters. He hasn't given very many interviews to print reporters, but also on television. On Sunday after his South Carolina win, they put him on every Sunday show, and he did well. And so it's going to be interesting now that he's sort of going to be called the front runner coming out of tonight. Does that mean that they scale back some of the accessibility and kind of go back to cloistered Joe? Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure what the right smart political strategy is, but I think his team's impulse will be to pull him back, not to make him more accessible. It's not going to be the straight talk express. And I think that may make sense politically, but that's going to be something to watch in the coming days.
Okay, Philip, so right on the heels of Joe Biden performing so well in South Carolina, right, Senate Republicans are planning their first subpoena in the Burisma Biden probe. That's the headline in the Washington Post. Senator Ron Johnson, Republican of Wisconsin, is teeing this up.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I just very quickly want to give James a shout out for Cloistered Joe, which I think will be in a Donald Trump tweet here very shortly. Yeah, I mean, this was perhaps the most predictable thing that happened after South Carolina. I mean, everything else has been unpredictable. This was very predictable. I actually went back and looked at mentions in the media and mentions by Trump of Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, who was at the center of the Ukraine impeachment inquiry. It vanished essentially over the course of February. Part of that, of course, was that the impeachment wrapped up. Part of it was that Joe Biden has sank in the polls. Joe Biden wins in South Carolina in convincing fashion, makes pretty clear that he's in the race to stay. All of a sudden, this emerges again. I don't want to cast aspersions on Ron Johnson. It certainly is the case that Ron Johnson was very intimately involved in what happened with Ukraine, so this is certainly something that follows from his actions of last year. But obviously, this is going to be the sort of thing that Donald Trump is going to be focused on. We've seen him over the past month or so really try and suggest, I mean, he's not at all subtle in trying to promote Bernie Sanders as the candidate he wants to face off against. He's not at all subtle in suggesting to Sanders supporters that they're somehow getting, I'm trying to think of an appropriate word to use, but that the DNC is not treating them appropriately. Yeah. He's being very deliberate in doing that because he wants to face Sanders and or he wants Sanders supporters to stay home. But if Biden is going to be the guy he's going to run against, he's going to start turning his fire on Biden.
All right, let's talk about President Trump and his role in all of this in this campaign season right now. Eugene, President Trump saying as much that he's trolling essentially these Democratic candidates as he goes to the states where primaries or caucuses are about to happen. The president giving big crowd speeches on the eve of Democratic voters going to the polls, and he is trying to stir the pot and tell Sanders voters that they are not being appreciated, or they are being manipulated by the Democratic powers, the Democratic Party powers that be. What do you see the role of President Trump right now as being?
I think the president is aware of how tight this race is going to be. And so you have all these Democratic candidates in these states trying to get voters, and Trump is trying to get voters as well, especially since when you look at the moderate candidates, and particularly some of those who have since suspended their campaigns, Buttigieg and Klobuchar were really vocal in trying to connect with previous Trump voters who perhaps were looking for a new option. And so I think what Trump is trying to say, hey, actually, don't leave me, come back to me, and this is why I think you should come back to me. And if you've gone to one of these rallies in these states, it's Trump's greatest hits. And he's just saying, this is what I've done, this is what I've done, this is what I've done, to counter what the Democrats are constantly saying, this is actually not what has happened, and this is what we could move towards if we push back against Trump. And so we see Trump intensely campaigning while trying to perform his primary responsibilities, because he's very aware that this is not going to be an easy race for him.
I just want to say to your point about him trolling, it's not even that he's actually trolling the Democrats. He just wants to seem like he's trolling the Democrats. It is the value for him to his base is in appearing to trying to get under the Democrats' skin, far more than actually getting under the Democrats' skin. I don't see why they care. Why do the Democrats care if he's there? It's not like he's affecting their vote, but he wants to perform to his base. Look at how much I'm actually fighting the Democrats in these weird and crazy ways. That's part of his value proposition.
And everyone plays into that. And it's funny, I was talking to a bunch of Bernie supporters in Texas over the weekend, and I talked to a management consultant, and he was like, we've got to, I'm behind Bernie. I like the others, but we've got to fight fire with fire, and we need, and you hear Joe Biden in his stump speech saying, I'm going to beat him like a drum, and everyone for months has been talking about how they're going to post up against Trump in a debate, like it's some kind of a, depth chart, and there is this weird, and I think Trump feeds that, and his visits feed that. Trump's in all of their heads. Even in Mike Bloomberg's speech, and Mike Bloomberg literally in his speech that we heard a few minutes ago, boasting about all the times Trump has attacked him on Twitter, like saying, Trump's attacked me on Twitter more than any of the other Democratic candidates, and it's because he's afraid of me. And I think Biden can credibly point to the Burisma stuff and say that shows the president's afraid of me. And again, our exit polls today showed overwhelmingly, majorities of voters in every state preferred someone who is electable to someone who shares their beliefs. And Biden won among that group. And I think that's where the Democratic Party is right now. People, I talked to one woman in Houston over the weekend who was trying to decide what to do, didn't want Sanders because she didn't think he could win the general election. And she said, I'm tired of screaming at my television for 3 years. I don't want to scream at my television for 4 more years. I don't think Joe Biden's that great, but if I think that's the guy that I have to get behind so I don't have to scream at my TV for 4 more years, that's what I'm going to do. And I bet she voted for Biden tonight.
Eugene, what states are you going to be watching moving forward here? Talk to us about the electorate of a place like Texas, of California, the constituents that a Bernie Sanders has to win, that a Joe Biden has to win or make inroads with, to either hold a line or really pull voters towards them.
Well, I am watching Texas for one reason in particular. I think we don't do enough to talk about the diversity of the Latino vote. And so we know how Sanders performed in Nevada. There's some thought we obviously aren't at Florida yet, much more socially conservative demographic. But in Texas, there's more diversity within the Latino population besides just immigrants from Mexico, and that can shape their politics regarding socialism and what they would determine would be direction in the country that would be reminiscent of some spaces that they're trying to flee. I actually spent the past weekend in Utah, and it was really fascinating talking to more socially conservative Democrats who in many ways would align with the Republican Party, but certainly obviously don't align with Trump.
Eugene, hold on one moment because we actually have a race to call. We're hearing from our Election Insights team that there is an update. We're now ready to call the race in Tennessee. The Washington Post is projecting that Joe Biden will win Tennessee, the volunteer state. Tennessee has 64 delegates at stake tonight. For more on that, let's head back to Jeremy Bowers with the Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, give us some insight into what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what you said, Libby. You know, we've got that state of Tennessee for Joe Biden, and I told you a little bit earlier tonight, it was looking like this was part of the overall narrative. Joe Biden has been doing really well in southern states, and he was doing really well in Tennessee earlier tonight. And now with about 53% of the vote in, we feel confident enough about that to call the state of Tennessee for Joe Biden. Now, there are 64 delegates available in this state, and a thing that I'd like to mention, Biden has 35% of the vote, which is an awful lot, and he's going to get a large number of delegates here tonight, but he won't be the only person to pull delegates out of the state. We've got Bernie Sanders here represented in this sort of beautiful pink and purple color. He's winning the suburbs of Nashville. He's doing really well in Knoxville, which is a university town. And then we also have Mike Bloomberg, who's got wins in a handful of places here. He spent a lot of money in the state of Tennessee, bought a lot of ads, and he's sitting at 18% of the vote. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Warren does not have a single county to her name here in the state of Tennessee, and she's at just 9% of the vote. She's short of the threshold and probably won't pick up any delegates in the state tonight. This is what we've got for you from the state of Tennessee, Libby.
All right, thank you so much, Jeremy. I want to get your reaction to the state of Tennessee and what news that what that means, James.
Yeah, it is. This is a state Mike Bloomberg thought he might be able to win a few weeks ago. This was one of the states that they were talking about. It's not a surprise that this isn't really Sanders country, right? But this isn't. It's not. This is a diverse state, and it just shows what a problem Bernie Sanders has in the South. I think Tennessee it really underscores that. This is just like North Carolina.
Philip, your reaction?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, this is, I am so struck by the parallels between this year and 2016 that just emerged tonight, in part because we're just starting to see some of these southern states particularly with large black populations start to vote. But it's just shocking. I mean, it's just, in 2016, what we saw is Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton went head-to-head in their first early contest, and then Hillary Clinton just pulled away in thanks to the southern states, and Bernie Sanders could never catch up. And that defined that race for the rest of the year. I was not expecting to see that same trend play out this year, simply because there are so many candidates and so on and so forth. It may. Right. Who knew?
Philip Bump, Eugene Scott, James Hohmann, thank you so much. Stay with us for more coverage of Super Tuesday from the newsroom of the Washington Post, and we'll see some more polls closing soon.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together. It represents all elements of the party.
A look at Minnesota's state capitol building in St. Paul. Its architecture inspired by St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. Well, polls closed there in Minnesota, not Rome, about 30 minutes ago. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. It's now 9:30 on the East Coast. We're starting to get a clearer picture of how this night is developing. So let's take a moment to recap the big headlines at this hour. Joe Biden is having a good night. He is projected to win Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina, and Alabama. That's a lot of southern state strength. Bernie Sanders is projected to win his home state of Vermont. And Michael Bloomberg has purchased another $7 million in ads to run this week in post-Super Tuesday states. Let's step back now and look at the big picture. The Post's Jeremy Bowers is tracking the numbers for us. So, Jeremy, can you tell us more about the state of the delegate race?
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. You know, what we've got here is representative of what you've been seeing across that map all night long. Joe Biden, who was behind Bernie Sanders coming into tonight, has leapfrogged ahead. He's got 135 delegates, and he's doing exceedingly well for himself. Bernie Sanders is in second place at 94 delegates, and it's looking a little bit like a two-candidate race. Now, we still have Pete Buttigieg in third place with 26 delegates, and I'd like to point out that when the results from California come in, we're probably going to see some Buttigieg votes, and it's possible that he's even going to pick up a handful of delegates, perhaps in congressional districts where he does particularly well in the early vote. Now, trailing at the very bottom here, Elizabeth Warren and Michael Bloomberg. Now, Michael Bloomberg is buying a lot of ads, was hoping to do well on Super Tuesday. He has shown up occasionally on our map, but he's not winning delegates as well as we thought he might be, though he is staying ahead of that 15% threshold in a handful of races, which might net him a few delegates. Now, the very worst is Elizabeth Warren, who's had a really rough night. She's sitting at just 9 delegates, and we were really expecting to see more out of that campaign tonight if they wanted to stay afloat. It's just there haven't been that many places that have really been strengths for her tonight, Libby.
So what does that mean for Warren's future in the race, Jeremy?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so Warren isn't doing particularly well, but a thing that means for other candidates is that the delegate math gets a little bit easier for them. So think about it this way. In places where it was a 3-candidate race, maybe Warren, Sanders, and Biden, now it's going down to just a 2-candidate race. And in places where it was a 4-candidate race, say Warren and Bloomberg and Sanders and Biden, now it's going down to just a 3-candidate race. And this means that entire pot of delegates that was going to get split among 3 or 4 candidates is now getting split among 2 or 3 candidates. And that's going to mean an awful lot of extra delegates for folks. Now, the other real question that I have is about where those delegates are going to go. Elizabeth Warren represents the more progressive wing of the party. She could be pulling delegates away from folks like Bernie Sanders, and she's definitely pulling away votes. Now, for more about those votes and what Warren has been doing in the home state of Massachusetts, let's talk to Lenny Bronner. Lenny, do you have any insights for us tonight? Anything that's been happening in Massachusetts that we can talk about?
Yeah, so what I see what's quite interesting in Massachusetts is exactly what you just said, which is that Elizabeth Warren is taking votes away from Bernie Sanders. If we compare the places in which Bernie Sanders did well in Massachusetts in 2016 and compare those to the places in which, Elizabeth Warren is doing well in Massachusetts this time around, it seems that, we can approximate that she's getting more or less like 30% of the vote that he had gotten.
That's sort of fascinating. Now, one of the things you'd been mentioning to me when we were talking earlier is that right now, even though it looks like it's really a Biden-Sanders race there at the top, it's possible that Elizabeth Warren has some more votes outstanding that we just haven't counted yet. Is that one of the things that you're seeing here?
Yeah, so if we look at the townships a little bit, what does strike us is that it seems that Joe Biden will be doing quite well tonight, and we can see that in the results going in. But I think the race for second place isn't quite decided yet. At the moment, it looks like Bernie Sanders is ahead, and it seems quite likely that he'll stick to that lead, but it's definitely far from over there.
Well, these are the kinds of things that we're keeping an eye on in the studio for you, Libby.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. I'd like to welcome now David Byler to our set, data analyst for the Post opinion section. Thanks for being here. Let's stick with this Warren question for a minute. What are you reading, in addition to what they're talking about, in terms of Warren not being able to hit these thresholds?
Yeah, so the thresholds are sort of an all-important part of this process. If Warren does not hit the threshold, then she's not able to get delegates in a given congressional district, in a given state. And her, in pre-election polls, you've seen that her voters sometimes are mixed. It varies from state to state, but sometimes are a mix of the progressives you might expect in Sanders' camp. Sometimes they're a mix of establishment-friendly voters who were for Clinton last time. Lenny will have his Sankeys to show the exact numbers on all of that. But it's an interesting thing because some of those votes are being sort of captured and aren't going to Sanders, but it's not as clean of a break, at least in the pre-election polls, as one might have thought.
Hey, David, what about these early voters, right? The people who already weighed in before Amy Klobuchar dropped out, maybe before Pete Buttigieg dropped out. What do we know? And also before maybe Biden had his big surge in South Carolina. What do we know about how they're impacting tonight's results?
Yeah, so what you're generally seeing is in some states where there's more early voting or more of a tradition of the early vote, you've got a little bit of a better result potentially for Sanders coming in. When that last part that you said at the end of your question about happening before the giant Biden surge is really, really important. Biden has converted a lot of people who used to be in the camps of candidates who have dropped out and who used to be in the camps of someone like Michael Bloomberg. So I think that when you see California, when you see some of these other sort of larger states, Colorado has a lot of early voting, you're going to see a little bit better result for Sanders. But you can really see in the people who said they've decided recently that Biden really got sort of the surge that he was hyped up to have.
Okay, so you said that Biden had this huge surge in South Carolina. As a data person, why do you call it a huge surge? It's one state. It does not have a huge delegate count.
Sure, I call it a huge surge for a couple reasons. One is that you can kind of benchmark what a normal amount of movement in the polls in in the course of 7 days between Nevada and South Carolina typically is. Biden had an abnormal surge. He gained a lot of voters, and he gained them fast. He gained the support of Jim Clyburn, the House Majority Whip, and he then went on to beat his polls where he had already gained on election night. So he just kind of snowballed faster than I think a lot of people expected him to.
All right, well, let's check in now with the Post Joyce Coe, who's traveling with the Sanders campaign in Essex Junction, Vermont. Hi, Joyce.
Hey, Libby, we're back here waiting for Sanders to speak in about 30 minutes. We heard his campaign manager just say. I'm here with national political reporter Bob Costa. Bob, thanks so much for being with us.
Great to be with you.
What do you make of tonight right now? Biden is leading in delegates. He's seen sort of this momentum after South Carolina. What do you make of that?
Well, I was here in Vermont 4 years ago when Senator Sanders lost the California primary and began to kind of reassess his campaign. But remember what Sanders did then. He decided to carry on to fight through every primary. So based on my reporting, regardless of what happens tonight, even if Vice President Biden has a strong evening, my sources in the Sanders campaign say he will carry on to Michigan, Missouri, that they're looking at California as the prize tonight for them. That's the state they've always tried to win after losing it in 2016.
And another huge state other than California is Texas, and he's had quite a presence in Texas. Tell us about that.
Sanders and his campaign had been trying to look at Texas as part of a knockout punch, that if he could win California and Texas on Super Tuesday, that would be a critical part of amassing the delegates, the 1,991 he needs to be the nominee. If Biden wins Texas, and that's an if at this point, we're still watching returns coming in, that would be a pretty tough defeat for Senator Sanders, because Senator Sanders has put an emphasis on winning over Latino voters, rallying young voters, but you're seeing so many moderate Democrats now because of the withdrawal of Buttigieg and Klobuchar to get behind Biden. So for now, the Sanders view, talking to them tonight, is that this is going to become a Sanders-Biden race. It's going to be a long race, go deep into the spring and maybe even to the summer.
What could the convention look like if that's the case?
Well, if Vice President Biden is able to rack up more victories like he did tonight in places like North Carolina and Virginia, he may have a plausible shot at getting those 1,991 delegates he needs to come into the convention as the nominee. But if Sanders can win states like Wisconsin down the road, we're looking potentially at a contested convention, a convention where you had multiple ballots. That's a long way away. Sanders seemed a bit stronger coming out of the Nevada caucuses last week. Now his path's much more complicated with a revitalized Joe Biden.
Not only did Joe Biden do well in South Carolina, but shortly after that we saw Buttigieg and Klobuchar drop out and endorse him. What were you hearing from inside the Sanders camp about those two endorsements and what it means for his candidacy?
They were pretty shocked that the consolidation on the moderate side came so quickly. They thought that maybe Biden would take some time, that Buttigieg and Klobuchar would wait until after Super Tuesday to drop out. But because they did it before, that's given Biden an enormous bounce tonight. And the Biden people and the Sanders people thought there'd be much more happening after Super Tuesday. The whole calendar was moved up politically because of those decisions made by the senator and the mayor. But when you're here at this Sanders rally, as someone who's covered Senator Sanders for almost 10 years, you think about the movement left in this country. Despite being disappointed in many contests tonight, there's a certain wing of the Democratic Party, a ascendant wing, led by not only Senator Sanders, but Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who feel like they are gaining a bigger foothold in Democratic politics by pushing for issues like Medicare for All. If you recall 4 years ago when Senator Sanders started to rise, issues like Medicare for All, the words democratic socialism were seen as fringe ideas. And his campaigns, both in 2016 and 2020, have brought those ideas into the Democratic mainstream. So win or lose big tonight on Super Tuesday, win or lose the nomination, Sanders is going to be remembered as a figure in American politics who brought his party in a new direction. In a way, he reminds me historically of Barry Goldwater, who ran in 1964, did not win the presidency, but won the nomination of his party, made conservatism much more of the center of the Republican Party. You see Sanders really making a case to Democrats to bring his issues to the front, not just to think about electability.
In covering Sanders for so many years, have you seen sort of his level of confidence change in his ideas? Has he always sort of felt this way and presented his ideas in a way that a crowd has committed to or agreed with?
He's become more confident, but some of it's been fate. The party and history have moved to him. If you think back, 39 years ago tonight, Sanders was elected mayor of Burlington, Vermont by 10 votes. He was an outsider in Vermont politics. He comes into the office here in Burlington, his political home, and becomes this Democratic Socialist mayor. He gets attention nationally, but he floats in the political wilderness for decades, in the House as an independent, and then in the Senate. He really isn't taken seriously by his own party, by the upper level of American politics. But because of globalization, the Iraq War, the fracturing of American political norms, the fracturing of American political parties, you see Sanders, through those cracks, walk through in 2016, gain notoriety, gain recognition, and now in 2020, he's building on what he started in 2016. But the question that's always hovered over him is it enough? He has a movement. There's no question that this is a movement here of working people, but is it enough of a coalition to win the nomination or the White House? And that's an open question.
When we are looking at how Sanders, I guess clues to how Sanders would govern as an executive, the one role that we would look at is his mayoral role in Burlington. I was here about a year ago talking to people that have sort of seen his political rise, and they said, when he was elected as a socialist, as a mayor of Burlington, he did not govern radically. Is that sort of what you've seen as well, or what you've heard from others in talking to them?
Well, if you just take a walk around Church Street, downtown Burlington, you see that this is not Moscow. It's sometimes called the Democratic People's Republic of Burlington. But at the same time, you see Burlington has LL Bean stores. It has corporate offices. Sanders was someone who advocated for socialism as mayor, but he worked within the confines of capitalism and democratic politics. So he's someone who's always trying to go to the edge in his advocacy, but as a senator, he's working within the Democratic Party. As mayor, he worked within the business community in Burlington. And his real support when he first was elected, and even now, a lot of union members, because he fights for them to have higher wages. But what's so fascinating, I wrote about this with Sean Sullivan this week in the Post, is Sanders is a movement populist. Very, very different from President Trump. I'm not trying to say they're overlapping in ideas, but my point is they have grievances against the establishment politically, financially, culturally at times, and they feel like they're outsiders, they represent outsiders, and they're both speaking to this real frustration in the country. And so when people say Sanders couldn't win, I never predict as a reporter, because you don't know in these times of upheaval what could happen in American politics.
All right, Bob Costa, thank you so much for your expertise.
And thanks for tolerating me having coffee. It's going to be a long night. Read the Washington Post.
Libby, I'll send things back to you.
Thanks so much, Joyce, and thanks, Bob. We've got our own coffee here. I'm actually smelling your coffee, James. It's nourishing all of us.
Tastes great. Yeah.
Tastes great. Okay, so let's talk about some of the reflections we heard from on the ground at the Sanders camp. I know you've been traveling so much and catching Sanders and talking to people who are supporting him. People are thinking about whether to support him at the polls. I want you to reflect on some of what Bob had to share with us.
The party has absolutely moved Bernie Sanders' way over the last 4 years. Earlier, when Dave Weigel was on, he was talking about how much of Bernie's support 4 years ago came from people who didn't like Hillary Clinton.
Sure.
And that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Registering their objections to Hillary by voting for Sanders, who they didn't necessarily agree with. But in a lot of ways, Donald Trump has radicalized the Democratic Party. I was talking to a Texas Democratic pollster yesterday who was saying that the electorate in Texas has just become more liberal since Trump took office on a host of issues, and it's in response to Donald Trump. And so in many ways, you actually do run into voters all over the country who supported Clinton 4 years ago who now do support Sanders. For sure, tons of people who supported Sanders now supporting other people. But it speaks to how, even if he's not the nominee, he really has transformed the Democratic Party. The fact that in Texas, our exit polls show that a majority of Democratic primary voters in Texas had a favorable impression of socialism, not democratic socialism, socialism. Narrow majority, big generational gap, under 45 versus over 45. But that's amazing, and you wouldn't have seen that 4 years ago. But it's that remarkable shift that's been spurred by Sanders, who in many ways has sort of mainstreamed and normalized a lot of concepts that were out of the mainstream when he first ran in 2015 and 2016.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have been spending the last at least 2 years educating Americans on what their idea of socialism looks like. And that's why I think we're seeing some people say, actually, this looks more like the America that I want. What's been really interesting, and I think we were talking earlier about the difference between backing someone who shares your ideology versus who you think is electable. We are seeing some of these states where Democrats who are self-identifying as very liberal still backing Biden because they believe that Biden ultimately can beat Trump in the end more so than Sanders. And so it's really interesting. I would be really fascinated to see if in the general what type of platform Biden puts forward that could appease these voters a bit more while keeping some of the conservative, more moderate voters.
Yeah, David, when we look at Nevada and the turnout in Nevada and this energy that Bernie Sanders was able to have there, what do you parse through there that might tie into what you're hearing tonight?
Yeah, so I would say the results in Nevada showed that Bernie Sanders had a lot of energy with the activist base, but the activist base is not the entirety of the party. And that's kind of what we're seeing in the results tonight, that a lot of rank and file voters really do care about electability, like Eugene and James were saying. And another interesting sort of wrinkle in that is that if you look at polling, you can ask the question a couple different ways, and it's hard to pin an exact number on it. But a lot of Democrats, when given the choice between going back to the policies and approach of the Obama era or moving to the left, a lot of Democrats do still choose the Obama era. It's oftentimes split. There's a lot of people in both camps. So I'm thinking that Biden is probably also benefiting from that as much as Sanders has moved the party in his direction.
Well, we've heard about Bernie bros, of course, a term we sometimes use to describe Bernie supporters. But here at the Washington Post, we caught up with Bernie Sanders' actual bro, Larry Sanders. This is his brother. Now, he voted today in the Democrats Abroad Global primary. Listen to this distinctive voice of his as he talked to our colleague Carla Adam in London.
The risk of war, either from a jerk like Trump, or from somebody like Biden who's been caught up in this whole American police the world thing for decades. I think that Bernard is outside of that. He understands he's not a pacifist, but he's practical, he's decent, he's sensible, and we don't need those horrible wars.
Bernie Sanders' brother who voted today.
It's amazing because what that reflects is if Joe Biden becomes the nominee, if he emerges out of this, Bernie Sanders has successfully painted him as a moderate. We kind of do it reflexively now. In fact, Joe Biden is running on a more liberal platform than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago. But because Bernie Sanders has moved the Overton window, now we're kind of talking about Biden as this moderate. We're hearing from Sanders' brother in London, and that's going to be hard for Republicans to undo in a general election context because it's so now kind of deeply ingrained that Biden is like more, to the middle than Sanders. And that could end up working to his advantage.
And we do see this opening period for people to be able to vote abroad. So that is also significant here as we watch that happen over the next days. Let's go back to our colleague Jeremy and the Election Insights team. Now, Jeremy, I hear we're getting some fresh results. So what's happening in Amy Klobuchar's home state of Minnesota?
Libby, that's a really good question. This is one of those places we've been watching tonight because as Klobuchar dropped out of the race and gave her support to Joe Biden, we've been looking to see if maybe Minnesota is one of the places where we can see that concrete action start to take place. And we are seeing that a little bit in the state of Minnesota. So this is one of those places where Biden is having another pretty good night. He's got about 35% of the vote with about 21% of the vote in. And we're looking at 75 delegates in the state of Minnesota. Now, Biden is not going to win all of those. He is still going to give up a handful to Bernie Sanders, more than a handful, really. The truth is, this is looking more and more like a two-candidate race. Although we do have Elizabeth Warren down here at 17%, she's going to be above the delegate threshold, which means she's going to get at least something out of Minnesota. Now, the thing that's a little more difficult to say about this is, even if Biden holds on to win the state, does it really matter in a case where he wins 35% of the vote and Bernie Sanders wins 33%? That might be one delegate difference between the two of them, and that's just not that much. And that's one of those cases where winning a state, it doesn't really mean that much in terms of the delegate math, Libby.
I'd love to get the response here of James on that point that you're making, Jeremy. James, even if the delegates are split, that, state might get a big check mark for whoever gets the most delegates. So even if it's like, very close call, they both walk away with a nice delegate haul. It's that big check mark, so-and-so is the winner, and that helps with momentum, right?
It helps with momentum, and it does help with the conversation. If, it ultimately what matters the most is delegates. And, in 2008, there were a bunch of nights where we called Hillary Clinton the winner and she won, but the Obama folks were more sophisticated about kind of pulling delegates. So on election night in 2008, Hillary Clinton did win Texas. But Barack Obama ended up getting the most delegates out of Texas, and that mattered because it was close going in to the convention in Denver that year. This year, if no one gets a majority, there's going to be a lot of messaging around who deserves to be the nominee, and being able to say I won 27 states is going to matter, and so who gets that check mark is definitely significant.
Eugene.
And I think we see that happening now in this race in ways that we didn't in 2016 because there are more than two people involved, right? And so that conversation, that debate, it's going to be a little more complex and interesting than it would have been just 4 years ago when the candidates running had a easier argument to make for why they believe that they should have been chosen as the nominee.
David, as a data analyst, how does it translate to be able to walk away and say, I won that state, whether or not you get to take home a clean sweep of delegates?
Right. Well, I think it matters in terms of small d democratic legitimacy, just like James and Eugene were saying, in terms of, making sure you have sort of the right in the eyes of the voters to take the nomination if you don't have the majority. The thing that I would say about Minnesota, there may only be a one delegate gap, but the thing that stands out to me is that Biden is competing at all. This is not one of the most racially diverse states on the map. It's a state where you would think that someone like maybe Warren or maybe Sanders would have really put it away earlier. And the fact that he's competitive is kind of a very good sign that he's maybe reaching out and broadening his coalition and may have an easier time getting that legitimacy than we thought a week ago.
Okay, David, we have another race to call. We're hearing from our Election Insights team that there is a development. We're now ready to call the race in Colorado. The Washington Post is projecting that Bernie Sanders will win Colorado, the Centennial State. Colorado has 67 delegates at stake tonight. Let's head to the Post. Jeremy Bowers with the Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, what does this mean? How did we get here?
Hey, Libby, thanks a lot for that. Colorado is one of those states where we expected Bernie Sanders to do pretty well. And I can tell you, the thing about this state is not that Bernie Sanders is going to win it, which he is, and congratulations to Senator Sanders. With less than 10% reporting, we're ready to call it. The thing is that it shows we have 4 candidates above the delegate threshold here in the state, and we have 3 different candidates who've won or ahead in at least one county. You're seeing Sanders here in the purple, and you can see he's got wins all over the state. He's winning in counties that are big cities. He's winning in some counties that are more rural. He's doing quite well. Now, in surprise second place, right now we have Mayor Mike Bloomberg, who's winning a pair of smaller counties off to the side. Now, we're also looking at Joe Biden. We keep expecting him to do a little bit better in some of these urban areas, but there's still a lot of vote left outstanding for him. Then finally, down at the bottom, in 4th place, we have Elizabeth Warren. Now, that 4th place is not great, but she is above the delegate threshold, which means she's going to pick up at least a handful of the 67 delegates that are available here in the state tonight. Libby, that's what I've got for you from Colorado.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. Colorado, what does this mean for Bernie Sanders, James?
Well, it's really bad news for Elizabeth Warren. This was sort of like the quintessential Warren state. She went there right after Nevada. She had a huge rally in Denver. She went to Denver several times. So it's good news for Sanders. He has to win this state to stay in the hunt. This is kind of his demographics. It does. We've talked about his struggles with African Americans in the South, but Sanders is improving his 2016 margin with Latinos, and that is significant. In Texas, Clinton blew him out in 2016 with Latinos. Sanders winning among Latinos tonight, according to the exits. In Colorado, large Latino population, Sanders kind of making that part of his coalition. So it bodes well as the night goes on and we move to some of the western states. And also we have upcoming primaries. After next week in Michigan, the next big set of primaries the following Tuesday. I might be getting the weeks confused, but Arizona's coming up.
Yeah. Right.
Arizona's a big state that is kind of Sanders is counting on, I think, and because it kind of has its own day, you're going to see a lot of the candidates spending time there. So good news for Sanders out of
That's
Colorado.
a great point that it does have its own day. I mean, because we do see the candidates have to spread out across the country to hit so many states, but when they have the chance to be able to really hit the ground in one place, it can be very revealing. Eugene, what do you make of the Sanders team ability to mobilize the Latino vote? Something they have been working on over the last years. What's your takeaway?
Well, I think there definitely was an effort to improve their standing with black voters, but I think the Sanders team saw that there'd be much more progress and they had a better chance at improving their status if they had targeted Latino voters with more emphasis. And they have, getting high-profile surrogates like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who are really popular with Latino voters, to hit the trail for you really early and talk to young voters, voters who are really concerned about issues related to immigration status, health care, affordable education, housing. He really connected with Latino voters on the areas that really matter the most to them. And we see a turnout. We saw that to be very effective. And I think that's something he's going to keep trying to do. And it's going to be really interesting, though, to see how effective that is beyond the states that we've already seen, because Sanders is not popular with all Latinos. We know it's a big group, a very diverse group, and everyone's going to be watching Florida to see what happens.
Okay, very quickly, David, what do you read from the data out of Colorado so far?
I mean, nothing that you wouldn't expect. That's sort of the quick summary. This was supposed to be a good Sanders state. It is a good Sanders state. His map sort of gets better as you move west, so we're seeing about what we'd expect ahead of time.
All right, great. Thank you. Well, thanks to all of my guests at this table, national political reporter James Hohmann, reporter for The Fix Eugene Scott, and data analyst David Byler. Great to be with all of you. More results to come as the vote counts roll in, so stay with the Washington Post live coverage of Super Tuesday.
I'm Lillian Cunningham. I've worked at the Post for almost a decade, and I'm the creator and host of the Presidential Podcast. The very first Super Tuesday wasn't anything like the Super Tuesday we think of today. The term first appeared in 1976 in a newspaper article by a Wire reporter who was describing a day where several primaries were taking place, but it wasn't at the very beginning of the nominating process. It was actually the very last day when a few states were going to cast their votes: California, Ohio, and New Jersey. It was pure coincidence that the three states were all having their primaries on that same day. But the reporter referred to it as Super Tuesday because Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan were kind of neck and neck for the Republican nomination, and this was the last day where it felt like these big delegate-rich states were going to cast their votes and help figure out who the nominee would be. So it was a super important Tuesday.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together, represents all elements of the party.
Polls are closing at this hour in Utah. 29 pledged delegates are at stake, and we're looking at the Salt Lake City skyline. Welcome to live coverage in the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. It's now 10 p.m. here on the East Coast, and this Super Tuesday is shaping up so far to be a big night for Joe Biden. But first, a Western win for Bernie Sanders, who we are projecting will win Colorado. We can now project that Joe Biden will win a host of southern states, including Tennessee, with 64 delegates, and that's based on exit poll results. We can also project Joe Biden will win North Carolina with 110 delegates at stake. Joe Biden also projected to win Alabama, 52 delegates at stake there. And Biden will win Virginia, 99 delegates in play in Virginia. To break down the numbers further, let's go to our Election Insights team and the Post's Jeremy Bowers. So, Jeremy, 6 races called so far tonight, and we're approaching the halfway point in our evening. Is the map shaping up as predicted?
You know, things are shaping up a little bit like we expected. You know, the East Coast and the South have been very strong for Joe Biden tonight, as you mentioned, and you can see it in those race calls. You know, he's been really good in places like Virginia and North Carolina. He's shown strength in places like Tennessee and Alabama, but none of these are places that we didn't think he was going to do well, right? Now, additionally, we have been seeing some Sanders strengths in places like out here in Colorado, where he's winning. We already projected him to win the state. But additionally, we've seen him do well in places like Texas. Now, Texas is a really interesting place, and it has a lot of different kinds of voters. For a little bit more on that, let's talk to Lenny Bronner, our senior data scientist. Lenny, tell me a little bit about Texas. Is there any place that jumps out at you in the state, maybe a place where Sanders is already doing well?
Yeah, there's this really interesting county, Tarrant County, that we actually just wrote a story on. And the thing that's interesting there is that new registration amongst Hispanics is particularly high. So in general, Hispanic new registration has been going up substantially across the state. I think it's at 5% across the state, which is 2% higher than the new registration rate amongst Americans as a whole. But Hispanic new registration in Tarrant County is 6.5%, which is particularly high.
You know, these are the kinds of insights that we've been trying to keep an eye on for you. And as more and more races come in, we'll bring you as many of the insights as we can. But for now, Libby?
Thank you so much, Jeremy. So let's talk about Michael Bloomberg. He spent a lot of money running up to tonight. Is that being reflected on the board tonight?
You know, there are a lot of places where Bloomberg is doing surprisingly well. It's a good thing that I had Texas up on the map already. Even though that Bloomberg is not winning this state, he's in 3rd place, which means that he's in line to get some delegates. And now this is a Sanders state in which Bloomberg is doing particularly well, but it's not like he's only doing well in places where Bernie Sanders is doing well. I mean, look at places like Tennessee. He's in 3rd place in Tennessee, and he has 17% of the votes there, which means he's going to get some delegates. And again, in another Sanders stronghold in Colorado, we're seeing that he has 2nd place with 23% of the vote. That's going to be a significant number of those 67 delegates that go to him. This is sort of the pattern that we're seeing out of Bloomberg tonight. It's that he's never really in 1st place, with the exception of American Samoa, where he did quite well. It's that he's constantly coming in 2nd and 3rd, and that's going to make really difficult delegate math for later. And he's definitely pulling delegates and votes away from other candidates.
Interesting. Jeremy, thank you so much. I'd like to welcome back my guests here in the studio, national political reporters James Hohmann and Dave Weigel, the newsletters that I value the most in my reading, the Daily 202 and the Trailer. All right, let's talk about this role that Michael Bloomberg is playing right now. I mean, it may seem obvious that he would be pulling votes away from Joe Biden, but what are you seeing?
Well, they were definitely competing for African Americans in the South. It seems like Biden won that argument. And then I think that they were competing for kind of the college-educated, moderate, suburban whites who were so important to the party's gains in 2018. If Joe Biden had lost in South Carolina, I think this would be a very different night. If last week it sort of played out differently, I think Bloomberg would be getting a lot of these votes that are kind of breaking Biden's way in the Twin City suburbs or the Denver suburbs or the Houston and the Dallas suburbs like Tarrant County we were just hearing about.
We actually have another race to call, James, so hold that thought. Our Elections Insights team has an update. We're now ready to call the race in Oklahoma. The Washington Post is projecting Joe Biden will win Oklahoma, the Sooner state. Now that state has 37 delegates at stake tonight. Jeremy Bowers of the Election Insights team can give us more on what's happening. Jeremy.
Hey, Libby, good to talk to you again. You know, we've got the state of Oklahoma, and like you mentioned, we've got 37 delegates, and we project now that the winner of this state is going to be Joe Biden. Now, he's been doing well in southern states, like I mentioned before. He did well on the East Coast. This is a different kind of state for him, though, and you can see it's a little more of a patchwork instead of that big block of Biden blue. We're seeing a little bit of Sanders, a little bit of Bloomberg, but that's what we've got for now, Libby. As we get more, we'll bring it to you.
All right, great. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Bernie Sanders is taking the stage in Vermont in front of his supporters, so let's go live to Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, Vermont! You know, it's a funny thing
31 years ago today, we won the mayoral race in Burlington, Vermont. And we won that race against all of the odds. Everybody said it couldn't be done. And when we began this race for the presidency, everybody said it couldn't be done. But tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination. And we are going to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country. We are going to win. We are going to defeat Trump because we are putting together an unprecedented grassroots, multi-generational, multiracial movement. It is a movement which speaks to the working families of this country who are sick and tired of working longer hours for low wages and seeing all new income and wealth going to the top 1%. It is a movement which says the United States will have health care for all as a human right. It is a movement that says we will bring major reforms in education, making sure that all of our kids can go to college without coming out in debt. Now, what makes this movement unique is we are taking on the corporate establishment. We are taking on the greed of Wall Street, the greed of the drug companies who charge us the highest prices in the world, the greed of the insurance companies, and given the existential crisis of climate change, we are saying to the fossil fuel industry, their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our country and the world. But we are not only taking on the corporate establishment, we're taking on the political establishment. But we're going to win because the people understand it is our campaign, our movement, which is best positioned to defeat Trump. You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement, which brings young people into our political movement, and which in November will create the highest voter turnout in American political history. So we're going to beat Trump because this will become a contrast in ideas. One of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq. You're looking at him. Another candidate voted for the war in Iraq. One of us has spent his entire life fighting against cuts in Social Security, wanting to expand Social Security. Another candidate has been on the floor of the Senate calling for cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Program. One of us led the opposition to disastrous trade agreements which cost us millions of good-paying jobs. And that's me. And another candidate voted for disastrous trade agreements. One of us stood up for consumers and said we will not support a disastrous bankruptcy bill. And another candidate represented the credit card companies and voted for that disastrous bill. So here we are. We have two major goals in front of us, and they are directly related. First, we must beat a president who apparently has never read the Constitution of the United States. A president who thinks we should be an autocracy, not a democracy. But second of all, we need a movement and are developing a movement of black, white, Latino, Native American, Asian American, gay and straight. Of people who are making it clear every day they will not tolerate the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality we are experiencing. We will not give tax breaks to billionaires when 500,000 Americans sleep out on the streets. We will not allow 49% of all new income to go to the 1% when half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, I don't know what's going to happen later tonight. We're doing well in Texas right now. We won Colorado. And I'm cautiously optimistic that later in the evening, we can win the largest state in this country, the state of California. But no matter what happens, if this campaign, and I don't know what will happen, but if it comes out to be a campaign in which we have one candidate who is standing up for the working class and the middle class, we're going to win that election. And if we have another candidate who has received contributions from at least 60 billionaires, we're going to win that election. And if there is another candidate in the race who is spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, we're going to tell him, in America, you cannot buy elections. So I am excited about where we are. We have come a long, long way. And I want to, once again, thank the great state of Vermont and all of the people in the state. not only for the victory you gave our movement tonight, but for the years and years of love and support you have given me and my family. So Vermont, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you all very much. Let's go on to the White House. Thank you.
Bernie Sanders projecting confidence as he talks to his supporters in Vermont. Let's go to my guests, James Hohmann and Dave Weigel. A lot of what he was saying was stuff that you guys have heard a lot on the campaign trail before, but what message does Bernie Sanders need to hit home to his supporters and people who might be considering voting for him?
He set this up as a two-man race, and he laid out kind of a dozen different contrasts between him and Joe Biden. I think they think that this field is going to winnow down tomorrow. They expect people to drop, and that all of a sudden it'll be, on trade, on the Iraq War, on Social Security, on the bankruptcy bill and credit card industry, and that sets up a kind of a liberal versus moderate contrast. That, I think, is what Sanders wants to come away with from his speech.
Yeah. Dave.
I think that's correct, and he was attacking Biden a month ago on Social Security. They dropped that. I think they were very unfocused in South Carolina, didn't know quite what to do, and frankly underestimated Biden. They're back to that message. I think the structural problem for Sanders tonight is he keeps overrating his own popularity. I won't blame him. I'd love to do the same thing, but he. For example, in Oklahoma, a state that is called votes still coming in, exit polls pretty much done, that reveals that so much of the Sanders vote in 2016 was people who just didn't like Hillary Clinton. In 2016, Bernie Sanders, Democratic Socialist, won voters who said they were moderate conservative in that state by 11 points. And tonight he lost them to Joe Biden by 28 points. Not just that, he ran behind Mike Bloomberg among voters who said they're moderate or conservative. Virginia, another great example, that's mostly done. Turnout is probably going to double what it did in 2016. And one refrain you heard from Sanders there, you always hear, is that if there's a high voter turnout, more people are excited that he will win. That's not been the case. What you're seeing is this coalition that elected Democrats in 2018 of suburbanites, frankly, and not all of them are new. These are people who vote in every election but didn't usually vote in a midterm, didn't vote in a primary. They're coming out and they're not voting for him. So it is the worry for him coming out tonight, a night when he really could not have had a better startup in Texas or California with more than 1 million votes in each state cast early. He lost late deciders badly, and he lost the kind of voters who had picked him as kind of a safety against Hillary Clinton last time, also very badly.
Dave, you've pointed out that even though Bernie Sanders is expected to do better as we move west,
right,
that so much of the focus right now is people are tuning in and watching and absorbing the winners and losers. The momentum is Joe Biden, Joe Biden, Joe Biden, Joe
right.
Biden. So the question is, will some strong Bernie Sanders performances come after people are sort of tuning out, moving on, going to bed, and what does that actually mean? Not because it doesn't affect delegate counts if a viewer goes to bed, but it does affect the momentum and the feeling you take away of who had a good night.
It does. And the best example actually is 2018, because a lot of people went to bed at midnight that night thinking Democrats had an okay night, but they blew it in a lot of big ways. Maybe they don't have as much resistance as they thought they did. It took a couple weeks for people to realize that they got a 40-seat gain in the House. Things like that. The races that were on the knife edge, like the Arizona Senate race. So that affected Democrat psychology, I think, for months. This is different. There's more attention on this race. I think the larger problem is that the coalition that Sanders put together last time, again, got him a win in Michigan by 1 point. Michigan is already early voting. It's going to vote in a week. Washington, where he did very well in a caucus. There are several states tonight where a caucus has been replaced by a primary. In Maine, he's gone from winning by a landslide to tied. In Colorado, he's winning, but by much less than he did last time. In Minnesota, he went from a 24-point win to losing to Joe Biden tonight. So the two biggest states next week, where he did very well, he might do worse. And I think that is more of a problem. Just there's not a clear state where he could turn this thing around on the map, maybe until Wisconsin. And we're not now Idaho, a couple of smaller states, he might do very well. But the kind of rhythm that Sanders benefited from last time, I think, is not there for him. I don't want to spell the end of it right now. Just things are breaking in a way for Biden that unless those voters change their minds again and they rediscover Bernie Sanders, he is not putting together the kind of vote that can win the nomination.
Let's talk about ground game and money spent on the ground. Joe Biden is doing really well in some states where he didn't have big investments, James. In fact, he had minimal investments.
Let's talk about Oklahoma, where I was earlier today. Biden did not visit. Jill Biden was in Oklahoma City this morning for a brief event. He didn't have a field office. He didn't spend money on television, and he won that state. And it is a reminder that momentum matters more than money. Bloomberg had like 25 staffers in Oklahoma. He's going to get some delegates. And Elizabeth Warren, who's from Oklahoma, went there, invested in the state. Votes are still being counted under the viability threshold, so she's not going to get any delegates in her home state. And that is a reminder that in these big national contests, unlike the first 4 states where everyone was there and organization did matter, especially in the caucuses, these aren't caucuses, these are primaries. And so that means that it's not just the most hardcore devoted people who are showing up. And it also means that in a national primary, you can get by without money.
Joe Biden has just taken the stage at his event in Los Angeles, so let's go live to Joe Biden addressing supporters in LA, California.
Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh no, this is you switched on me. This is my wife, this is my sister. They switched on me. Folks, it's still early, but things are looking awful, awful good. For those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy. Tell that to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota, and maybe even Massachusetts. It's too close to call. We're still waiting for Texas and California, a few other small states to come in. But it's looking good. So I'm here to report we are very much alive. And make no mistake about it, this campaign will send Donald Trump packing. This campaign is taking off. Join us. For those folks listening, go to JoeBiden.com. Sign up, volunteer, contribute if you can. We need you, we want you, and there's a place for you in this campaign. People are talking about a revolution. We started a movement. We've increased turnout. And the turnout's turned out for us. That can deliver us to a moment where we can do extraordinary, extraordinary things. Look. Our agenda is bold, it's progressive, it's a vision where health care is affordable and available to everybody in America. Where we bring drug prices down under control with no more surprise billing. Access to hospitals in rural areas as well as urban areas. Access to care. A bold vision where we invest billions of dollars to find, and I promise you, cures for cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. Standing up to and beating the NRA and the gun manufacturers. And leading the world to take on the existential threat of climate change. I'm going to start by rejoining an outfit I helped put together, the Paris Climate Accord, and we're going to move it a long way. A country where the quality of education will not depend on your zip code. Where we triple funding for low-income school districts, providing raises for teachers, full-time school for 3, 4, and 5 years old, and increasing exponentially the prospects of their success. Free community college, providing credentials for every job of the 21st century. And significant reduction in the cost of going to college and your student debt. If you volunteer, you pay nothing. Folks, we can do this. And let's get something straight. Wall Street didn't build this country. You built this country. The middle class built this country. And unions built the middle class. And the neighborhoods we come from, the three... Well, let's see. We're going to go. Look. The middle class is getting clobbered. The middle class is getting clobbered. Too many people in the neighborhoods that Jill and Val and I grew up in. So they're getting hurt. They're badly hurt. And guess what? They're the places where we come from, many of you come from. It's where we were raised. The people. They're the reason why I'm running. There's the reason why I'm a Democrat in the first place. These are people who build our bridges, repair our roads, keep our water safe, who teach our kids. Look, who race into burning buildings to protect other people, who grow our food, build our cars, pick up our garbage, our streets, veterans, dreamers, single moms. And by the way, every dreamer, have hope because I'm coming and you're not going anywhere. And we're going to provide a pathway for 11 million citizens. If the other guy had voted for well, I shouldn't get into that. I won't get going. Look, the iron workers, the steel workers, the boilermakers, the plumbers, the electrical workers, these are the people that have been forgotten. I agree with you, man. Look, the people Trump forgot, the people I will never forget and I will always remember. Folks, that's why we need an economy that rewards work, not just wealth. Reestablishes the middle class, and this time brings everybody along. Everybody. Regardless of their race, their ethnicity, whether their gender, their disability, their economic state. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, every stripe. Look, like we did in South Carolina, like we did across America today, like we'll do on all the way to the White House. Look, that's why I was so proud yesterday being embraced by Amy Klobuchar. We won Minnesota because of Amy Klobuchar. And we're doing well in Texas because of Beto O'Rourke. And that's why I was so proud, so incredibly proud to have Mayor Pete's endorsement as well. There's a man of character, intellect, and courage. And by the way, I was proud to be endorsed by Jim Clyburn. Man, he is something else. Look, our campaign reflects the diversity of this party and this nation. And that's how it should be. Because we need to bring everybody along. Everybody. We want a nominee who will beat Donald Trump. But also keep Nancy Pelosi the Speaker of the House. Win back the United States Senate. If that's what you want, join us. And if you want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat, join us. Look, this all starts with a revival of decency and honor and character. Trump has fanned the flames of hate and sought to divide us. He's insulted, demonized, and actually just the way he talks about people. He has not a single sense of empathy. He doesn't have any compassion. No regard for the values that made this country who we are. Not the way you were raised by your moms and dads. He looks at honesty and decency and respect, and he views it as a sign of weakness. He doesn't believe that we're the beacon to the world. He doesn't believe We're all part of something bigger than ourselves. That's why I've said from the moment I announced for this candidacy, we're literally in a battle for the soul of America. Folks, winning means uniting America, not sowing seeds of division and anger and hate. We got to beat Donald Trump, and we will, but we can't become like him. We can't have a never-ending war between the parties. We need a president who can fight, but make no mistake about it, I can fight, but look, we need as badly, someone who can heal. Look, just look what we did when we passed Obamacare, or what President Obama and I did saving the American automobile industry, or what we did to pass the Violence Against Women Act. But it's not enough. This is just a start. We need a president who can heal the country as well. And that is what I will do as your president, I promise you. It's about delivering real results for you, your family, and the community. It's not about me, Jill, or Valerie. It's about you. It's about our families. To paraphrase the English poet Robert Browning, he said, our reach should exceed our grasp. And my reach does exceed our grasp because there's no doubt in my mind we can grasp whatever we reach for. Ladies and gentlemen, I quoted an English poet, but let me quote a real poet now, an Irish poet, Seamus Heaney, who wrote a poem called The Curatorian. And here's what he says, and I believe this to the bottom of my being. He said, history says, don't hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhyme. We can make hope and history rhyme because of what we've seen. There's nothing we can't do. This is about the future. It's not about the past. It's about our children and our grandchildren. It's about leading this country and leading the world once again. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. My Lord, this is the United States of America. And it's time for America to get back up. And once again, fight for the proposition that we hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men and women are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights. We say it so often in school, we don't realize how profound it is. We've never lived up to those words, but until this president, we've never walked away from it. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe with every fiber of my being, that's who we are. So let's get back up. We are a decent, brave, resilient people. We can believe again. But we are better than this moment. We are better than this president. So get back up and take back this country, the United States of America. There's not a single thing we can't do. God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to do this, folks.
Joe Biden addressing his supporters in Los Angeles. A good night for the Biden campaign. As he said, it's a super Tuesday, basically, for him. Well, let's pause for a moment. We're hearing from our Election Insights team. There are more race calls to make. We're now ready to call the race in Utah. The Washington Post is projecting that Sanders will win Utah, the Beehive state. Now, Utah has 29 delegates at stake tonight. We can also project that Joe Biden will win Minnesota, 75 delegates on the line there. Let's go to our colleague Jeremy Bowers with the Election Insights team for more details. Jeremy.
Hey, Libby, thanks for that. We do have two more race calls for you tonight. And look at that. The first, we're going to start with the state of Utah. And we're ready to project that as a win for Bernie Sanders. Now, you can see we have less than 10% reporting, which means this race for second place is not out of the running just yet. So we're not 100% sure what the extra delegate is going to look like for these other candidates later tonight. But we do know that up front, Sanders is sitting at about 31% of the vote. And you can see he's doing very well in areas where there are a lot of voters. Now, Utah isn't one of those states where there are voters spread out across the state. The vast majority of them are here in Salt Lake City and Provo, and a handful still left in Ogden. But we expect those are probably going to end up with Sanders as well. Now, we had one other race call to update you on, and that is the state of Minnesota, where Amy Klobuchar dropped out of the race and backed Joe Biden. And then tonight, Joe Biden has a big win in the state with 49% reporting. We're ready to go ahead and call it. There are 75 delegates there. Now, Biden has 37% of the vote, and Sanders is sitting at 30%, and then Warren is still above the delegate threshold there at 16%. That's really what we've got for you here in these two states, Libby.
Great. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Jeremy Bowers with our Election Insights team. Well, you're watching live coverage of Super Tuesday from The Washington Post.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together, represents all elements of the party.
We're looking at downtown Salt Lake City, where polls closed a little while ago tonight. Welcome to live coverage from The Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. It's now 10:30-ish here on the East Coast, a little after the 10:30 block. And if you're wondering if the talk of a Biden surge was real, we now have an answer. The former vice president is indeed having a Super Tuesday. Joe Biden is sweeping the South, winning Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, and also Minnesota. Bernie Sanders is adding delegates in his fight as well. Bernie Sanders is projected to win Colorado, Utah, and his home state of Vermont. But two of the biggest prizes of the night are still up for grabs: Texas and Utah. Let's check in with Jeremy Bowers with our Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, we've had a lot of race calls at this point. How are things looking in states that are still outstanding?
Well, you know, if I could send a little letter to the state of Maine and get them to clear things up for us, I would certainly do that. But that's one of the two states where we're still waiting on results because it's just too close for us to call. We've got about 33% reporting in the state of Maine, and you can see Sanders and Biden are locked in at right about a third of the vote each. We also have Elizabeth Warren here at about 16%. If the trends like this hold, she's going to be in the money for some delegates from this state. But there aren't that many to give. It's just 24 delegates. It's a pretty small state, and it's not going to make a huge difference. Now, we also have some interesting stuff happening in the state of Texas. Now, Texas is enormous. We have 215 delegates here in the state, and Bernie Sanders has a pretty sizable lead going right now. But you can see that there is still Biden support in certain areas of the state. The suburbs of Houston, for example, are a pretty strong area for him. Whereas we're seeing folks like Bernie Sanders do particularly well in places like City Center in San Antonio, downtown Austin, and some of these suburbs of Dallas, where we see high rates of new voter registration for Hispanic Americans. Now, I would like to point out that here in Texas, it's not just a two-person race. We also have Michael Bloomberg, who's in the hunt for delegates in the state. He's spent an awful lot of money here, and it appears to be getting him at least a little bit of something. He's going to be able to take home a handful of the 228 delegates that Texas is going to assign. This is what we've got for you at the moment, although I think that we will have some more race calls for you later tonight, Libby.
All right, great. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Well, joining me here in the studio, national political reporters James Hohmann and Dave Weigel. We're also joined by data analyst David Byler. Thanks so much to all of you for being here. So Joe Biden, it sounded very much like his South Carolina speech. James, tell us about the tone that he's trying to strike here tonight and what he needs to do.
Yeah, other than confusing his sister and his wife behind him at the beginning.
So if people didn't catch that, because we went to the feed right as that was happening, he sort of turned to one and it was the wrong one, and there was a little bit of like a classic Joe Biden moment, one might say.
And that was and those moments, those classic Biden moments, which are funny, are going to start to get a lot more attention now that he is the front runner. But then the rest of the speech was delivered from a teleprompter. And in fact, even when there were protesters who disrupted the speech, Biden went back to reading from the teleprompter. And probably 85% of that speech was identical to the speech that he delivered on Saturday night in Columbia, South Carolina. Now, that's actually a good sign for Biden being disciplined and on message, which is one of the big concerns that Democrats feel about him, that he can drive this message. And it was interesting because he focused on Donald Trump, not Bernie Sanders. So Bernie Sanders' speech in Vermont was all about, this is a two-man race with me and Biden. Here are a dozen contrasts. Biden's speech was, I can beat Trump. I will prosecute the case against Trump. And that is, some of that's messaging and strategy. He still has to sort of hold off Sanders, but it also is, that was Biden's strategy all along. When he got into the race, he wanted to avoid getting bogged down in this kind of internecine warfare.
Okay, David, when the protesters took the stage, you were like, oh, I know who those are. Yeah. So explain to us what we were seeing there.
Oh, that was anti-dairy industry protesters. They've been going after a lot of candidates. They had a topless protester interrupt Bernie Sanders. They did not have one tonight, which was disappointing only because I wanted to see Joe Biden's reaction to that. But they're very active in California and the West, and they want people to stop giving subsidies to the dairy industry. So, point made. I think what they emphasize is that Biden does not have secret service protection.
Yes, so it did look like Joe Biden's sister was shaken up by that.
Yeah.
I mean, she was sort of crossing her arms and looking.
Right.
So, I mean, it is a bit shocking that they were able to not just raise a ruckus in the crowd, but like get on the stage.
Well, I was just saying, and it's not a thing we talk a lot about because you don't want to give flags to people, but this is a longer period than in many years of candidates not having Secret Service protection. Vice presidents don't actually get it for life. They get it for 6 months after they leave office. So this whole time, Joe Biden has been ambling around without service protection. He has some security, but you can go up to him, you can talk to him. The events are not blocked off from reporters. A point I'd make about his ability to stay on message is, frankly, you were making this point earlier about he didn't go to Oklahoma and he won it. The period of candidates walking around states and taking tons of town hall questions is basically coming to an end. The stuff that Biden has been in some ways very emotionally effective at, in some ways very bad at. I mean, he was losing votes in Iowa and New Hampshire because he seemed unfocused and would take 20 minutes to answer a question. That's kind of ending. This speech is what some of his rivals might accuse of being poll tested. Lots of rah-rah lines have not changed since last year. But that is better than the worst days of his campaign in Iowa, where it sometimes sounded like he was going off into a tangent about a complicated tax benefit that no one was interested in.
David, as you look at the data on the most recent states that we are seeing results from, what are you learning?
The biggest story that we've seen in the most recent race calls is Minnesota. I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but that's a really big deal. Minnesota is not demographically suited for the coalition that Biden had in the first 4 early states. It's a sign that he's expanding outwards, and a lot of the sort of Rust Belt states and Acela states aren't voting tonight. And this may be one of the closer approximations to what some voters, in the rural areas of those states might do. It's just a really good result for him to win in a state that is, not as diverse racially, where Sanders and Warren seem like they're more natural fits for the politics. It seems like it really validates a lot of the sort of Biden wave narratives coming out.
Warren and Bloomberg are also on the board in Minnesota.
They are.
Numbers a little bit and what that may say about the bigger picture at stake there.
Right. So I'm reading off of our live results here. Warren and Bloomberg are on the board. Warren has a little bit over the 15% threshold. Bloomberg has 8.3%, which, isn't so great. You need 15% statewide to get those statewide delegates. And if you drop below that, you start dropping off in some of the congressional districts as well. So you have a scenario where Warren and Bloomberg are grabbing delegates here, there, and everywhere. Bloomberg did great in American Samoa, if I recall correctly. exactly. But really, this looks a lot like a race that's primarily Biden and Sanders right now. We'll have to see how that changes as California comes in. But, you know, Biden is doing very well tonight.
All right, well, let's check in with our colleague Joyce Koh, who's been with the Sanders campaign in Vermont tonight. Joyce.
Hey, Libby. Well, the Expo Center here has almost completely cleared out, but just moments ago it was filled with thousands of Sanders supporters waiting for about 4 hours to hear the senator speak. And once he came out, they were incredibly energized. He started off his speech by saying that 39 years ago today, he was elected as Burlington's mayor, as you'll remember, just by 10 votes. And that was his opening line. Today marks an incredibly important time in his political timeline. I have been to a lot of Sanders rallies, and this one felt significantly different. Of course, a lot of these rallies are very loud. His supporters are known to cheer sort of at every sentence that he says. But tonight, his crowd felt more connected. It almost felt more intimate. The crowd was physically closer to him tonight. And this sort of goes to what I heard today while out at polling locations talking to voters. They said that Sanders has shared himself with the rest of the country. And tonight, he's giving himself to us Vermonters. So and talking to voters and talking to people that I know were here today, they feel connected to him personally. And that feeling in the room was definitely there. And we did also hear that, you know, there are people in the room here tonight who had these personal connections. One woman that we spoke to today said that Sanders would ask her how her niece was doing whenever he came into the video shop to get videos from the video store downtown. Another man said that Sanders would come into the movie theater downtown when he was first elected Burlington's mayor and sort of come in not knowing what to watch and ask him, what should we see today? So these are people that have personal connections to him, unlike maybe other places in the country where we've seen these huge Sanders rallies. We did hear the senator tonight take aim at Joe Biden. He said that one of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq, going after Joe Biden's voting record on the war in Iraq. And that is the only time tonight that we heard incredibly loud cheers and then boos for Joe Biden for voting for the war in Iraq. This is a point that Sanders makes pretty consistently throughout. He has made it throughout the last year, and tonight he did not shy away from taking aim at his competitor tonight. One other thing to mention is that Sanders did not seem shaken at all. He came out here with his entire family, extremely confident, sort of a similar confidence that we saw on the other side watching Joe Biden's speech tonight. So he is confident that he says that he will win the Democratic nomination. So, it looks like it could be anyone's race. And that is all I have here from the Bernie campaign headquarters tonight. Libby?
Great. Thanks so much, Joyce Koh, who's been live with the Sanders campaign. So let's go to hear about that opponent that Bernie Sanders was referencing a lot in his speech. Let's go to the Joe Biden camp out in California, where our Rhonda Colvin is standing by. So as we saw the former vice president wrap up his speech, Rhonda, what's the atmosphere like there?
Libby, the energy is still pretty high here. The vice president is still behind me. He's shaking hands and hugging his supporters right now. And they seem still very much energized right now. He came out, one of the interesting things that I saw was usually at these parties, you have someone come introduce the vice president or the candidate. There's a little bit of preamble and then the person comes on stage. Well, Joe Biden came on stage all of a sudden. So you can tell there was added confidence today for him. There was enthusiasm. His speech was not very long, but he hit a lot of notes that I think resonated with the crowd. He said he is very much alive despite what media reports or pollsters have been saying. He also talked about specifically about the Paris Climate Agreement and how that will be back on track if he's president. And that's something that we heard from voters today, that they are really concerned about climate change. They're concerned about the environment. So he struck a chord with that as well. He also talked about dreamers and saying that he is on the way to help them, that he will create create a pathway to citizenship. And then another thing he mentioned that we heard a lot from voters today is decency, that we need to bring decency back to the White House. There were like 3 voters that I talked to today, back to back, who mentioned that they're very troubled by President Trump's character. So that's something here in California that voters are concerned about, and he talked about that. And he also mentioned Speaker Pelosi, that he will make sure that she stays Speaker of the House. Of course, this is her territory. She is from the state of California, so that also received a lot of cheers. So right now, people are still milling around. They're still really excited and enthused with what they saw tonight. Back to you.
All right, Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. She's been with the Biden campaign in California. Joe Biden already speaking tonight. Okay, so Bernie Sanders goes to his home territory. Joe Biden heads out west to California, a state we're all watching closely. What's the significance of their choices of venue, James?
It is interesting because, Biden did skip ahead from New Hampshire to South Carolina. He stuck around. I think some of it was that they probably didn't want him traveling too much. He is, 77. He gets tired, and so it's notable that they didn't send him to Michigan to kind of be like, this is what's next. And I think it's because they expected he'd have a good night on Super Tuesday, but they didn't try to send him back across the country. I think partly for fatigue purposes.
David?
Yeah, and I think it's also to plant a flag in California, a place where he, in many polls, is not viable for delegates. Even a week ago, where we're going to find out in a little while, at least from the exit poll, where he's doing, but where he's going to do much better. This is if things keep turning this direction, he's going to have a pledged delegate lead when the night ends, which is by no means what the Sanders campaign thought or what Sanders' opponents thought. I mean, the conversation at the debate 2 weeks ago was entirely about the fear that Sanders would, no matter what happened, have a pledged delegate lead going into the convention, and he might not have one after the first month of contest, which is enormous.
Okay, we saw candidates pinned down a little bit in the last debate about what it would take to sort of go into the convention, delegate lead, a plurality, like how much you had to really lock down by the time the conventions rolled around. How did their answers then fit with what's going on right now?
Well, so this is. Sanders says in 2016 he argued that by the end of the race, the most electable candidate should get superdelegates to vote for him, even if he didn't win the popular vote. Candace pointed that out this time. This time he has been saying and arguing that the pledged delegate leader, I was just talking to Sanders' co-chairman Ro Khanna tonight, the guy with the most delegates should win the first delegate victory. And that is a hard position to walk away from. I don't think it's terribly possible. He isn't more consistent than many politicians, even though he shifted that particular argument. If he, at the end of March, is losing in the popular vote in the delegate chase, then it is hard for him to run even the kind of campaign he did in 2016, where he was behind in those metrics, but had a lot of states in the last half of the primary that he could win, and he just simply doesn't because of the shift of the caucus to primaries and because of California going when it did.
Has he put himself in a tough spot?
Yes, he has. He is in a tough spot, and that's Dave's last point there is important. When you look ahead on the calendar, last time some of those states that were in the second half were places like West Virginia, where again there was sort of an anti-Clinton vote as much as a pro-Sanders vote. In California was the final primary in June last time, and Sanders could sort of hold that out as this big mega prize. He ended up finishing just short. But that was, that he could kind of point to that. In this case, he doesn't have the caucuses. There are definitely a bunch of states that he can still win, even if Biden continues consolidating support among moderates. But he has boxed himself into a corner, and it's because they didn't anticipate this scenario. They thought that they would be emerging tonight with a few hundred lead among delegates.
You're nodding your head yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think that this is a scenario that looks right now to be, within the realistic range of expected outcomes that we had coming into the night, but on the bad end for Sanders. Some of the states that James and Dave talked about are not places that are a great fit for him. And then there's the Acela primary on April 28th, which is good to remember because it's the last major primary day. It has states like New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, places where you could see Sanders doing well in some of them, but in some of them, if you sort of have a suburbanite exodus away from some of the candidates who dropped out and towards Biden, could end up pretty bad for Sanders.
I'm sorry, you forgot Delaware is that day, and that's
Delaware,
malarkey, and I have to come out against
it. Well, let's go now to our Election Insights team and the Post, Jeremy Bauer. So, Jeremy, at least 2 huge delegate hauls are still up for grabs. tonight. We're looking at Texas. We're also looking at Massachusetts, actually. So tell us more about what's happening in those states.
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. Texas and Massachusetts are definitely on our radar. And before I dig in on those, I want to make sure to mention we've got the state of California as like the elephant in the room, or maybe in this case, really the donkey. It's got an awful lot of delegates, and we don't know anything about it just yet because we have a couple more minutes until polls close. We don't even have early exit results. But back to those two states that you mentioned, we've got a little bit going on here in Massachusetts. Now, Massachusetts is a place where Joe Biden has had another strong night. And the real story of Massachusetts is not Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders, both of whom are doing very well. It's Elizabeth Warren, who really has kind of traded places with Joe Biden in this state, if you believe the early polling coming into the night. Elizabeth Warren, in many of the polls, was doing very well in the state and was going to bat it back and forth with Bernie. Instead, she's fallen into third place. She's still going to get delegates from the state if the current trends hold, and there are 91 of them to split up. But it's certainly a long shot from having won the state and going home with a handful of delegates from it. Now, additionally, about the state of Texas. Right now, we're showing that Bernie Sanders is in the lead in the state of Texas. He has 29% of the vote, but there's only about 25% reporting. Now, for a little bit more on that, I'd like to turn to my colleague, Lenny Bronner. Now, Lenny is a senior data scientist on our team. Lenny, tell me a little bit about what our model is showing, what's going on behind the scenes in Texas tonight.
Yeah, so as you just mentioned, we're at 25% reporting, and that's mostly when we see the model like starting to converge and starting to give us numbers that we can actually use. And it kind of looks as if, Sanders is ahead, as you said, but, Joe Biden does have, it seems like we think Joe Biden might have some more outstanding vote than it seems now.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are the kinds of insights that we're keeping an eye on for you and for the folks looking at us back home. For now, though, we'll send it back to you in the studio, Libby.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Jeremy. I want to ask about Tulsi Gabbard real quick. We have not been talking about her tonight. We're also not seeing her hit numbers. Where is she at?
She has at least one delegate because of the caucuses in American Samoa, which were the first to end this evening. Less than 500 people voted total. I talked to the territorial party earlier in the night, and she got a delegate that was enough of a story for the DNC to say earlier today that they will revisit their rules about the debate. Because under the rules that we had in the last debate, one delegate gets you in. Under these rules, they're going to say, look, there have been more than 2,000 delegates chosen.
They're moving the mark. Yeah.
They're moving the mark, though, to be fair, Gabbard preemptively said she was boycotting one of the last debates. So we're not sure what this augurs for her. But look, she's... Another way to look at this is she is the first presidential candidate with Samoan ancestry, and she lost to Mike Bloomberg in American Samoa. So there we go. That's as sidebars go, that's a pretty good one.
David, you are also watching as part of your reporting, also your newsletter, The Trailer, so many other races across the country,
yes.
And this is a big primary day.
Some might say too many.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty extended. What else are you watching that's happening on the primary level in some of the key areas?
Unfortunately, these are races that are taking a long time to count. We're not in a hurry, obviously, but I'm looking at primaries in Texas and California mostly. In North Carolina, we already saw earlier in the night, Republicans were trying to embarrass Democrats and get kind of a weak candidate through the Senate primary. They failed in a pretty big way, so Cal Cunningham on the nomination. We're looking in Texas at the 28th district, which kind of goes from Laredo up to San Antonio. Henry Cuellar has held that seat since 2004. Justice Democrats, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, I could keep listing. The left made that a big priority to knock this Democrat out because it is a safe Democratic seat. Republicans barely try to recruit any candidates for it. They have a young immigration attorney who used to be Cuellar's intern, Jessica Cisneros, running in that race. And it is very close. There was some errant reporting earlier in the night about Cuellar winning. It's actually quite a close race. I think Cisneros is being helped because Sanders' support from Latino voters is manifesting in Webb County in a way it wasn't necessarily obvious it was going to, because those are more conservative Latino voters than you saw in Nevada or in California. And there, we're looking at the primaries to replace a lot of retiring Republicans, 6 of them in Texas. We're looking at a primary against Kate Granger, who's one of the few Republican women actually the only one in the Texas delegation for Republicans who has a conservative primary challenger. We're looking at in the 22nd district, which is kind of the western suburbs of Houston, Pierce Bush, the grandson of George H.W. Bush, is running and doing pretty badly in early returns. Not a good night for the Bush dynasty, if that's so. And then in California, we're looking at a lot of races, but mostly the 25th district. Katie Hill resigned from that seat. She's been on a media tour since then, because of those circumstances of that resignation. There's a special election tonight that is unlikely one person is going to win, but Cenk Uygur, the host of the Young Turks Network, ran that race as a kind of progressive firebrand to prove anyone could win, any progressive could win in a tough seat. He is not likely to win tonight.
So we'll keep watching those as results come in. Thank you so much. We've got Dave Weigel, we've got James Hohmann, we've also got David Byler. Thanks to all of you. Stay with us. We'll have more results as the counts continue to come in. This is live coverage of Super Tuesday from the Washington Post.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together, represents all elements of the party.
Well, the sun has set on the boardwalk in Venice Beach, and polls are now closed in California, where a whopping 415 pledge delegates are on the line. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. It's now 11 p.m. here on the East Coast, and Super Tuesday is living up to its billing for the former Vice President. Joe Biden is sweeping the South and has a key gain in the upper Midwest. He's won Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, and Minnesota. Now, Bernie Sanders is also adding delegates in his fight. Bernie Sanders is projected to win Colorado, Utah, and his home state of Vermont. But we're still waiting for two of the biggest prizes of the night, Texas and California. So in California, based on exit polling and a survey of absentee voters conducted by Edison Research, Bernie Sanders is in the lead. There's a lot of math on Super Tuesday, and luckily our Election Insights team is really good at this. So let's go back to them now, and Jeremy Bowers. So Jeremy, so far a good night for Biden. What do the numbers tell us about the shape of his support?
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. You know, Joe Biden has done really well on the East Coast, and geographically that's not super surprising. A lot of these early states had the kind of people who had given support to him earlier on in the primary season. Think about South Carolina, where Joe Biden did really well at gathering support from Hillary Clinton voters. It was a state that Clinton won in 2016. He did very well there in 2020. Now we're looking at two states where he did basically substantially similar. We're looking at the state of Virginia, where it's a fairly clean sweep for him, even a higher rate of votes than he had in South Carolina. And he also did very well in North Carolina, where he was able to capture an awful lot of those Hillary Clinton votes and pretty much keep Bernie Sanders from gathering a whole lot of delegates because he was eating his own vote. Now, for a little bit more on sort of how that 2016 to 2020 flow works, I'd like to bring back in Lenny Bronner. Lenny, you've been working on a little bit of software that helps us understand this. Can you tell me a little bit about what's going on under the hood? Well, what are we seeing in North Carolina and Virginia that is similar to how South Carolina worked for Joe Biden?
Yeah, so the really thing that we're seeing that is similar amongst all these three states is that Joe Biden is getting a lot of Hillary Clinton vote, as you just said. If we take a look at the precinct level results in all three states, it looks incredibly similar. And that is that Joe Biden's getting somewhere between 60 and 70% of the voters that Hillary Clinton got.
Now, what about Bernie Sanders? It's clear that he's getting an awful lot of his own vote, but is any of that vote going to other candidates this time around?
Yeah, so Sanders is getting between 40 and maybe 55% of his vote from 2016. But the issue is that it seems, there's a bit of an issue with making these inferences, but it looks like Elizabeth Warren is eating quite substantially into his support.
So that gives you a little bit of the shape of the race tonight, Libby, and these are the kinds of things we'll be keeping an eye on for you here in the studio.
So Jeremy, we're hearing about high turnout in some of the Super Tuesday states. So how is that playing out for leading candidates?
You know, that's really interesting. Lenny and I had just been talking about that a few minutes ago. And one of the things that's really apparent from taking a look at these vote flow diagrams is that there are a ton of people turning out tonight who did not vote in the 2016 version of the primaries, both in North Carolina, which you can see here, and in Virginia. And these are places where Joe Biden did very well. And it appears that one of the reasons why he did so well is that he's pulling in a lot of this new new vote. These are voters who had not previously voted in 2016 and are voting in 2020. A bit of the conventional wisdom there was that if there was a high voter turnout, that those would be voters who would be voting for Bernie Sanders. So this has actually been a little bit of a change from what we expected, and it's been an unexpected area of Biden's strength. Back to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. I'd like to welcome my guests for this hour, national political reporter James Hohmann and Eugene Scott, reporter for The Fix. It's so fascinating to hear what Jeremy was telling us, Eugene, because it wasn't just the thought that Bernie Sanders might be able to expand his coalition and bring in those young voters. It was a goal of the campaign. I mean, it's something that they have believed they would be able to do and that it could be key to building the Bernie Sanders of the future, the Bernie Sanders team of the future.
Absolutely. Number one, it's always fascinating to hear that there were people not involved in the 2016 election, because I feel like almost everyone we talked to had an opinion. But the reality is there were voters who were still, people who weren't yet voters, who were on the sidelines, who were looking in. And the Bernie Sanders campaign made it very clear that they were going to try to get those people to turn out. Those numbers haven't really worked in their favor as much as they thought they would have. And it's been fascinating to hear that they have worked in Biden's. That's not something that I was expecting. But I think what we do see with those new voters is that they overwhelmingly don't want Trumpism to move forward and want to get someone to the White House who they believe can defeat him. And when they're looking at the landscape, they think that the former vice president has a better chance of defeating the current president. So that's who they turned out for.
James.
You have to look at Virginia, which puts these ideas into stark relief. And it's not, Biden didn't have a ground game. Biden didn't have the money to run ads. This is dislike for Donald Trump. We've seen it since the 2017 state legislative elections in Virginia, where there was historic turnout in the governor's race, in the 2018 midterms when Democrats picked up 3 congressional seats in Virginia. And then tonight, massive increases in sort of the suburban counties where the backlash to Trump has been strongest, kind of suburban, college-educated women showing up who weren't particularly active or motivated in 2016, but really wanted to defeat Trump. And for them, our exit polls show electability was the top concern. They want to beat Trump. And so if they care more about electability than someone who agrees with them on all the issues, they were vastly more likely to support Biden, not because they necessarily love Joe Biden, but because they hate Donald Trump. So it does undercut the whole theory of the case of the Sanders campaign, which was that they were going to expand the electorate. As Biden put it in a classic kind of Biden malapropism, turned out, and it turned out for me. I think was the quote, and that's classic Joe Biden, but it's actually true. That's actually the story of the night, and that he was able to kind of ride this wave, not because of his own campaign or a $500 million ground game, but because of a really organic backlash to the president, which is manifesting itself.
What could this mean for fundraising for Joe Biden?
It's going to be huge. He raised $10 million over the weekend. George Conway, not that he's representative, but the husband of the counselor to the president, Kellyanne Conway, he tweeted a screen grab of himself maxing out to Biden. I've actually heard from various Democrats who one prominent Democrat texted me and said Biden is Lazarus coming back from the dead, and said he was giving money. And so I think you're going to all of a sudden see a big influx. And then there's also on the super PAC side, you'll see the money come in. He'll start getting big checks. And in fact, I did some reporting on this.
Go ahead, please.
So a lot after Buttigieg dropped out. Buttigieg was doing really well on money. He was fundraising a lot, and a lot of Buttigieg's bundlers after South Carolina were really worried about his ability to go the distance. So there were actually conversations among sort of Wall Street types on Sunday and Monday about kind of like, okay, let's go to Biden, and some of Buttigieg's bundlers trying to kind of like get people on board with Biden, and people feeling like there was some. I talked to a bundler who had sort of liked Bloomberg. Bloomberg's not taking contributions, but was sort of like into the idea of Bloomberg, but now is going to bundle for Biden. So I think that's definitely. We talked a couple hours ago about momentum.
Yeah.
Momentum manifests itself among the donor class as well.
Yeah, when you see George Conway tweeting about as you mentioned, the spouse of a Trump employee and loyal supporter tweeting about, maximizing his contribution. Okay, it may sound obvious, money is important, but Eugene, we're seeing money not work out for Tom Steyer, not work out for Michael Bloomberg, and even not necessarily, hurt someone like Joe Biden, who didn't have the money and didn't have an extensive and richly networked ground game in states that he's managing to win. So what could an infusion of money mean for Joe Biden?
Well, I think it'll allow him to actually get his message to people that he perhaps wasn't able to. And when I say his message, I mean his person, his body. We've seen him have an impact when he connects with voters. There's a familiarity that people sense. It reminds them of a time when things were just less hostile coming out of Washington, and that is winsome. I mean, we saw it really be that case for Buttigieg in Iowa and in past states. His ability to hit the ground, going everywhere, connecting with people really worked out for him. I imagine him doing that for Biden now could also work out for Biden. When you expand your surrogates, you have more people taking your message to places that you may not be as effective in, and I think that's what he's going to try to do, because while he's doing so well in the states that he's won, there's still some places that he really is not going to be able to sweep things as easily, and I think he's going to try to put a dent in that.
So, of course, we're so focused on Super Tuesday, but there are so many more big days in the calendar coming up. So, James, how do the candidates need to take what happens tonight? And we're still waiting for a lot of returns to come in, of course, and races to be called in various parts of the country as we move west. But how do they take what happens tonight and use their time in the smartest ways before the next big group of states vote next Tuesday, and then another group of states vote the following Tuesday after that?
So 30 more states are going to vote. 31 states still have to vote. And so and it is important to note that, 2/3 of delegates still have to be awarded. There's going to be a ton of pressure on Mike Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren to get out of the race. Warren's going to end up with very few delegates. She's finishing third in her home state. She has enough money to continue. She actually has enough money to fund an organization in a lot of these states, but having field organizers clearly isn't translating into support. And so I think that there's going to be, she doesn't have bundlers and major donors, but she's going to face pressure to step aside. I actually think from both the Biden and the Sanders wing of the party, because both feel like some of her supporters will go those directions. And then Mike Bloomberg, this was a disappointing, to put it mildly, night for him. And so I think he's going to face a lot of pressure to get out. And so if either of them get out, you'll see more consolidation and sort of splitting up. And I think everyone's going to sort of pick the states that work well for them and then sort of try to cultivate them. So Sanders is building a Sunbelt coalition, of young Latinos and younger voters. And then the Midwest is going to end up being a really interesting battleground. So working class whites are kind of the core of Sanders' coalition. That's what powered him in 2016. He didn't do well with communities of color. And that's why he beat Hillary Clinton in Michigan 4 years ago, which was a huge upset that the polls didn't show coming. This time, the North Carolina exit polls tonight show that Biden was actually leading among working class whites. When I say working class, I mean non-college educated white people, especially men. And that's like Sanders' bread and butter. And so I think in terms of your question about like the next states that people are going to look at, Wisconsin's not coming up for a while, but that's going to be kind of I think Wisconsin could end up being the decisive kind of primary of the season. Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana. And because if Biden is able to win in those places over Sanders, Sanders really doesn't have a path forward. He may stay around until June, but he doesn't have a credible path to the nomination.
If you were those candidates, what would you be considering? What would you be thinking about, Eugene?
Well, certainly trying to own the narrative with the demographics you're most at risk of losing. It's not a surprise to me that despite white working class voters being Sanders' base, or a big part of his base, that he lost them to Hillary Clinton, right? Because Hillary Clinton was not perceived as being very connected to a white working class America. That's part of Joe Biden's narrative, right? And so he was not able to allow Sanders was not able to dominate that group the way he had in 2016. And so I think what Biden is going to do now is, as much emphasis as he had placed on winning voters of color and specifically black voters, I think he's now going to see that he can be competitive in some other groups, that he actually needs to expand his coalition to win, such as he showed some strength with very liberal voters, and will probably spend time figuring out what is it about my message that really resonated with that group that I can hone in on and perhaps do even better with them in the future. Because I think what happens a lot of times, we saw this in 2016, candidates assume I really probably can't make any progress with that group, so I'm going to spend my energy focused on this group. And I think what's going to probably end up happening is Biden's going to say, actually, I can probably do a little better with some of these groups than I thought I could.
One of the criticisms of Biden's message is that it can look backwards a lot. You know, he refers back to, of course, his time as vice president with Barack Obama, his good friend Barack. How does he get people to tap into exactly what you guys were talking about, sort of this frustration at the tone of the political climate right now, the dislike of Trump, wanting to go back to a moment that just seemed like it had sort of more positivity to it, and yet have a forward-looking message to tap into the anger, the frustration of people who don't feel like they are being included in this national conversation, and tap into some of what Bernie Sanders has been able to sort of, so clearly get behind him.
That's the balancing act that Biden's totally going to face. He's saying we don't want a revolution, we want to go back to the way things were, and even Buttigieg, who's now endorsing him, has said we don't want to just go back to the way things were. Right. We got Donald Trump because people were unhappy with the way things were, and so it's going to be a delicate balancing act, because you're absolutely right. Biden doesn't just talk about Barack Obama; he talks about senators who died 40 years ago, and he's like, oh, my good friend Abner, who died in 1982.
Well, and some of it's gotten him in real trouble,
and
because he's talked about a segregationist, a racist past in ways where he talked about bridging divisions and stuff like that reminded people of his long record. I want to pause for a moment because we do have a race to call. We are hearing from our Election Insights team that there is another state on the board. We're now ready to call the race in Massachusetts. The Washington Post is projecting Joe Biden will win the Bay State. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has 91 delegates at stake tonight, and that means Elizabeth Warren has lost her home state. Let's go to Jeremy Bowers with the Election Insights team. Jeremy, what do you know about Massachusetts? What do the numbers tell you?
Hey, Libby, thanks for that. Elizabeth Warren didn't just lose her home state, she finished third in her home state, which is kind of a big deal. Joe Biden, we are projecting, is going to win the state of Massachusetts with about 65% reporting. There are 91 delegates. It looks like Biden and Sanders are going to split those pretty well, although Elizabeth Warren, with 22% of the vote, is going to get some delegates out of the state. This is certainly a long way off of what we expected earlier tonight. Before the polls closed in the state, this would have been an easy gimme win for Elizabeth Warren. She might have been duking it out a little bit with Bernie Sanders, but I don't think anybody had an idea that Joe Biden was going to come out ahead in this state. This is kind of a big deal for Biden because he's already got a winning coalition in the South. He's doing very well in states that have high African-American turnout. He's doing well in places that he was expected to do well, but this is not one of those states. And so this is, for us, a pretty big deal, and something we're going to be watching later as we go to assemble that delegate math and figure out who's leading in the race up to the conventions this summer. Until then, we're going to keep our eyes peeled for any additional race calls, Libby, but for now, back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeremy Bowers. Appreciate that. All right, let's talk about Massachusetts and what that means for Elizabeth Warren, James.
It's huge.
Yeah.
The fact, finishing third place in your home state is devastating. I don't understand what's your rationale for continuing your campaign. We thought that there was a chance she'd lose to Bernie Sanders. She lost to Bernie Sanders and she lost to Joe Biden, and she didn't just lose. Joe Biden, with votes still being counted, has more than 100,000 more votes than she does. This is, Biden didn't campaign there a single time. And so this is, it's very hard for Warren to continue her campaign after finishing third in her home state. And it does show, Massachusetts Democrats are different than I think a lot of people think. There's this kind of a stereotype of like Taxachusetts, and Massachusetts isn't all Cambridge liberals. That's part of the state. But Massachusetts is actually, in Western Massachusetts, it is very working class, even in Boston, and that's not necessarily Warren's crowd. But it also shows, and I want to get Eugene to weigh in on this, but the challenge that she's faced running a populist message, but very much targeting sort of an elite audience. So her speech, her stump speech is full of like pitchfork, and the crowds chant 2 cents, 2 cents for her wealth tax. But her supporters are kind of like well-to-do suburbanites. They're not the kind of people that support Sanders who actually have been really kind of hurt by the system and left behind. And so that, I think, was her fundamental challenge, was that, and I think she also set a lot of purity tests for herself that she wasn't then able to meet. She flip-flopped on the super PAC. She the race moved away from her. But I've followed Elizabeth Warren incredibly closely. I've gone to so many of her events over the last year. And so to have her finish third in her home state is really kind of, it seems like a dooms her campaign.
This is a big and difficult moment. Eugene.
But it's not that surprising when you look at demographics, right? And so I saw a stat earlier today. You were talking about how popular Elizabeth Warren is with highly educated white liberals in like urban areas. I saw a stat earlier today that says there are more high school dropouts in our country than people with master's degrees. And so the reality is, like, if that's her lane, and even in Massachusetts, not everything in Massachusetts is Cambridge. And she has to figure out how to expand her message beyond that, and she just has not been able to. There's reporting that even though she's been really popular with, like, some black activists, she hasn't been popular with, like, the base, who are looking more to some politicians for guidance, as Jim Clyburn showed us. And so she's made it clear that she will want to stay in the race so she can help influence somehow the party platform. I think there may be some push to see if she can still influence the party platform by getting out of the race in the event that she is taking away votes from the last two, because I know a lot of Warren supporters who are still going to vote for her as long as she's in the race.
And that's a good point. And what I should say is also Warren's favorability is still pretty high. So the fact that she's finished, it doesn't mean people hate her.
Right.
A Republican strategist texted me and said, "Oh, does this mean Warren's going to get a primary challenge in 2024?" And it's like, no, people actually like her. They just decided not to vote for her. And I think that that's a reflection of the fact that, people have sort of decided this is a two-person race, and or the majority of Democrats decided this is a two-person race. Everyone's in until they're not in. And I think Warren could try to. The oxygen is just going to kind of disappear.
Yeah, even when we were in Iowa, we were seeing caucus sites where Warren just wasn't quite making the threshold, and it was so close. It was like a few votes here and a few votes there. These were anecdotal stories, but it just wasn't quite robust enough to get her into that competitive lane where they could draw in some more followers and get some numbers on the board and advance in a way that made sense. Who has she aligned herself with at this point? Who has she alienated? She has been fierce in her attacks of Michael Bloomberg. Not someone that she risks a lot by going on the attack, by showing that debate prowess that she has. But what is the relationship in the background there with Bernie Sanders, someone who she talks a lot about, how they are aligned in a lot of their viewpoints, but have different sort of track records, I guess you could say, wins legislatively. What about Joe Biden? So can you guys talk about that a little bit? Yeah, go ahead, James.
So she's tried to establish herself as the bridge candidate between Sanders and Biden. She did have a good relationship with Sanders, and then she sort of contrasted herself with him, saying, "I am a capitalist, he's a socialist." But then there was a significant personal falling out over this dinner. When she says that he told her a woman can't get elected president, can't win the nomination, can't beat Trump. He denies it, and he felt like a confidence was betrayed. It was just the two of them at dinner in her condo here in Chinatown, and so you saw
that tense moment at the debate with Tom Steyer sort of awkwardly looking on at both of them.
And so I think that really did cause personal friction between them, and I do think Sanders to some degree unfairly, and actually to a great degree unfairly, blames Warren for kind of his failure to consolidate some of the liberal support, because Warren doesn't really just draw from Sanders voters. A lot of people who support Warren would never support Sanders. And similarly, her relationship with Biden is actually much more fraught because there's a longer history. So Warren was allies with Sanders when she was a Harvard law professor. She used to go to Vermont and do events with him when he was in Congress before he went to the Senate. Whereas Warren, when she was a law professor, was crusading against Biden. There was a famous Senate hearing where she was a witness and got into a back and forth with Biden when he was on the finance committee. And so
there's also the question of the CFPB
no love lost.
and sort of all the
Right.
history she has there with that, and Biden trying to take maybe some credit for that.
So it'll be really interesting. I mean, Warren has run a campaign that is rich and deep in ideology. She has a worldview that she believes would be best for America that obviously conflicts with that of Trump's, but in many ways goes against Biden's as well. And so that'll definitely shape, I imagine, how she moves forward in terms of who she will align herself with. But part of what she is likely probably going to do, or at least the conversation will try to push her in the direction, is who do you think can win? What do you want to happen ultimately in November? And defeating Trump is that. And I don't imagine that she would come out in support of either of them without them somehow communicating that their vision for America will borrow somewhat from what she's worked really hard to put out there.
All right, well, this year's Super Tuesday is a little more super than before, and that's because California moved up its primary from June. So joining us now for more on what exactly that means tonight is Jeremy Bowers. So Jeremy, how is this impacting the nomination process?
Hey, Libby, thanks for that. Having California in Super Tuesday is kind of a big deal. Previously, California's primary was in June, and so all 415 of those delegates were hanging out after an awful lot of the other primaries had gone down. This year, they've moved themselves all the way up into Super Tuesday, which means that Californians have an opportunity now to help make a decision about who is going to be the nominee for the Democratic side. Now, I'd like to show you a little bit of a map that we've put together about the state of California. And one of the things that we think is really interesting is that California has a really interesting breakdown of ethnic distribution. And let's take a look here. You can see that the state of California has, just even on the very first glance, a much larger Hispanic or Latinx population, especially for voters, than other states do. Now, this is a lot pretty similar to, say, Nevada, where Bernie Sanders did really well in 2020 and where we wouldn't expect Biden to do particularly well. Tonight in California, we're going to be watching not only that Bernie Sanders number, where he might do really well in this Hispanic voting population, we're also going to be watching Mayor Mike Bloomberg, who has spent an awful lot of money in the state and has been polling really well there. One of the things that's really interesting to us here is we're watching delegate math. And so the thing that we're watching is whether or not Bloomberg can continue to pry votes off of Joe Biden in the state. If he's able to do this, it might make things more difficult for Biden to wrap up that nomination early. Now, another thing that might be the case is if Elizabeth Warren is able to pull votes away from Bernie Sanders, it might make it a little bit easier for Biden to rise up in the final tally as well. But one thing is 100% certain about the state of California. No matter how much we're going to talk about it tonight, we're not going to be finding out anything for at least a couple more days. California takes an exceedingly long time to count its votes. One of the reasons why, in the state of California, as long as you've postmarked your ballot by today, Election Day, your vote is going to be counted. And in a couple places, that's going to be the real difference between whether or not we have, a Joe Biden picking up a handful of delegates, whether or not we have, someone like Mike Bloomberg picking up a handful of delegates. But that's essentially the things we're going to be watching the state of California for. Until then, I'm going to kick it back to you, Libby.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Okay, Eugene, looking at California and the demographic breakdown of California, it's going to be such an important state to watch, not just in terms of the delegate count and who gets the check mark, the win, but also to see how turnout is. I mean, and to really track why people are voting the way that they are. What will you be watching for?
Well, looking at turnout, see how significant it is, if at all, and where it goes, right? And so I think the assumption, of course, has been that that would be a state that goes for Sanders, and overwhelmingly so. And if that's not the case, that should communicate something, I think, to not just both individuals, but these both leaders and other people running in terms of what voters want, what direction they're looking towards, and what would be the left's best way to defeat Trump in November.
You know, when we look at the role of money in the race, advertising in the race, how does that change as we get deeper into this process? I mean, does advertising play an especially important role when people are still shopping around and asking questions and trying to learn about the candidates? I mean, I'm trying to get a sense of like the arc of if you're someone trying to make your splash, make your mark, whether you're Pete Buttigieg or whether you're Joe Biden, when's the time to hit?
I think advertising matters when there's kind of like parity.
Yeah.
So Bloomberg had these states to himself, and it was just so much money. People were deluged with the ads. It did help him. You know, it did get him double digits in a lot of states. You know, he's getting 20% in a place like Colorado, and that's because he spent tens of millions of dollars on ads that people didn't see anyone else's ads. It actually does move the needle. People love to complain about negative ads, but they kind of work. I think ads actually end up having more impact in a place like Iowa. You know, I think Buttigieg raised enough money that he was able to kind of dominate on the airwaves in Iowa. And so when you come to some of these states that are coming up where like Arizona sort of has a day to itself, advertising will matter, but everyone will be on the airwaves.
All right, well, stay with us, Eugene, James, as we are still watching delegate race heat up, and we're watching more of these vote tallies come in. While we have you here, please hit that subscribe button either on our homepage or if you're watching us on YouTube, and you can show your support for the newsroom of the Washington Post. Our live coverage continues in just 30 seconds.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States.
And if he is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years.
Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
The real issue is who can bring the whole party together, represents all elements of the party.
A look at El Capitan Theater in Los Angeles, which opened during the 1926. That's Hollywood's golden age. Well, closed about a half hour in that golden state. Welcome back to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. It's been a monumental night in American politics, and the map tells the story of this National Day of Primaries. Joe Biden projected to win Massachusetts, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, and Minnesota. Bernie Sanders projected to win Utah, Colorado, and Vermont. And according to exit polls by Edison, the Vermont senator is taking the early lead in California. And stop what you're doing and look at the current state of the delegate race. Biden has a 1-delegate lead over Bernie Sanders. Let's go now to the Post's Jeremy Bowers for the latest on how this night is shaping up. So Jeremy, let's go to Texas. How is this looking at this point?
You know, that's a really good question. You know, we've been watching the state of Texas because it has so many delegates, but it's also an interesting state because it's got a little bit of a different shape in terms of the electorate. So let's take a look and see what's been going on in this hour. You know, we've got Bernie Sanders, who has a pretty commanding lead in the state. He's got 28% of the vote. But earlier tonight, he had much more of the vote, or at least certainly Joe Biden didn't have as much as he had. And so the two candidates appear to be drawing really close together. Now, for a little bit more insight of what's going on in Texas, I'd like to bring back in Lenny Bronner. Lenny, you've been watching this piece of software that we've got that helps us look and see where we think that there are votes outstanding. What does it tell us about what's going on with Sanders and Biden here in Texas tonight?
Yeah, so I'm actually currently running that software as we speak, so I don't have the most up-to-date numbers. But what I can say is that the race is still relatively wide open. I mentioned previously that I thought that, or that the model thought that Biden had a lot of votes outstanding, and that still seems to be true. Sanders does too. The problem we're having at the moment with making any more concrete estimates than that is that most counties that have reported so far are relatively small. Texas has a lot of counties, 250, I think the most in the country, but a lot of them have very, very few registered voters, and those are the ones that report very early because there's not that many votes to count. So those are the ones that we see currently at 100% reporting, and so our model gives pretty large uncertainty in terms of its estimates.
That's true. And these are the kinds of things that we're attempting to give you a little more, maybe a little additional insight that you wouldn't be able to get just from the raw vote totals in a state like this. And so, given all of that, we can still say that Texas looks like it's a place where either Sanders or Biden could come out pretty far ahead as long as there are votes waiting for them somewhere in the cities that haven't gotten a chance to count, or those counties that are relatively large that just aren't at 100% reporting for us yet. Until then, we're going to kick it back to you, Libby.
Okay, Jeremy, so I misspoke earlier. I said it was a 1-delegate lead, which really would be a squeaker. It's an 11-delegate lead by Joe Biden right now, but still really close given how things looked just a week ago and how much Joe Biden was struggling. So what can you tell us? What do you read from that delegate lead?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that anybody thought that coming into tonight that we would see Joe Biden with more delegates than Bernie Sanders, certainly not in the aggregate, and maybe not even tonight. Now, there are still an awful lot of delegates outstanding. I want to be really clear. We've got the state of Texas that still has a bunch of delegates to give us, and then we have barely even talked about California, and there's a ton there. But it's really clear that Joe Biden's had a pretty good night. He's won an awful lot of places where he wasn't expected to do that well. He's pulling in new voters. At least this is one of the things we were able to understand from our model. And, all of it is adding up to more delegates for him than we really expected. The big delegate math question we're going to be trying to answer, how much of the Michael Bloomberg vote is pulling away from Joe Biden, and then how much of that Elizabeth Warren vote is going to be pulling away from Bernie Sanders throughout the night.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. Let's talk about Texas for a moment there, because we're seeing some fascinating numbers at this hour.
Yeah, it's super tight, and that matches with polls. Polls showed it was close. Last year, all the polls, the early polls, showed Biden in the lead. The latest polls have showed Sanders in the lead, and it's a mega state, but it's a very diverse state, but it also has a lot of the suburban areas. Democrats, it's kind of changing. It's part of the future of the Democratic Party. Democrats picked up several suburban House seats in 2018. Those are places where Sanders is not very popular. I spent Saturday and Sunday interviewing voters in Texas's 7th congressional district, which used to be represented by George H.W. Bush. And it was a big pickup opportunity. It's a wealthy, affluent district. I talked to tons of Democrats who were terrified about Bernie Sanders being the nominee, terrified about Medicare for All, about his proposed fracking ban, didn't particularly love Joe Biden, but were getting behind him late because they felt like he's someone who could win. And I think that's the story of Texas, is that there were these people who broke late. Houston, which is sort of the battleground within the battleground. Everyone went to Houston the last couple weeks. That's where Sanders celebrated his win in the Nevada caucuses. Warren had a rally there Saturday night. Biden was there Monday. Bloomberg was there last Thursday, had the endorsement of the mayor of Houston. So they all were campaigning hard, and it seems, based on what we're seeing from those results in Harris County, which should be noted, Harris County is bigger than 26 states in terms of its population. Those people broke toward Biden, not toward Bloomberg or toward Warren. And it's sort of, people saw what we can now say after tonight, which is that this is a two-person race for the nomination between Sanders and Biden.
Yeah, and I think that's in part why the endorsement from Beto was so important earlier this week.
So Beto O'Rourke came out. He's part of that trio of
former candidates.
Some recent candidates, some long ago candidates.
Right.
Sort of, you brought him back, endorsing Joe Biden.
But there were some people who thought, why does Beto's endorsement matter? Beto was the nominee for the Senate in that state in 2018. And so he does have some popularity with voters on the left there. And I think that helped some of the people who were looking to him to carry his idea to Washington earlier in the race say, let me give a consideration towards Biden. We do know Sanders and groups like Voto Latino have been really on the ground in Texas, like they were in Nevada, hoping to turn out not just Latino voters, but like younger Latino voters, and that could be working for Sanders, or at least in some areas. Lots of colleges, lots of young adults, popular cities in Texas, like Austin, with the voters that Sanders posed most most well with. But there's also a lot of white working class voters out there, a lot of rural Texas. It's this huge state with almost every demographic the left needs to win. It's like well represented in Texas. And so we're going to keep seeing those two candidates, at least those two candidates, maybe more competing really hard for those voters.
Eugene, if you're the Democratic Party, if you're someone at the top of that thinking about strategies for the future, or if you're the Republican Party on the other side of things, how do you think about the primary contest moving forward in terms of how powerful various states are? There's been this question of should Iowa and New Hampshire really be at the forefront? We know that voters there take their responsibility so seriously, but it's not demographically representative of the Democratic Party. So what do the parties need to consider?
Well, I think a lot of voters are asking right now about the order and wondering, I mean, we're hearing everything from, should Iowa keep going first to why can't every primary be on the same day? Obviously, I can't imagine anything like that happening anytime soon, but I think it will force leaders of the Democratic National Convention to say, should we change this? Because would this have looked differently if simply a more diverse state or a coastal state had gone first? What signal would that have sent to voters about the direction of the party and where people participating in these primaries what they wanted the next leader to look like?
Yeah.
It was a bad. I mean, it's bad for Iowa that Pete Buttigieg, who won the state, got the most delegates out of the state, that he didn't even make it to Super Tuesday, and that Amy Klobuchar, who was kind of the big winner in some ways, by finishing third in New Hampshire behind Buttigieg, neither of them made it to Super Tuesday, and it's because neither of them could make any inroads with communities of color at all. And Amy Klobuchar, when in the exit polls, literally it rounded out to 0% her support among African American voters in South Carolina, which is one of the reasons she felt like she had to drop out. And you just can't be the Democratic nominee if you can't get diverse support. And Iowa and New Hampshire are among the whitest states in the country. Now it's easy to talk about the problem. It's hard to sort of change it. There's kind of every candidate who wants to run next time is going to go to Iowa just because and we're going to go back to Iowa even as we criticize it every 4 years. So that's the challenge. And so who would kind of come in and say, no, now Virginia is going to be one of the early states. I think Virginia actually makes a very good argument for going early. One, they counted their votes fast. We were able to get those returns in quick. And Virginia does demographically sort of look like the country. It has a little bit of everything. It's a big state, but not a mega state. But Harry Reid wants Nevada to go first. But Nevada, Bernie Sanders got 50% of the vote in the Nevada caucuses. The other problem that it's not just the states that aren't demographically represented, it's also caucuses versus primaries. And so, obviously Iowa was terrible about counting, but caucuses also bring out the most hardened activists. You have to show up on a winter night, wait for a couple hours, walk around a gymnasium, bargain with your neighbors.
It's also like, I mean, it's such an external process. Like, you have to be literally willing to stand up for your candidate, which sounds obvious, but if you think about the pressure that some union members felt in Nevada against Bernie Sanders, or how there were questions about how do I stand up in front of my potentially work colleagues or family if I do have a vote that I'd rather keep private. I mean, there's a lot to think about the caucuses. I'm interested in Nevada and the split this year of doing some of that early vote that could be something done in a more personal way versus doing it in the sort of the declarative, here's who I support, I will literally stand with the other supporters of this candidate. If the Democrats learn anything from that, Eugene, going forward.
I think it'll depend on just what the greater outcome of the election is, right? I think they're going to assess just all of the contests and figure out what worked really well, what led to increased turnout, which voters felt like their voices were heard, which was much more indicative of where voters were going to ultimately end, and what was effective and what was not, what perhaps should be tossed aside and what should they double down and try to expand beyond the states that perhaps had that very effective process right now. But I think that's going to be something, the big reflection piece that happens at the end. But I can't imagine anyone's looking at it right now and really certain about this was what we need to replicate in the
Yeah,
future.
there might be a lot more clarity later
Yeah.
on. Well, talking about not making sort of quick judgments and quick decisions, we are realizing that it will be some time before we have a conclusive result from California, but our Jeremy Bowers has been diving into the initial numbers for us. So Jeremy, what can you tell us so far about California?
Hey, Libby, thanks for that. You know, we do have some initial results in California. We're looking at about 13%, maybe 14% of the vote is in. And you can see the early pattern appears to be basically what we thought. You know, Bernie Sanders is doing pretty well here, and his support is spread out. Now, a lot of these are smaller counties. California is relatively large, but only has 58 counties. And some of those counties, like down here in Los Angeles, there are 10 million people in Los Angeles County alone. But then in smaller Alpine County up here, we're talking about 1,100 people. So saying that, like, you know, we have some number of 58 counties in California is a really difficult thing to say because there's so much difference between them. But I can tell you this, one thing that stands out to me is that Mayor Bloomberg has spent an awful lot of money here in this state. There were other early states where he also spent a lot and couldn't finish above maybe second or third, and in some cases he was even fourth. Here in California right now, though, he's in second place and he's already won a county, that county, Napa County, where he's doing pretty well, and we're 100% reporting he's got a tiny lead over Bernie Sanders. But this is important because for him, being able to pull off a county in California, being able to stay over the delegate threshold in California is kind of a big deal because unlike in other states where being over the delegate threshold might pick you up 3, 4, 5 delegates, in California you're over the delegate threshold and you pick up 100. And so this could be a really big deal for him tonight, and it's a thing that we're going to be watching. We're also really closely watching two other things on this map. First, note that Pete Buttigieg is down here. He dropped out of the race earlier this week, but California has a substantial amount of early vote. People were voting as far away as 3 weeks ago. And so Buttigieg could conceivably get over that delegate threshold here in California, which means he'd be stealing from other candidates who would be more likely to go on to the nomination. And then finally, we're watching Joe Biden. Biden did really well on the East Coast. He picked up a lot of southern states. But here in California, he's kind of a distant third behind Sanders and even Mayor Bloomberg. We're going to watch him to make sure he stays over that delegate threshold, because if he should drop below it even a little bit, it could be really disastrous for him. And it could mean that Bernie Sanders is splitting a much larger pot of delegates with Bloomberg. That's what we got right now, Libby.
Jeremy, great. And before we let you go tonight, first of all, I assume you don't get to go to sleep until all of these numbers are in, right? So we'll check in with you in a few days and see how you're holding up in like the sleepless zone. But while I still have you, while you're fresh and alert, what have been the big surprises of the night for you so far?
You know, I think the biggest surprise is one of the things that we saw in Joe Biden's voting support earlier tonight. We were all a little bit shocked in South Carolina. Not that Joe Biden won, but in the way that he won, by picking up non-voters who had showed up and suddenly turned out for him in that state. Yeah, he won African-American voters in that state, but he was also winning non-voters, and he was winning white working-class voters who don't have a college degree. To kind of a bigger degree tonight, that pattern has held true. It's served him really well in states like Alabama, in states like North Carolina, and states like Virginia. Now, that doesn't really help him out in a state like California, and it certainly isn't going to be the way that he picks up delegates in, say, Texas. But, you know, that's a really interesting pattern, and one that could really shine for that campaign going forward. If he can keep that going, that's going to be something that will be really interesting for us to watch.
All right, Jeremy Bowers, thanks so much to you and our Election Insights team. So what are you guys reading from what we know about California so far as you look at some of those numbers? Surprises, things that are not surprising?
Well, I think Sanders doing well was expected. Yeah. He was favored, and it does show, you know, I think we kind of said at the beginning of the night, the narrative is going to be very favorable for Biden from the South, and it becomes more favorable for Sanders as we go west. Indeed, Sanders won Colorado and Utah. He's leading in California. And so it does complexify things, and it does show that while it's a two-person race, the race isn't over. Sanders could end up with a significant, delegate lead from California. It also shows, that Bloomberg will end up with a chunk of delegates. How many? Way less than he sort of needed. But that could could make it harder for someone to get an outright majority of delegates. But it does show Sanders does have, he is doing well in the Sun Belt and in the West, and that does bode well for he won Nevada It bodes well for him in Arizona. Washington State's coming up. They're still going to have their primary, even with the coronavirus being kind of epicentered there. So I think that what the Biden folks will say is that the fact that he's underperforming there, that he's in third, is a reflection of the early votes being locked in. But it also
I mean, obviously, with Buttigieg doing decently there, it's clearly.
But it does show. It does show like Biden has problems with progressives, and he has sort of work cut out for him. And so, to your question earlier, like Biden talks so much about the past, that's absolutely a problem. But he's also going to have to figure out a way to he is going to have to pivot somewhat and sort of appeal. Reassure the left before he can pivot back to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It's just it's a reminder of like the broadness and diversity of the left in terms of their vision for America. We talk a lot about diversity in terms of age and race, but what this has shown us so far on Super Tuesday is just the geographic diversity. We know that Nevada, that Utah, that California, that Washington, that these states either have already gone for Sanders or are more likely to go for Sanders, and their demographics look very different from the southern states. And maybe the issues affecting these voters most deeply are not always the same as the voters that have gotten behind Biden. And so I think what we may see is these candidates trying to speak to these issues in the states that are still yet to be decided, while keeping the support of the people who've already backed them, while recognizing that they may be speaking to audiences that are very different from those that are already on their side.
What would be a successful night for Joe Biden in Texas and California? Is there a number he has to hit? Is it, what will you be watching for?
I think he's had a successful night. No matter what happens,
Okay.
He's going to be above viability in Texas and California. He will be. And so, he's going to end up with delegates. I think if Texas is still too close to call, if for some reason Biden wins Texas, it's a huge victory. But no matter what, I think Biden gets the two-person race that he wanted out of tonight.
Eugene?
Yeah, I definitely think the narrative that he gets to claim and no one can deny, including his critics, is that his campaign isn't dead. After New Hampshire, I think there was, quite a bit of talk about Biden's race being over. We saw some interest in Bloomberg during that moment based on some polling following Biden's performance in New Hampshire that led some people to walk away from him and write him off. And he was very vocal. Went to South Carolina early and said, this race isn't over. And a lot of people didn't believe him. And I mean, not only was that clearly true after South Carolina, it's even more so now tonight.
I want to talk about all these mayors that endorsed Michael Bloomberg and what happens next, right? Mike Bloomberg was able to gain a lot of loyalty. He's poured a lot of money into local races. He's a fellow mayor. So if you're someone who's endorsed Michael Bloomberg or you're on that team, what are you thinking about? You haven't necessarily alienated yourself to these other candidates. So many mayors have political futures, right? We saw it with Pete Buttigieg, of course, but there are so many that's a network that Democrats will be looking towards as they look at rising stars and figuring out who they should be watching. What happens to those folks?
Yeah, I think, for now they kind of stay on the sidelines, keep their heads down, especially if you're in a state that already voted. You wait for Bloomberg to potentially suspend his campaign. In some of the upcoming states, I think the mayors could have an impact. And you're absolutely right; they are the rising stars. But we have seen endorsements do matter. I think one of the reasons Bloomberg was able to get in double digits in some of these states was that he did get these mayors that he had cultivated relationships with, and that did help him. Just like not as much as Jim Clyburn's endorsement in South Carolina did, but I think one of the stories of today was that the establishment did strike back, that the party still does get to choose.
Eugene?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see moving forward just how much any of these endorsements matter to voters when it becomes so clear to voters that it's a two-person race. And so some of them will say, yeah, I know my mayor is backing Bloomberg, but it doesn't appear that anybody else may be. And therefore, I'm going to go for someone who I think actually has a shot. And that, doesn't really harm the endorser. It doesn't put them in a position where they have to walk away from whatever agreement they made. But it does allow voters to know, to make a genuine assessment about what's really going on, regardless of what people close to them on the ground may think is best for the country.
James, I listen to your Daily 202 podcast on the regular, and you have so much about politics, but lately a lot of it has been about coronavirus. So what are you going to be watching for in the coming days and weeks for how that issue affects voters and voting? Voters from the perspective of just feeling like a very sort of serious raised stakes moment of recognizing how important it is to have strong leadership from the White House, and then also just the reality of voting and campaigning.
It changes, and it's funny, not funny, there's nothing funny about it. Israel voted yesterday, and they have a couple hundred people kind of under quarantine being monitored, and they had to go to special polling places where the elections officials were in hazmat suits, and and it does add some complexity. Washington State is coming up, and that's Kirkland, Washington right now is the epicenter of the outbreak. And it creates challenges, for the candidates. One, we saw they definitely need, Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden are going to get Secret Service after tonight. That was downright scary what we saw with people storming the stage. And
so if you didn't see that earlier when Joe Biden was speaking, as he was beginning his remarks, really joyful atmosphere, celebratory out in Los Angeles, and some protesters stormed the stage. Some of his own campaign workers, you can see the videos online, tackled and dragged off those people, but those are that's the spokesperson.
Exactly.
That's not.
That's where Los Angeles, which is where Biden is also where Bobby Kennedy was assassinated the night of the California primary in 1968. So that it's. But the reason I bring that up is, you obviously have these kind of security concerns, but now you have health concerns. The candidates are 77 and 78 years old, and they're traveling all around the country. They're going to places. They're talking to large crowds. The CDC.
People are right up next to them. They're shaking hands. They're taking selfies.
Right, yeah. Babies. The CDC. The CDC recommends keeping 6 feet of distance from people. And even in our newsroom, we have we're not supposed to do non-essential travel right now, and it's kind of like, okay, well, you do have to think about these things, and I do think it'll have an impact on some of the campaigning where, maybe people will be less inclined to go to rallies, and I think we're transitioning out of the phase of the campaign where you have kind of these small events with town hall style questions and answers. You're going to be moving to bigger rallies, but I do think you will see people who are afraid to go to big rallies, but also, so I think there's just some mechanics for sure that's going to impact the campaign and the coverage of it. But then you also have the issue set, and it's interesting because the last couple of days everyone has been adjusting their message to reflect the coronavirus. Bloomberg leaned hard on, I'm a man, I ran New York after September 11th. I know how to respond to these crises. I am a big supporter of public health and all this stuff. Bernie Sanders can actually credibly say, this is an argument for Medicare for all. A lot of insurance plans, one of the things, the Affordable Care Act mandates that insurance covers vaccines. And the ACA is being challenged. The Supreme Court is going to hear a challenge to it this fall. But also, one of the concerns that public health officials have is that because there's no paid sick leave, people who may feel sick and may be infected with the coronavirus are going to go to work and infect their colleagues because they're afraid to stay home.
And Eugene, if you're someone who has a salary based on showing up to work, right? Not a hourly wage, not a salary where you're paid for those sick days, or you're paid regardless if there's an emergency or something. What's the incentive to stay home if you got to make money? So Bernie Sanders is using that as part of his messaging.
Yeah, I was going to say, it presents an opportunity for the candidates to speak to what is revealing itself to perhaps be a public health crisis in a way that the president himself has not spoken to, according to his critics, and giving voters a clear idea of what would they do if they were in charge, because right now they kind of do have some power and some influence to do something and to shape things.
We've also heard Joe Biden talking about what he and President Obama, Barack and I, what they had set up in terms of looking at transmissible diseases and gearing up for that.
And they did, and they deserve. The Obama administration deserves credit in retrospect for effectively responding to the Ebola crisis. That caused mass panic in 2014, and it actually didn't lead to a widespread outbreak in the United States.
Well, we're approaching midnight, so I want to get final thoughts from both of you
Yeah.
before we call it a night, even though we are still waiting for returns from some states. Eugene, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm very interested in what role in the future will young voters play in this election. Bernie Sanders was really banking on young voters turning out for his campaign in ways that matched 2018 midterms, and that just has not been the case right now. And a sizable percentage of young voters that have turned out have actually gone for Biden. And so it'll be interesting to see if they are able to continue putting forward the idea that they have the broadest, most diverse multicultural coalition headed to the White House if the numbers don't continue to support that.
James.
It's a two-person race now between Biden and Sanders. There's going to be immense pressure. Do Bloomberg or Warren drop out in the next 24 to 48 hours? Can Sanders do anything to make inroads with, to make deeper inroads with communities of color? He has hit a brick wall. And it's kind of, it's deja vu in some ways. We've talked a lot about deja vu to 2016 and Donald Trump, but it's deja vu to Sanders in 2016. He came out of New Hampshire with big momentum, and then he hit a wall in South Carolina. Once again, kind of the same dynamic is playing out. And now Democrats do face a significant choice. I mean, there is a regardless of what side of it you're on, there's a big contrast. It's a very clear contrast between kind of political revolution and a return to the kind of Obama pre-Trump status quo. That's the choice, and I think you're going to see those contrasts, both sides, kind of make it stronger. I think you'll see Biden go after Sanders, and you saw tonight in his speech Sanders go after Biden. So I don't think the race is going to get more negative before it gets better.
James Hohmann, Eugene Scott. You can read Eugene's writing with The Fix. Thank you so much, Eugene. James, The Daily 202. Thank you so much to both of you for being here. And that wraps up our coverage on this Super Tuesday. And a Super Tuesday, indeed, 14 states, 1 territory, 1,357 delegates in play. Here are the top headlines tonight. Joe Biden won big, taking states across the South, along with Minnesota and Massachusetts. Bernie Sanders picked up wins in Vermont, Colorado, and Utah. Now, we're not expecting race calls tonight from the 2 biggest prizes, California and Texas, where it remains too early to call. We might have to wait days for those delegates to be awarded, in fact, and that's all the more reason to hit that subscribe button and stick with the Washington Post for this election season. I am Libby Casey, and I will see you right here next Tuesday night. Thanks for watching.